Chapter 51. A Fraction of Sword Intent. The Sun family didn't come looking for trouble, but Yi Tian remained vigilant. During this time, he inquired about the Sun family and had to admit their strength. To Yi Tian, the Sun family was like a bag of EXP. Yes, a bag of EXP. This was because many warriors of the Sun family surprisingly possessed innate talent in swordsmanship, which was incredibly unbelievable. Yi Tian had long known that his parents had the same special talent, and there was a certain chance for offspring to inherit such special talents. However, he never imagined the Sun family would go to the extent of internal marriages due to their obsession. My cultivation talent has already reached a top level. Copying more high-level cultivation talents isn't very useful. Perhaps I should copy the Sun family's swordsmanship talent next. Maybe it can transform my sword talent, upgrading it to a high-level swordsmanship talent. Yi Tian decided. 20 days later, Yi Tian found an opportunity and secretly copied the intermediate swordsmanship talent of Sun Feng, who was wandering around. Unfortunately, this copy and fusion did not transform Yi Tian's swordsmanship talent. Another month passed, and Yi Tian discovered another young member of the Sun family with intermediate swordsmanship talent. The youth was not yet 15 years old and hadn't started cultivating, but his swordsmanship talent was copyable. After successfully copying the youth's intermediate swordsmanship talent, Yi Tian fused it and upgraded his own swordsmanship talent. Swordsmanship talent. High-level. Looking at the high-level swordsmanship talent, Yi Tian was extremely excited. This was a high-level swordsmanship talent, which could definitely allow him to perfect a bronze-level sword technique. Once a bronze-level sword technique reached perfection, his combat ability would undergo a transformation like heaven and earth. But to comprehend a bronze-level sword technique to perfection, one must reach the sword intent realm. Previously hindered by his swordsmanship talent, he had always been stuck at the realm of perfect sword momentum, unable to comprehend even a hint of sword intent. But now, with his swordsmanship talent upgraded, sword intent could definitely be comprehended. Comprehend. Yi Tian, holding a sword, sat cross-legged, using the sword to comprehend the elusive sword intent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the world of his thoughts, the sword in his hand seemed to come alive, pulling him into a wonderful world. This was the world of the sword. Time slowly passed. After an unknown duration, Yi Tian suddenly had a revelation, and his understanding of the sword realm instantly improved. Suddenly, a strand of sword intent appeared, manifesting on Yi Tian's body. Sword intent, the will of the sword, is the culmination of refining sword momentum to its peak, forming sword intent under the perception of the sword realm. At this moment, Yi Tian finally entered the threshold, comprehending a strand of sword intent. Although still weak, he had indeed stepped into the realm of sword intent. For the following days, Yi Tian focused on comprehending sword intent, setting aside other cultivation practices. In terms of cultivation, he had already reached the pinnacle of an elite martial warrior, with a physical strength of 100,000 katas. The next breakthrough would be to the realm of a great martial warrior. He didn't want to enter the realm of a great martial warrior yet, as his progress was too rapid. Although his physical strength had reached the limit of an elite martial warrior, his body's tempering was not yet truly complete. Yi Tian planned to temper his skin, flesh, bones, and blood once more, making his foundation more solid. He firmly believed this was beneficial. Otherwise, blindly pursuing strength would ultimately lead to a shaky foundation. 5 days passed. Yi Tian concluded his cultivation of comprehending sword intent. A fraction of sword intent, not bad at all, Yi Tian exhaled and said. There were detailed divisions within the realm of sword intent, starting from a fraction of sword intent, progressing to 1/10, then to 3/10 for minor completion, 7/10 for major completion, and finally, a full 10/10 for perfection. However, comprehending sword intent was extremely difficult. Even with his high-level swordsmanship talent, it was unrealistic to expect a rapid advancement in the realm of sword intent. Yi Tian clearly felt that after reaching a fraction of sword intent, the speed of comprehension slowed down significantly. For him at the moment, fully focusing on comprehending sword intent was not very cost-effective. A fraction of sword intent was sufficient for the time being. Let's cultivate the bronze-level Shadow Kill and the bronze-level King Feng/sword techniques, Yi Tian decided. He had already cultivated these two bronze-level sword techniques to the peak of great completion, just a step away from reaching perfection. Now that he had achieved sword intent, nothing could stop him from reaching perfection. In just one day, Shadow Kill successfully advanced to the perfection realm. Then, after half a day, King Feng/ also stepped into the perfection realm. Thus, Yi Tian mastered two bronze-level sword techniques at the perfection realm. That day, Yi Tian began to evaluate his combat strength. My physical strength has already reached 100,000 katas. With the high-level strength amplification, I can reach 1,000,000 katas, equivalent to the ultimate strength of a great martial warrior. If I add the six-fold attack power amplification of King Feng/, that's equivalent to 6,000,000 katas. This is comparable to the attack power of a grandmaster, and even a normal grandmaster's attack power is not as good as mine. Additionally, my speed has reached 12 times the speed of sound, surpassing the limit of a great martial warrior, probably equivalent to a grandmaster's speed. Yi Tian estimated that, except for a somewhat weaker defense, he was essentially equivalent to a grandmaster. However, although his defense was weak, he possessed a top-tier healing talent, so even if he got injured due to his weak defense, he could recover quickly. Even if I fight a real grandmaster, I won't be any weaker. Yi Tian was extremely confident. Of course, Yi Tian had not yet encountered a suitable defensive talent. If he did, he would make up for this deficiency. According to calculations, in another month, I will be able to temper my entire body to the extreme, and then I can confidently advance to the great martial warrior level. Yi Tian looked forward with anticipation to how much his combat power would soar when he became a great martial warrior. Probably even many grandmasters would struggle to withstand his strike. The Sun family. Over these months, the Sun family's business gradually expanded. They not only purchased many shops but also completely opened a resource supply line, establishing a foothold in Linhai Base. At this time, Sun Feng eagerly approached his father, Sun King. "Father, isn't it time to make a move against Yi Tian?" Sun Feng asked urgently. 3 days later, I will personally slay Yi Tian, Sun King promised. "Thank you, father." Sun Feng was overjoyed, already imagining Yi Tian's downfall, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 52. The Good Men of the Sun Family. Sun Feng was very clear about his father's strength. Although he was only in the early stages of being a grand martial warrior, with a physical strength of 150,000 jin, his father also had medium-level knife skill talent. He had cultivated two bronze-level knife techniques to the peak of mastery, and he also possessed a mid-level elemental knife. With the combination of knife techniques and weapon, his strength could be amplified fourfold. Therefore, his father was equivalent to a grand martial warrior with a strength of 600,000 jin, and under the amplification of elemental power, he could deliver an attack with a force of 1,200,000 jin. In comparison, Sun Feng could only deliver an attack with a force of 300,000 jin, far inferior to his father. However, the biggest difference between elite martial warriors and grand martial warriors was not strength, but speed and defense. Grand martial warriors were much faster and had much stronger defenses than elite martial warriors, making the gap in power quite large. If his father wanted to kill him, one move would be enough to finish him off instantly. HMPH. What use is Yi Tian's speed? He lacks strength. His speed may exceed the limits of my vision, but in the eyes of a grand martial warrior, it's just a bit faster. With my father's strength, one move would be enough to kill him instantly. Sun Feng thought, completely unworried. He just needed to quietly wait for the news of Yi Tian's death. 3 days passed. On this day in the morning, Sun King left the Sun family residence and headed directly to Yi Tian's home. He made no effort to conceal his actions. He knew very well that he couldn't hide the fact that he was going to kill Yi Tian. Instead of doing so, it would be better to openly kill Yi Tian to deter all sides and declare the might of the Sun family. Central Garden District. Boom! A grand martial warrior's aura spread out, causing many residents of the Central Garden District to become alarmed. This aura was extremely arrogant, completely disregarding the rules of Linhai Base. Grand Martial Warrior? Yi Tian opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the aura. He had a feeling that this Grand Martial Warrior had come for him, and this aura also contained a strong knife intent, obviously belonging to a Grand Martial Warrior with knife skill talent. The Sun family, huh? Yi Tian muttered. He had thought that the Sun family had given up on dealing with him, but it turned out to be a delayed retaliation. Sun family, it looks like you're asking for death. Yi Tian's eyes flashed with anger and killing intent. At this time, Yi Yu had already gone to school, and he was the only one at home. He wasn't worried about involving Yi Yu. The Grand Martial Warrior moved quickly. One moment he was outside the Central Garden District, and the next he was at Yi Tian's villa. Using his spiritual sense, Sun King located Yi Tian, who naturally also saw Sun King. Sun Feng's father, Sun King? Yi Tian was not surprised. After all, with the strength he had displayed, an elite martial warrior couldn't deal with him. Naturally, a grand martial warrior had to be sent. As Yi Tian looked at Sun King, he also activated his copy talent, instantly checking Sun King's talents. Human. Sun King. Cultivation talent, medium. Knife skill talent, medium. From the talent situation, Sun King's talents were quite average. With only medium-level cultivation talent, reaching the level of a grand martial warrior was already his limit. However, he had medium-level knife skill talent and had definitely cultivated techniques like King Feng Zhan, a bronze-level knife technique. His combat power was certainly comparable to a late-stage grand martial warrior. Your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you have to die, Yi Tian thought to himself. Yi Tian die? Sun King was very straightforward. He aimed at the villa and slashed down fiercely. A green blade light tore through the air, shattered the outer wall of the villa and slashed towards Yi Tian. How dare you destroy my villa? Yi Tian was furious. With a single slash, he shattered Sun King's blade light. In a flash, he appeared outside the villa, moving so quickly that Sun King couldn't even react. Sun King's speed was at most 1 or 2 times the speed of sound, which was far inferior to Yi Tian's 12 times the speed of sound. There was no way he could keep up with Yi Tian's movements. Not good. Sun King's face changed. He realized he had underestimated Yi Tian. The speed was beyond his imagination. Even the peak grand martial warriors in his clan didn't move that fast. Blade curtain. Sun King twisted his blade, and layers of blade energy formed a curtain around him, sealing him in a protective shield. This was also a bronze-level knife technique, a defensive one, which effectively added another layer of defense. It was a rare technique he had acquired by chance, capable of defending against attacks from mid to late-stage grand martial warriors. Break! Yi Tian slashed down, secretly activating his high-level strength talent. A blade strike comparable to a Grandmaster's full-force attack instantly shattered Sun King's blade curtain. But the next moment, Yi Tian's blade shattered. It wasn't that Sun King's blade curtain was too strong. It was that Yi Tian's blade was too poor in quality. This blade was just an ordinary elemental weapon, a low-level elemental blade, and even among low-level elemental blades, it was mediocre. It couldn't withstand the force of a Grandmaster-level attack and thus shattered. Although the blade shattered, the attack's power didn't diminish much. The shattered blade pieces continued their trajectory due to inertia and pierced through Sun King's body, leaving numerous cuts all over him. Grandmaster? Sun King stared at Yi Tian in disbelief, uttering the word Grandmaster with his last breath, filled with regret. If he had known that Yi Tian possessed Grandmaster-level attack power, he would never have sought revenge, even if it meant sacrificing his son. But now it was too late. Having offended Yi Tian, the Sun family was doomed, and he was the sinner of the Sun family. His consciousness gradually faded and his body fell to the ground, lifeless. The blade's quality is too poor. Yiqian looked at his shattered blade, somewhat helpless. Then his gaze fell on Sun King's blade. This blade had not been damaged at all in the previous clash, not even a nick. Picking up Sun King's blade, Yiqian flicked it lightly, and the metallic sound resonated in the air, very pleasing to the ears. Good blade, this should be a mid-level elemental blade, right? Yiqian guessed. Then he searched Sun King's body and found a secret manual, Blade Curtain. This manual was lucky. It hadn't been shattered by the blade fragments and was perfectly preserved. Yiqian knew this was the defensive bronze-level knife technique that Sun King had just used, and it was extremely valuable. Looking at Sun King's corpse, he couldn't help but sigh. The sun is a wealth bringer, gifting me a bronze-level knife technique manual and high-level cultivation talent. Who would have thought the father would be the same? Did they know I lacked a good weapon, so they hurriedly came to deliver one? He even brought a defensive knife technique, which is a rare technique that I lack. To thank the Sun family father and son for their contributions, Yiqian gave them 2 words: good people. Chapter 53. Descending upon the Sun family, Sun King was dead, but the matter was far from over. The Sun family actually dared to attack me in broad daylight. It seems the Lin family's influence has almost completely vanished. Yiqian suddenly sighed. The Lin family had once set rules that martial warriors in Linhai base were not allowed to fight or kill anyone indiscriminately. But now, the Sun family had completely ignored the Lin family's rules. Fair enough. The Sun family is much stronger than the Lin family and has now established itself in Linhai base. They naturally wouldn't take the Lin family seriously. Since the Sun family doesn't play by the rules, neither will I. Yiqian gripped his mid-level elemental blade, his body emanating killing intent. With his current strength, what was the Sun family to him? Even if the 2 grandmasters from the Tia base took action, he wouldn't care. As far as he knew, those 2 grandmasters were not very strong, only in the early stages of the grandmaster level. Whether they had special talents was unknown, but martial warriors with special talents were rare. If those 2 grandmasters didn't have special talents, they probably couldn't even withstand a single slash from him. He was virtually invincible in Linhai base. What did he have to fear? Let's make a big scene then, Yiqian muttered, looking into the distance. 10 minutes later, Sun family residence front gate. Yiqian arrived here alone, his killing intent making the Sun family's guards break out in cold sweat. Stop, this is the Sun family. Leave immediately. A guard managed to suppress his fear and shouted, "The Sun family will cease to exist today." Yiqian's voice was filled with murderous intent, making the guards sense impending doom. "Quick, call for backup," a guard yelled. But it was too late. A flash of blade light filled their world. When the blade light dissipated, several guards had fallen, and the Sun family's main gate had turned to dust. The Sun family's residential area was not large, and the situation was immediately exposed. The Sun family's guards rushed over. These guards were cultivated by the Sun family from a young age, each possessing the strength of a martial warrior. The guard captains were elite martial warriors, and the entire guard force numbered around 100, forming a vital power for the Sun family. Boom. 100 guards holding elemental blades formed a battle formation, their momentum even capable of slightly contending with a grand martial warrior. However, a green blade light broke through, tearing the entire battle formation apart and nearly slicing the entire Sun family residential area in half. Buildings shattered, and even the ground cracked open. This was a Grandmaster-level strike. Most of the Sun family's guards were killed or injured by Yiqian's single strike, and the remaining guards lost their will to fight, retreating in fear. At this moment, the Sun family's higher-ups also appeared, their faces changing dramatically as they looked at Yiqian. Grandmaster-level attack. Sun Kong, the great elder of the Sun family and a peak grand martial warrior, said anxiously. An attack that could cause such massive destruction was undoubtedly a Grandmaster-level attack, and Yiqian was clearly not a Grandmaster. But even if he wasn't a Grandmaster, Yi Tian had achieved Grandmaster-level attack power. The Sun family also had Grandmaster-level attack power. Sun Kong himself had it because he possessed a medium-level blade talent and had cultivated several bronze-level blade techniques to the peak, amplifying his attack power several times. In terms of attack power, his was even stronger than a newly promoted Grandmaster, but his actual strength was far inferior to a Grandmaster's. That was because he couldn't hit a Grandmaster. Grandmasters were much faster than him. There was a vast chasm between Grand Martial Warriors and Grandmasters. Once one crossed that threshold, everything from defense to speed would undergo a drastic transformation. Facing a Grandmaster, Sun Kong could only withstand a few moves at best. However, Sun Kong felt relieved that the person before him was not a Grandmaster. Having Grandmaster-level attack power at such a young age, this person is undoubtedly a true genius, Sun Kong thought. At that moment, Sun Feng shouted, "It's Yi Tian!" The whole scene was shocked. The name Yi Tian was not unfamiliar to the Sun family. It was Yi Tian who had embarrassed them. Had it not been for the Sun family's need to consolidate their foundation in Linhai Base, they would have dealt with Yi Tian long ago. But to their surprise, Yi Tian's strength had reached such an extent. "Yi Tian, the weapon in your hand belonged to my father. Where is my father?" Sun Feng stared at the mid-level elemental blade in Yi Tian's hand and asked anxiously. "Sun King. Naturally, he's dead," Yi Tian said with a faint smile. "Young man, did you come here today to annihilate the Sun family?" Sun Kong stepped forward, facing Yi Tian directly. "What do you think? From the moment your Sun family sent someone to kill me, it was destined that we would be at odds until one of us died," Yi Tian coldly replied. "Ah, if we had known you were this strong, we wouldn't have acted against you." "How about we let bygones be bygones?" Sun Kong tried to negotiate. "Great Elder, he killed my father. Kill him now!" Sun Feng screamed hysterically. "Shut up!" Sun Kong yelled at Sun Feng. "If it weren't for the trouble you caused, would the Sun family be in this situation?" In reality, Sun Kong didn't truly want to reconcile. He just didn't want to fight Yi Tian here. A martial warrior with Grandmaster-level attack power was not easy to deal with, and the destructive power of such a battle could easily affect others. If they fought Yi Tian here and managed to kill him, the Sun family would also be severely damaged. His plan was to try to reconcile and then ambush Yi Tian after he left. Unfortunately, his plan was doomed to fail. "Reconcile? Sorry, I don't agree. I'll give you a chance. Everyone, come at me." Yi Tian was somewhat excited. He wanted to test just how strong he really was. Until now, he had only estimated his strength, and Sun King had been too weak to give him any sense of challenge. He wanted to know if the Sun family's experts could arouse his fighting spirit, so he had wasted time talking, waiting for the Sun family's experts to gather. During the brief conversation, almost all of the Sun family's experts had arrived. All those below Grand Martial Warrior leave. Sun Kong shouted, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." 2 peak Grand Martial Warriors and 7 normal Grand Martial Warriors, a total of 9, surrounded Yi Tian. The battle was about to erupt. With a single glance, Yi Tian saw through their talent situation. The highest talent among them was just high-level cultivation talent, which was within his expectations. If there had been top-level cultivation talent, the Sun family would have produced a Grandmaster long ago. Apart from cultivation talent, among the 9 Grand Martial Warriors, 5 had blade talent. Among them, the 2 peak Grand Martial Warriors had medium-level blade talent. "The enemy is not weak. Let's attack together and kill him," Sun Kong quickly said. Chapter 54. The appearance of a Grandmaster. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it still uses its full strength. Naturally, Sun Kong and the other Grand Martial Warriors didn't underestimate Yi Tian. They attacked with all their might. However, before Sun Kong and the others could even launch their attacks, Yi Tian struck first. Speed talent, strength talent, shadow kill. He activated 3 talents in succession. Although it wasn't Yi Tian's full-strength attack, it was not to be underestimated. The key was that Yi Tian's speed was too fast, reaching 12 times the speed of sound. Even peak Grand Martial warriors couldn't dodge in time. Two ordinary Grand Martial warriors were targeted by Yi Tian and were decapitated with a single slash, dying on the spot. All of this happened in an instant. By the time Sun Kong and the others came to their senses, they found that they had already lost two Grand Martial warriors, leaving only 7. This speed. Sun Kong's expression changed dramatically. This was clearly not the speed of a Grand Martial warrior, but that of a Grandmaster level, much faster than their own. He must have a high-level speed talent? Sun Kong felt envious. Having one special talent was already considered very talented. For example, although their Sun family had been greedy, using internal marriages to maintain the continuation of their blade talent, other families were still envious. If one had 2 special talents, that was definitely a blessing from heaven. Moreover, each talent level was not low, making people even more envious. He must be killed. Sun Kong was resolute. He knew very well that if Yi Tian was not killed today, once he truly grew up, he could easily annihilate the Sun family. Kill. The remaining Grand Martial warriors of the Sun family charged at Yi Tian as if they were on a suicide mission. One after another, they died at Yi Tian's hands, completely unable to cope with him. The gap in strength between the two sides was too great. Is this the mighty Sun family? Quite disappointing, Yi Tian said after killing another Grand Martial warrior. These Grand Martial warriors posed no threat to him. They were too slow and too weak. In his eyes, they were as weak as infants who had just learned to crawl. Sun Ling, do it. Sun Kong shouted at the only female Grand Martial warrior, Sun Ling. This female Grand Martial warrior was another peak Grand Martial warrior of the Sun family. She was already very old and didn't have much time left. Because she was a woman, her status was slightly lower than Sun Kong's. Sun Ling charged at Yi Tian with a determined look, as if she was ready to die with him. At the same time, Sun Kong and the 2 remaining Grand Martial warriors retreated quickly. Die! A ferocious look appeared on Sun Ling's wrinkled face. The next moment, her aura surged several times and then exploded. Sun Ling's self-detonation was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a Grandmaster, covering a radius of 100 meters. All the houses within this range turned into debris, and even the ground was blasted into a large hole. Although Sun Kong and the others retreated in time, they were still affected due to the short time and suffered injuries, vomiting blood. Even if Yi Tian doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured, Sun Kong said excitedly. At such a close distance, it would be difficult for Yi Tian to dodge, no matter how fast he was. Moreover, the self-detonation caused by Sun Ling's secret technique was all-encompassing and difficult to avoid. For a Grandmaster, such a self-detonation was useless because a Grandmaster could resist it with defense alone. But Yi Tian was not a Grandmaster. His defense was far inferior to a Grandmaster's, and he couldn't withstand such a self-detonation. It's just a pity about Sun Ling. Sun Kong thought to himself. Compared to the survival of the Sun family, Sun Ling's death wasn't valuable. At the same time, the people of the Sun family around them began to cry excitedly. Yi Tian is finally dead. Our Sun family is saved. Elder Sun Ling is truly great. She died with the enemy. Ha ha ha, what's the use of Yi Tian being a genius? He still died at the hands of our Sun family. However, just at that moment, a mocking voice emerged from the dust and haze. Are you celebrating a bit too early? Yi Tian walked out of the lingering dust, his clothes tattered but his body unscathed. Impossible. How can you be unharmed? Sun Kong stepped back in fright, his face drained of all color. The other members of the Sun family also turned pale, their eyes filled with despair. That was Elder Sun Ling's self-detonation, equivalent to a full-strength attack from a Grandmaster. It was an all-encompassing attack. Without Grandmaster-level defense, there was no way to survive it unscathed. Yet Yi Tian had done just that. However, only Yi Tian himself knew that he hadn't blocked it. He was severely injured. His defense was indeed a weakness. Although he had tried to escape at 12 times the speed of sound, he was still a step too late. He hadn't expected a Grand Martial warrior to use a self-detonation technique. If he had anticipated it, he wouldn't have given Sun Ling the chance to self-detonate. However, he was still several tens of meters away from the center of the explosion. Relying solely on the defense of an elite martial warrior, he was only severely injured. Under the effects of his top-tier healing talent, his injuries stabilized within a dozen seconds. At the very least, there were no visible wounds on his surface anymore. I was careless. Yitan had to admit that he had underestimated the grand martial warriors, but he wouldn't do so anymore. Run. Sun Kong shouted and was the first to flee. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Yitan. In a flash of light, Yitan caught up with Sun Kong. The next moment, Sun Kong's body fell to the ground. In just a moment, Yitan had killed Sun Kong. Just as Yitan was preparing to go on a killing spree, a heavy voice came from a distance. "Young friend, could you do me a favor and spare these people of the Sun family?" As the voice fell, an old man in white appeared in Yitan's line of sight. "Grandmaster." Yitan recognized the man's identity at a glance. The aura of a grandmaster was unmistakable, something a grand martial warrior couldn't compare to. Soon, this grandmaster came within 50 meters of Yitan. Check, human. Yao Yi cultivation talent, high level. So he's just an ordinary grandmaster? Yitan no longer considered him a threat. Given his high-level cultivation talent, his cultivation level must be at the early stage of a grandmaster. A mere early-stage grandmaster, with a strength of at most 1.5 million jin, even with the amplification of elemental force, would only have 3 million jin of strength. Yitan's maximum attack power could reach 6 million jin. As for speed, an ordinary grandmaster could have a speed of 10 times the speed of sound at best, while Yitan had 12 times the speed of sound, similarly overwhelming this grandmaster. The real advantage of this grandmaster was his defense. But as long as Yitan didn't let him injure him, defense was irrelevant. In terms of strength, this grandmaster was inferior to him. "Why should I do you a favor?" Yitan spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. The old man, Yao Yi, looked deeply at Yitan. "Because I am a grandmaster." Chapter 55. The Fall of a Grandmaster. Grandmaster? That alone isn't enough to qualify you for a favor? Yitan showed no respect for Yao Yi, the grandmaster. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, including those who had come to watch the excitement. They were shocked by Yitan's audacity. After all, Yao Yi was a grandmaster. Could Yitan, no matter how powerful, really contend with a grandmaster? "Master Yao, please stand up for our Sun family." The last two surviving grand martial warriors of the Sun family walked up to Yao Yi and knelt before him, pleading, "We beg Master Yao to stand up for our Sun family." Many members of the Sun family also knelt on the ground, imploring Yao Yi. "I'll take care of it," Yao Yi said indifferently. In truth, he didn't really care about the lives of the Sun family members, but the Sun family was a clan that had come from the Tia Iron Fang base. If they were wiped out shortly after arriving at the Linhai base, the impact would be significant. If he, as one of the two grandmasters of the Tia base, remained indifferent, it would imply that the Tia base was afraid of the Linhai base. How then could the Tia base faction continue to control the Linhai base? Therefore, for the sake of the dignity of the martial warriors of the Tia base faction, he had to suppress the Linhai base faction. He would never allow Yitan to annihilate the Sun family. This was also why he had come here as soon as he heard that the Sun family was in trouble. "Young man, I'll give you another choice. Apologize to the Sun family, and I can overlook your offense against me," Yao Yi said arrogantly, as if he were high above everyone else. Indeed, as a grandmaster, he had grown accustomed to throwing his weight around in the Tia base, considering everyone below the level of a grandmaster to be insignificant. Even Sun Kong, a peak grand martial warrior, was nothing more than a strong ant in his eyes. It was precisely these misunderstandings that led Yao Yi to completely disregard Yitan. "Your name is Yao Yi, right? I'll give you a choice too. Apologize to me and leave, and I can also overlook your offense against me. Otherwise, you'll fall here just like the Sun family." Yitan said, infuriating Yao Yi and shocking the onlookers, threatening a grandmaster. How audacious could he be? At this moment, the Sun family members were elated. He's going to die. How dare he offend a grandmaster? Once he's dead, we'll be safe, many in the Sun family thought to themselves. Die? Yao Yi flicked a finger, and a burst of energy shot out at an incredible speed, reaching 10 times the speed of sound. Such speed was too fast for Grand Martial warriors to react to, let alone defend against. If it were Sun Kong facing Yao Yi, even if Sun Kong were stronger, he probably wouldn't be able to block even one burst of energy from Yao Yi. He would be severely injured or even killed instantly. This was one of the advantages of being fast. Unfortunately, Yao Yi had underestimated Yitan. With a flick of his knife, Yitan deflected Yao Yi's energy burst, then mocked, "You're too slow. Interesting. You were able to block my energy burst. No wonder you could sweep through the Sun family," Yao Yi said, somewhat surprised, but that was all. That energy burst was just a test. He hadn't really made his move yet. Whoosh, Yao Yi finally made his move, disappearing in an instant as if he had teleported. This was the manifestation of supersonic speed. At close distances, it really did look almost like teleportation. At 10 times the speed of sound, Yao Yi was confident that he could easily deal with Yitan. He appeared next to Yitan and reached for his neck. However, a knife swung toward him. With a splattering sound, one of Yao Yi's hands was severed and fell to the ground. Not good. Yao Yi was shocked. He formed a protective shield with his elemental force and retreated with all his might. He retreated quickly, but Yitan's attack was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Yitan caught up and unleashed another sweeping King Feng slash. Wind slash the sword technique that he won in the bet against Sun Feng. Boom! The King Feng slash struck Yao Yi, shattering his elemental shield on the spot and sending him flying backward. Yao Yi's upper garment was completely torn, and a knife mark over an inch deep was left on his chest. It was a horrifying sight. Grandmaster-level speed, Grandmaster-level attack. Yao Yi quickly assessed Yitan's true strength and was instantly shocked. Yitan's attack and speed both surpassed him. Even if his defense was lacking, it didn't matter much. Yitan was essentially a true Grandmaster. Damn it, has the Sun family gone mad? They've provoked a Grandmaster. Yao Yi deeply regretted getting involved on behalf of the Sun family. "Friend, I concede," Yao Yi hurriedly said. "I don't accept your surrender," Yitan coldly responded. Yao Yi fled, and Yitan pursued. The two quickly left the residential area of the Sun family. Suddenly, another blade light from Yitan severed one of Yao Yi's hands. Facing desperation, Yao Yi shouted, "Old Man Lai, come save me." The Old Man Lai that Yao Yi was calling for was none other than the other Grandmaster of the Tia, Iron Fang base. As soon as his words fell, a man in gray cloth appeared, but it only deepened Yao Yi's despair. "Master Yi, this matter has nothing to do with me." Old Man Lai immediately made his stance clear. "Old Man Lai, you." Yao Yi's face turned green with anger. Old Man Lai was slightly stronger than him. If they teamed up, perhaps there would be a chance for survival. But now Old Man Lai clearly didn't want to get involved, leaving him with zero hope. "Yitan, I'll fight you to the death." Desperate, Yao Yi charged at Yitan, using a burst technique to increase his strength. However, it was all in vain. Shadow kill. Yitan's 12-fold speed of sound combined with shadow kill made his blade incredibly fast. Yao Yi, who had just activated his burst technique, was too slow to react and was decapitated by Yitan's blade. A Grandmaster had fallen. From a distance, Old Man Lai, who had been watching the battle, paused for a moment, a hint of relief flashing deep in his eyes. "I've met Master Yi." Old Man Lai ran over, cupping his hands in a very polite manner. "You're not planning to stand up for the Sun family, are you?" Yitan asked indifferently. The Sun family offended Master Yi. They brought this upon themselves. "Master Yi need not worry. From this day on, the Sun family will cease to exist." Old Man Lai's words were very clear. He would help Yitan deal with the Sun family to show his stance. He was afraid. After all, Yitan's strength was terrifying. Yao Yi had been killed without any resistance, so he naturally wasn't Yi Tian's match either. Fearing that Yi Tian might kill him, he could only try to appease him this way. Good, I don't want to see the Sun family again after tomorrow. Yi Tian left these words and walked away. Chapter 56. Ascension to Great Warrior. After Yi Tian departed, Old Man Lai headed towards the Sun family residence. Subsequently, harrowing screams emanated from the Sun family's abode. The next day, a piece of news shocked the entire Linhai base. The Sun family had been annihilated. The person responsible for their downfall was Yi Tian, the very same who had bested Sun Feng in a duel. The shock stemmed from the fact that everyone had only considered Yi Tian as an extraordinarily powerful elite warrior, someone who could at most hold his own against weaker great warriors. Who could have anticipated that Yi Tian was such a freak of nature, single-handedly destroying the entire Sun family? But even more explosive was the news that one of the two grandmasters, Grandmaster Yao Yi, had died. This was even more shocking than the annihilation of the Sun family. After all, a grandmaster was exponentially more powerful than a great warrior. Linhai base didn't have a single grandmaster, and the newly joined Tia base had only two. Now that one had been killed, the remaining grandmaster had gone so far as to proactively kill the remaining members of the Sun family as a gesture of goodwill. What did this indicate? Yi Tian was now invincible in Linhai base, and no one could challenge him. Upon receiving this news, many who knew Yi Tian were flabbergasted. The Wind Wolf hunting squad. When Wind Wolf heard the news, he was stunned for a moment. Brother Yi Tian actually annihilated the Sun family and even killed a grandmaster. Wind Wolf wasn't fully aware of how strong a grandmaster was, but he did know the Sun family's capabilities. The family had a full 10 great warriors, 2 of whom were peak level. Most of the Sun family warriors could crush opponents of their level due to their talent in blade skills, even those stronger than themselves. Initially, knowing Sun Feng's background, he had genuinely worried for Yi Tian for a long time. Who could have thought that in just a few months, Yi Tian had destroyed the Sun family and even killed a grandmaster? Brother Yi Tian is becoming more and more powerful. I don't even have the qualifications to look up to him anymore, Wind Wolf exclaimed emotionally. However, he felt honored to even know Yi Tian. If he talked about this connection, it would be enough to make others green with envy. The Lin family. Lin Wanli held the intelligence report in his hand and was speechless for a long while. He was indeed stunned. The Sun family has been annihilated. Grandmaster Yao Yi has been killed. Yi Tian's power has reached such an extent. I suspect his talent is not high-level cultivation talent, but rather top-level. He has reached the level of a grandmaster in both strength and speed. He likely possesses talents in both. Lin Wanli speculated. Unlike others, he was actually pleased to see Yi Tian's rise because Yi Tian was on the side of Linhai base. With Yi Tian's presence, Linhai base could easily crush Tia base. I'll visit Grandmaster Yi Tian tomorrow, Lin Wanli decided. It wasn't a matter of currying favor. Given the Lin family's status, they were in no position to ingratiate themselves with Yi Tian. But since Yi Tian was now the strongest in Linhai base, it would be inappropriate for the Lin family not to pay a visit. If they could establish even a modest relationship, it would be greatly advantageous for the Lin family. The Lin family wasn't the only one with this thought. Many other families wanted to build a relationship with Yi Tian. And so, on that day, numerous heads of families and elders had come to Yi Tian's residence, each bringing a generous gift, specifically to pay him a visit. Yet Yi Tian had but one response for all of them: complete refusal. Moreover, Yi Tian disseminated a single statement. He simply wanted to cultivate in peace and quiet, and no one should disturb his training. For many of the prominent families, this was good news. At the very least, Yi Tian had no ambition for hegemony and thus posed no threat to their interests. The Sun family was undoubtedly an exception. Had they not provoked Yi Tian, they wouldn't have suffered such a fate. Subsequently, all the families issued orders that no one was to provoke Yi Tian or Yi Yu. For a time, Yi Yu became the most untouchable person in her school. With no one daring to disturb him, Yi Tian naturally had ample time to cultivate. His villa was promptly repaired by the developers of the central garden, and at no charge, because Yi Tian's residence brought them enormous benefits. To put it plainly, the value of the villas in the area had multiplied several times, bringing in untold profits. The developers naturally wouldn't skimp on such trivial repair costs. Days rolled by. Almost a month had passed since the Sun family's demise, and Yi Tian had finally honed the cultivation of his skin, flesh, bones, and blood to the extreme. His foundation had become incredibly solid. It's time to refine my internal organs, Yi Tian decided. Elite warriors refined their blood, while great warriors refined their internal organs to be as resilient as steel, impervious to damage. Once the internal organs were fully refined, even ingesting poison wouldn't harm them. Though elite warriors had stronger organs than the average person, they still couldn't safely ingest poison. Once he started refining his internal organs, Yi Tian would break through his bottleneck and automatically advance to the realm of a great warrior, with his power gradually climbing. "Let's begin," Yi Tian murmured, following the intermediate elemental body training method and swallowing a dose of high-grade beast blood. Under Yi Tian's control, the energy generated from the refinement seeped into his internal organs, gradually refining them. Boom! The invisible shackles were utterly shattered, and his physical strength soared rapidly. Yi Tian was well aware that he had ascended to the realm of a great warrior. Breaking through from an elite to a great warrior was a significant advancement, not only enhancing his mental strength, but also substantially improving his physical power, speed, and defense. Initially, Yi Tian's mental range could only cover a few tens of meters, but now it was rapidly expanding. "My mental range has covered 200 meters, whereas a typical early-stage great warrior only covers 20 meters. My mental power is on par with a peak-level great warrior, but still far from a grandmaster," Yi Tian estimated. He then tested his speed, 20 times the speed of sound, far faster than before. As for his strength, it had not increased by much, only reaching 120,000 jin of force. After all, he had just broken through and would gradually improve with cultivation. His defense, too, had improved several times, but it was still relatively weak. This was a vulnerability he couldn't rectify until he acquired a defense talent. "The high-grade beast blood is almost gone. It's time for another trip to the Xiao forest," Yi Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 57. Finally found it. When Yi Tian left this time, he had no concerns for the safety of his younger sister, Yi Yu. By now, he was the strongest warrior in the Linhai base. Anyone who dared mess with his sister would be courting death. After leaving the base, Yi Tian headed straight for the Xiao forest. He arrived at the forest quickly and reached the territory where the Xiao Jin tribe was located. "Master!" Xiao Jin saw Yi Tian and hurried over. Xiao Jin had undergone significant changes since Yi Tian last saw him. He was much larger, and his aura was much more powerful. "High-grade ferocious beast." Yi Tian immediately noticed that Xiao Jin had evolved from an intermediate ferocious beast to a high-grade one. He wasn't surprised by Xiao Jin's advancement. If he himself could progress from an elite martial warrior to a grand martial warrior, then it was only natural for Xiao Jin, who had top-tier bloodline talents, to advance to a high-grade ferocious beast. Xiao Jin, having advanced to an high-grade ferocious beast, had grown strong enough to hunt peak-level high-grade ferocious beasts, though he was still no match for top-tier ferocious beasts. Xiao Jin's strength was still too weak to harm them. "Xiao Jin, how has your collection of ferocious beast blood been going?" Yi Tian inquired. "Master, come with Xiao Jin." Eagerly, Xiao Jin led Yi Tian to where the ferocious beast blood was stored. So much ferocious beast blood. Yi Tian was truly stunned. Several large pools were filled with high-grade ferocious beast blood, and the intermediate ferocious beast blood was even more abundant, filling at least a dozen large pools. About 10,000 portions of high-grade ferocious beast blood, and at least 200,000 portions of intermediate ferocious beast blood, Yiqian estimated. For him, intermediate beast blood was of little use now, but his sister was about to advance into the martial warrior realm and would soon need it for body tempering. Some of this intermediate beast blood could be sold, and some could be saved for his sister. As for the high-grade ferocious beast blood, it was useful to him. A grand martial warrior's cultivation also required a vast amount of high-grade ferocious beast blood. The quantity he saw might not even suffice for his own cultivation to reach the peak of the grand martial warrior level. Well done, Yiqian praised Xiao Jin, then instructed, from now on, there's no need to collect intermediate ferocious beast blood. If you encounter any, just consume them yourself. But continue to collect more high-grade ferocious beast blood. I still have use for it. Master, Xiao Jin understands. Xiao Jin obediently nodded. In the time that followed, Yiqian shuttled back and forth between the Xiao Qianai Forest and Linhai Base, transporting the collected ferocious beast blood. Though the amount was large, Yiqian's speed was extraordinary. What did moving at 20 times the speed of sound mean? It meant covering 6.8 kilometers in a single second. Of course, actual running wouldn't reach such speeds due to obstacles. If he really ran that fast, he would crash into countless beasts and rocks. The 20-fold speed was only possible in short-distance movements during battle. Even so, transporting the ferocious beast blood to the Linhai base took him mere seconds. He even built a secret underground chamber beneath his villa to store it. After emptying the pools, Yiqian assigned another task to Xiao Jin: to find a ferocious beast with extraordinary defensive capabilities, a weakness Yiqian was eager to compensate for. Yiqian's duplication talent was available for use again. Since he had not come across any good talents to copy, he duplicated Xiao Jin's stamina talent. And so Yiqian's array of talents changed once more. Thus, Yiqian's talent configuration evolved as follows: Human, Yiqian, Cultivation talent, top tier, Speed talent, top tier. Blade skill talent, intermediate tier, Shadow talent. Low, healing talent, top tier, Strength talent, high tier. Stamina talent, intermediate tier. With his newfound stamina talent, Yiqian was now capable of fighting for extended periods. He no longer feared being surrounded by enemies, as his robust physical strength allowed him to maintain peak combat abilities for an extended time. Afterward, Yiqian returned to Linhai Base and began a long period of closed-door cultivation, occasionally visiting Xiao Qianai Forest. Thus, another month elapsed. Having just entered the realm of a grand warrior, Yiqian found himself in a phase where his strength could rise rapidly. After consuming a significant amount of high-tier beast blood, his physical strength had increased to 150,000 katas, roughly on par with most warriors who were in the early stage of the grand warrior level. One day, Yiqian returned to Xiao Qianai Forest. Upon seeing him, Xiao Jin excitedly exclaimed, "Master, I've discovered a beast with extraordinary defensive capabilities." "Really?" Yiqian's eyes flickered with delight as he asked. "Yes, I dispatched many of my tribe to look for beasts that appeared to have strong defenses. A few days ago, we finally discovered a large serpent covered in scales. It's also a high-tier beast. I personally engaged it, but found that my attacks couldn't harm it in the slightest. However, my speed was much faster than its, so it couldn't do anything to me either." Xiao Jin hurriedly explained. "A high-tier beast that even Xiao Jin couldn't handle?" Intrigued, Yiqian was immediately convinced that the creature must possess extraordinary defensive abilities, likely stemming from a defensive talent. "Where is it, Xiao Jin? Take me there," Yiqian urgently commanded. Hitching a ride on Xiao Jin's back, Yiqian rapidly moved deeper into Xiao Qianai Forest. Due to the dense foliage, their speed was somewhat hampered. About 10 minutes later, they had ventured deep into the forest. At this moment, Yiqian and Xiao Jin arrived at a pool. "Master, this is the place?" Xiao Jin pointed at the pool, where the depths remained enigmatic. As Yiqian approached the pool, he sensed a menacing aura emanating from within it. Suddenly, A gigantic serpent emerged from the water, revealing its upper half. Its body was pitch black and covered in numerous shiny scales, each gleaming like a precious gem. Its body must be at least 30 meters long, Yi Tian estimated. Subconsciously, he checked the serpent's talent configuration. Species: black-scaled python. Bloodline talent, high tier. Defensive talent, intermediate tier. Intermediate tier defensive talent. Although it's not that high, it's enough to compensate for my shortcomings. I can replicate and upgrade it when I encounter a higher tier defensive talent in the future. With that thought, Yi Tian covertly replicated the black-scaled python's intermediate tier defensive talent. Chapter 58. The White Giant Ape. The black-scaled python hissed menacingly at Xiao Jin. It recognized the small golden creature. Xiao Jin had harassed it a few days earlier, and the encounter had left it painfully bruised. The python had harbored a grudge against Xiao Jin ever since. Now, coming across Xiao Jin again, it couldn't help but launch an attack. Yi Tian looked at the enormous body of the black-scaled python and chuckled. With a body this large, it should yield a few hundred portions of high-grade beast blood. Its skin can also be fashioned into protective clothing. My apologies. Yi Tian moved, activating his 20-fold sonic speed and his strength talent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With each stroke, Yi Tian targeted the python's vital area. The scales, which seemed indestructible in Xiao Jin's eyes, were easily shattered by Yi Tian's blade. Yi Tian's offensive power was incomparable to Xiao Jin's. It reached the level of a grandmaster. The python's defense, strong though it might have been, was only comparable to a grandmaster's. Even Yao Yi, a grandmaster, couldn't withstand his attacks, so naturally, the python stood no chance either. In the span of a second, Yi Tian had struck the same spot countless times. The python's vital area was now pierced by a large hole, and its heart had been thoroughly punctured by Yi Tian, its life force gradually fading away. Boom! The black-scaled python collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. At that moment, Xiao Jin widened its eyes, looking incredulously at its master, Yi Tian. It remembered that although its master had been stronger than it, the difference wasn't this vast. How could so much change have occurred in such a short period? A python that even it couldn't handle was easily slain by Yi Tian. Worthy of being my master? Xiao Jin thought to itself, filled with pride. After killing the black-scaled python, Yi Tian hastily collected its heart's blood. The heart's blood was undoubtedly the essence of a beast's life force, rich and pure in energy. Once he had collected all the heart blood, Yi Tian gathered several dozen portions of high-grade beast blood. After ensuring no more blood would leak, he had Xiao Jin drag the python's corpse back. It took a considerable amount of time to bring the python's corpse back to Xiao Jin's dwelling. There, the remaining high-grade beast blood was deposited into a blood pool. Xiao Jin, the body of this black-scaled python is yours to consume. Just remember to leave the skin, Yi Tian instructed. Okay, Xiao Jin agreed. It had no desire to eat the python's tough skin anyway. It was too hard to bite into. Even if Yi Tian hadn't ordered it, Xiao Jin wouldn't have consumed the python's skin. As Xiao Jin relished the meat of the black-scaled python, Yi Tian began to integrate a medium-grade defense talent. Integrate, Yi Tian mentally commanded. Swiftly, heat suffused his body, beads of sweat trickling down. His skin tingled painfully and his body flushed red. This was the process of talent transformation. 10 minutes passed, and the integration of the defense talent was successful. With a thought, the status of his talents displayed on his retinas. Human. Yi Tian, cultivation talent, top tier speed talent, top tier blade talent, medium. Shadow talent, low, healing talent, top tier strength talent, high, endurance talent, medium, defense talent, medium. In addition to my cultivation talent, I now possess 7 unique talents. I'm probably the only one in the world with these, Yi Tian declared proudly. Let's test the effects of my medium-level defense talent. Yi Tian took out an intermediate Yuanli knife and lightly slashed his own left forearm. Thud! The Yuanli knife was deflected. The force he had used was not considerable, amounting to no more than a few tens of thousands of jin, a unit of weight, so it was unsurprising that the blade didn't pierce his skin. Consequently, Tian increased his exertion, going up to 150,000 jin, yet he still couldn't break through his skin's defense. Strength talent? Tian activated his strength talent, causing his bodily power to surge tenfold. Next, he experimented with a force of 200,000 jin, but still failed to breach his bodily defenses. He then increased the force further, finally piercing his skin with a strength of 250,000 jin. However, this was merely relying on his skin to withstand the attack. True martial warriors would utilize Yuanli to form a protective barrier, and the efficacy of this barrier was directly related to the body's physical defenses. Yuanli's shield? A faint layer of Yuanli membrane enveloped his skin. Tian tried slashing his skin again, this time using the knife with a force of 1,500,000 jin, before finally breaking through his bodily defense. 1,500,000 jin. With this level of defense, I can withstand an attack of 1,500,000 jin. Most top-level martial warriors won't be able to break through my defense, and this is just the beginning. Once I advance to the peak of top-level martial arts, I doubt even they could pierce my defense by simply striking me. Tian was extremely satisfied with his current bodily defense. With this layer of defense and his top-tier healing talent, his ability to preserve his life had multiplied several times over. In the following month, Tian spent most of his time in the Xiao Qianyi forest, occasionally returning to the Linhai base. During his time in the forest, Tian trained vigorously, working together with Xiao Jin to slay dozens of high-level beasts and collect large quantities of their blood. Amidst this fervent training, both Tian and Xiao Jin experienced rapid increases in their respective strengths. Finally, one day, Tian raised his bodily strength to the level of 200,000 jin. Xiao Jin had also reached the peak of the early stages of high-level beasts. His speed had also increased a notch, almost reaching 25 times the speed of sound, while Tian's speed had reached a level of 23 times the speed of sound. However, Tian and Xiao Jin's frenzied actions had severely reduced the number of high-level beasts in the area, eventually attracting the attention of a top-level beast deep within the Xiao Qianyi forest. Boom! A white giant ape, 50 meters tall, emerged from the depths of the Xiao Qianyi forest and began to patrol the vast area where Xiao Jin was located. This area was its territory, and the high-level beasts served under it. They were required to provide offerings of blood and flesh at regular intervals in exchange for its protection. But the offerings in the last few months had been too sparse. Not particularly intelligent, the ape was considerably angered, prompting it to personally address the issue. Upon arriving, it was dumbstruck. Not a single high-level beast was left. Could they have run away? Thought the white giant ape. Boom, boom, boom. The white giant ape moved forward, each step causing giant trees to fall over in its wake. Suddenly, it sensed the aura of a high-level beast and immediately moved toward it. The high-level beast it sensed was none other than Xiao Jin. Chapter 59. The terrifying Titan ape, Xiao Jin, was joyfully exploring the forest in search of high-level beasts. Unfortunately, the number of such beasts in this particular area was dwindling. It was becoming increasingly difficult to find any more high-level prey. As for venturing further afield, Xiao Jin dared not. An unspoken understanding told it that those distant lands were off-limits. As a high-level beast itself, it was well aware of the rigid hierarchy that governed Xiao Qianyi forest. Every territory was under the rule of a high-level beast, and Xiao Jin, being a high-level beast, had its own dominion. There was a time when it was merely a medium-level creature. Several high-level beasts had sought to subdue its tribe. Each time, however, they were repelled by Xiao Jin. Consequently, even as a mere medium-level beast, it had established itself as a minor lord over a small patch of land. That was history. Now, Xiao Jin could effortlessly slay a high-level beast and was virtually invincible in this area. Yet it dared not venture deeper into the forest. Those depths were the haunts of top-tier beasts. Were it to encounter one, not only would it stand no chance, but escape might also be impossible. So, Xiao Jin was content to roam its limited territory. Its master had said that they weren't in a hurry to find high-level beasts and would be leaving the forest soon anyway, taking Xiao Jin along. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from a distance. Top-tier beast. Though it had never encountered a top-tier beast, the aura was unmistakably that of one. Whoosh, Xiao Jin moved quickly, racing toward its master. It needed to alert him to leave Xiao Qianai Forest immediately. From afar, a massive white ape turned its gaze toward Xiao Jin, its eyes seemingly piercing through the space to lock onto it. The ape didn't recognize Xiao Jin, but any creature found in its territory was expected to submit. Failure to do so would make them a mere snack. Whoosh. The white ape moved. Its colossal body effortlessly leapt thousands of meters, ignoring the towering trees. While not much faster than Xiao Jin, the ape's massive frame and powerful leaps allowed it to navigate the forest more easily. Soon enough, the white ape caught up with Xiao Jin. Staring at the mountainous body of the white ape and sensing its horrifying aura, Xiao Jin trembled uncontrollably. Just then, it felt its master's presence nearby. "Master, come save me." Xiao Jin reached out through mental telepathy to Yitian, its owner. This was a unique form of communication between a pet beast and its master, only effective over short distances. At this moment, Yitian had naturally noticed the white ape as well. The ape's terrifying aura pervaded a range of 10 miles, so obvious that ignoring it was impossible. Xiao Jin. Yitian was frantic. He had heard Xiao Jin's cry for help. With its current strength, Xiao Jin had no chance against a top-tier beast. Faster, faster, faster Yitian sped through the forest, finally reaching a point not far from Xiao Jin. He then saw the white ape's enormous hand reaching down, shadowing the sky as it closed in on Xiao Jin. Under that enormous palm, the frail Xiao Jin seemed paralyzed, unable to move. This is no ordinary top-tier beast. Yitian's pupils contracted. The power was overwhelming. This creature was likely a middle or even late-stage top-tier beast. The force was too immense. It likely ranked as average or even higher among top-tier beasts. While Yitian might have been able to bully weaker top-tier beasts against a creature like the white giant ape, he stood no chance. And yet, Yitian took action. Xiao Jin was his first beast companion and had helped him a lot. If he couldn't even save Xiao Jin, then he would be utterly useless. Moreover, the white giant ape wasn't so powerful as to completely extinguish his hope. Rescue Yitian immediately took action. Speed talent activate. Strength talent activate. Defense talent activate. One by one, his talents activated. In full form, Yitian executed a bronze-level blade technique, the King Feng slash. Not only did he give it his all, but he also integrated a partial blade intent, the result of his months of hard work. Enhanced by blade intent, the blade's light warped the void, full of sharp energy, as if it could cleave the void itself. The dazzling green blade light transformed into a heavenly blade, slashing upward, clashing with the palm of the white giant ape. Boom! The green blade light struck the palm of the white giant ape, successfully cutting off some white hairs and leaving a mark on its palm. But that was it. It didn't even break the skin. "Xiao Jin, run!" Yitian shouted. Xiao Jin quickly understood, activated its top speed, and began to flee with Yitian close behind. The white giant ape was furious. It had been wounded by a mere insect. This was humiliation. Boom! The white giant ape's fist blasted through the air. The void vibrated, countless giant trees turned to dust, and Yitian felt a surge of immense power coming at him. He reflexively slashed with all his might, a deafening sound. The overpowering force sent Yitian flying. His protective Yuan shield shattered instantaneously, and even his flesh showed multiple cracks. However, under the effects of his top-tier healing talent, his injuries quickly healed. What a tremendous attack power, definitely at 30 million jin of force. Yi Tian estimated. His body strength was at 200,000 jin, which could reach 2 million jin with his strength talent. After a 6x amplification from the King Feng slash and additional Yuan force, it could reach 24 million jin. Yet the white giant ape could effortlessly break his attack and injure him this severely, definitely boasting a force of 30 million jin. Check! In a split second, Yi Tian discerned the talents of the white giant ape. Species: Titan Forest Ape Bloodline Talent. Top-tier Strength Talent. Low level. My God, it has a top-tier bloodline and even a low-level strength talent. This Titan Forest Ape hasn't reached its limit. Otherwise, one hit would have been enough to kill me. Even my top-tier healing talent wouldn't have saved me. Yi Tian was shocked. Escape. He was absolutely no match. Originally, he wanted to stay longer in the Xiao forest, but now it was clear that he couldn't. Fortunately, the Titan Forest Ape was not fast, and he and Xiao Jin still had a chance to escape. Boom. The Titan Forest Ape threw another punch at Yi Tian, but still did not kill him, merely injuring him. Yet under his top-tier healing talent, Yi Tian recovered again like a cockroach that wouldn't die. One attack after another, and each time Yi Tian survived. And so, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin gradually ran toward the edge of the Xiao forest. Whoosh! A flash of light crossed before their eyes, and Yi Tian found himself and Xiao Jin successfully escaping from the Xiao forest, emerging into a vast expanse of land. Chapter 60. News from the Grand Base. Having reached the outskirts of the Xiao forest, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin could finally unleash their true speed. The open terrain had few obstacles, so they could run at high velocity without colliding into anything. Compared to their helpless situation within the Xiao forest, this was like heaven and earth. Yi Tian climbed onto Xiao Jin's back, and the creature gathered its strength. At 25 times the speed of sound, it transformed into a streak of flowing light, racing across the land. Behind them, the Titan ape emerged from the Xiao forest, giving chase. Realizing it couldn't match Xiao Jin's speed, it pounded its chest in frustration and roared a few times before reluctantly returning to the forest. Seeing that the Titan ape had given up pursuit, Yi Tian immediately instructed Xiao Jin to stop. By this time, they were hundreds of miles away from the Linhai base. He didn't dare run in the direction of the base because it was still too close to the Xiao forest. If the Titan ape had pursued them all the way to Linhai base, it would have been a major disaster. To ensure the safety of Linhai base, Yi Tian guided Xiao Jin to sprint in another direction, deliberately avoiding the base. Afterward, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin searched for the route back to Linhai base. It took them about half an hour to finally find it. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he had almost gotten lost. Upon returning to Linhai base riding Xiao Jin, Yi Tian once again astounded countless people. Taming a fierce beast was something that many couldn't achieve because most such creatures were of low intelligence and had no concept of surrender. In the minds of these beasts, there were only two possibilities: the enemy dies or they die. Many great warriors had tried to tame a medium-level beast, but all had failed. Yet Yi Tian had tamed a high-level beast like the golden dragon leopard. If people knew that Xiao Jin had top-tier speed talents, they'd probably die of jealousy. Such a creature was incredibly valuable. Back at home, Yi Yu saw the 10-meter-long Xiao Jin and felt a bit intimidated. Just having become a martial warrior, she found it hard to bear Xiao Jin's overpowering aura. Xiao Jin, restrain your aura? Yi Tian quickly patted Xiao Jin's head. Master Tilda. Xiao Jin wagged its tail and gave a somewhat aggrieved low growl to Yi Tian, but ultimately complied and subdued its aura. If it weren't for its enormous size, it would look just like a little kitten. Sister, this is Xiao Jin, my tamed beast. You two should get acquainted. Don't worry, Xiao Jin won't harm you. Yi Tian introduced Xiao Jin to his sister. Encouraged by him, Yi Yu finally greeted Xiao Jin, saying, "Hello, Xiao Jin, I'm Yi Yu." Xiao Jin nuzzled its head against Yu's, signaling friendliness. It understood that the young girl before it was its master's sister, and potentially someone it would need to protect in the future. Yes, Yi Tian had already told it that if he was ever absent, Xiao Jin would be responsible for ensuring Yu's safety. It didn't dare disobey its master's orders, so it took the initiative to establish a good relationship with Yu. Yi Tian went to meet the pavilion branch master of Linhai Base. The pavilion master had always been a mysterious figure, seldom seen by others. Had it not been for Yi Tian's current status, the pavilion master would not have agreed to meet him. Originally, Yi Tian thought that the master of the martial pavilion would be an elderly man. However, upon meeting the master, he realized that the man was only in his 30s and possessed extraordinary talent. Human. Yu Zhang, cultivation talent. High sword talent, medium. Strength talent, low. Having a high cultivation talent wasn't something unusual. In Tia, Iron Fang, base, a medium-sized base, there were quite a few individuals with high cultivation talents. Yu Zhang, as the master of the martial pavilion branch in Linhai Base and coming from a large base, could only be considered a minor genius in that regard. However, his medium talent in swordsmanship and low talent in strength were extremely exceptional. The two could be combined, showcasing Yu Zhang's incredible strength, even surpassing individuals like Sun Kong from the Sun family. Greetings, master of the martial pavilion. Yi Tian courteously greeted. Yu Zhang promptly replied, I am but a branch master of the martial pavilion in Linhai Base. Grandmaster Yi is too courteous. May I ask what brings you to see me? Yi Tian did not refute the title of Grandmaster that Yu Zhang used for him. Master Yu, you come from a large base, correct? I would like to know how to get there. Yu Zhang smiled faintly. He wasn't surprised by Yi Tian's question. After all, Yi Tian was so young yet already unrivaled in Linhai Base. Such a talented individual would naturally not be content staying in a weaker base like Linhai. He was surely drawn to the large bases. Without concealing anything, Yu Zhang said, I come from Demon Sea Base, which is a large base 3,000 kilometers away from Linhai Base. This distance is not great for a grandmaster. However, the journey is extremely dangerous. One may even encounter top-tier ferocious beasts if unlucky. Therefore, we from the large base only send people to Linhai Base every year. There are only two real branches of large base powers in Linhai Base. One is our martial pavilion and the other is the bank, which is a subsidiary of Demon Sea Bank. The bank rarely sends people, while we from the martial pavilion have consistently sent people once a year. Master Yu, do you mean that I can only go to the large base when the martial pavilion sends people once a year? Is it not possible to go alone? Yi Tian asked. Yu Zhang chuckled. Going alone is not an option. Grandmaster Yi, you're not familiar with large bases, are you? I'm not. Yi Tian nodded. Yu Zhang explained. Over 100 years ago, Earth was much smaller and cities were close to each other. But then came the apocalypse and extraterrestrial beasts descended through spatial rifts. Not only did Earth produce elemental energy, it also grew incredibly large, estimated to have expanded hundreds of times, though the exact extent is unknown. Initially, the human population did decrease considerably, but over these 100 years, the large bases claimed vast territories, promoting a high birth rate. Therefore, each large base has a high population, advanced technology, and plenty of talent. Do you know how many people are in Demon Sea Base? 1 million? Yi Tian ventured a guess. 10 million? Yu Zhang emphasized. What? Yi Tian was genuinely shocked. This was the post-apocalypse, and yet a large base had 10 million people, comparable to top-tier cities in the previous world. 10 million people contribute to immense power, Yu Zhang continued. With the efforts of countless people, Demon Sea Base is not much different from the large cities over 100 years ago. Many scientists have replaced electricity with elemental energy. There are even elemental air conditioners, elemental cars, and elemental elevators. The entire Demon Sea Base is covered by a massive elemental array that repels beasts. To enter, one needs identity verification. Every person from Linhai Large Base has an elemental identity card, which allows them to freely enter and leave Demon Sea Base. Elemental identity card? Yi-Tian finally understood why he couldn't enter Demon Sea Base alone. Entry was impossible without an elemental identity card. Only by accompanying Martial Pavilion warriors could he enter. Master Yu, when is the next time people from Martial Pavilion will arrive? Yi-Tian asked the question that concerned him most. In a month, Yu Zhang answered. Chapter 61. Preparing to leave. After a lengthy conversation with Yu Zhang, Yi-Tian had finally garnered some understanding about the Demon Sea Base. However, what Yu Zhang shared were merely common knowledge. He didn't touch upon any covert information. Before departing, Yi-Tian suddenly asked, Pavilion Master Yu, do you happen to know Yu Ling? Given that the both of them were surnamed Yu and both were affiliated with the Martial Pavilion, Yi-Tian wondered if there might be some relation between them. His query was sparked by curiosity. Yu Ling and I both belong to the Yu clan, one of the 3 great families that control the Martial Pavilion, Yu Zhang explained. I'm from a branch family, whereas Yu Ling is a young mistress of the main family. Her background is much more profound than mine, and her status far surpasses my own. As I thought, Yi-Tian mused. His guess had been correct. Even Yu Zhang's status paled in comparison to Yu Ling's. It made sense that Yu Ling had a grand martial warrior as a servant. Although that servant wasn't particularly powerful, the fact that a grand martial warrior servant was allocated to serve an elite warrior like Yu Ling was quite astonishing. In the Linhai base, grand martial warriors held esteemed positions. None would stoop to serve an elite warrior. Only a major family like the Yu clan would undertake such an arrangement. Pavilion Master Yu, I'll trouble you again in a month, Yi-Tian bid farewell. Upon returning home, Yi-Tian began contemplating his next moves. According to Yu Zhang, the gold cards and currency from the Linhai base could be exchanged at the Demon Sea Bank for the currency of the Demon Sea base. The exchange rate was 2-to-1, but this was not a loss, considering that items expensive in Linhai might be cheaper in the Demon Sea base. With only 1 month before leaving Linhai base, I should liquidate some assets. Otherwise, they'd go to waste, Yi-Tian thought. The first thing he needed to sort out was the stockpile of intermediate beast blood, initially reserved for Yiyu's cultivation. With just 1 month left, Yiyu wouldn't be able to use it all. Therefore, Yi-Tian distributed 1,000 portions to the Wind Wolf hunting team for free, considering Wind Wolf was a decent person and a friend. The remaining beast blood was sold to the Martial Pavilion for a total of 1 billion currency units. While 1 billion may seem a lot, it was pocket change for a martial warrior of Yi-Tian's caliber. In addition to the beast blood, Yi-Tian sold off his collection of valuable medicinal herbs for 400 million units. He decided not to sell his villa, thinking it would serve as a place to stay if he ever returned. For the remaining month, Yi-Tian focused solely on cultivation and managed to increase his strength to 230,000 katas. Though the growth was swift, at this rate, he could hope to reach the limit of 1 million katas of a grand martial warrior within 3 years, and then advance to the Grandmaster realm. To achieve Grandmaster status in 3 years would make countless martial warriors envious, Yi-Tian thought. Especially when many of them will never attain that level in their lifetimes. But this is just with my current top-tier cultivation talent. Who's to say that there aren't higher-level talents in the Demon Sea base? If I can copy those higher-level talents, the time required to achieve Grandmaster status would be much shorter. The desire to copy higher-level cultivation talents was one of the reasons why Yi-Tian was eager to go to the Demon Sea base. Staying in Linhai base wouldn't afford him the opportunity to copy such talents, as they were inherently human traits, unlike the bloodline talents of beasts, which were unsuitable for him. "Little sister, let's go," Yi-Tian said to Yiyu, who was busy packing her things. Yiyu was collecting some of her trinkets, items with little monetary value but significant sentimental worth. If she could, she would have taken everything from their home, but she was limited in what she could bring. She filled 3 large bags, which she hung over the back of Xiao Jin. Soon after, Yi Tian and Yi Yu mounted Zaya Jin and left the Central Garden community, heading toward the northern gate of Linhai Base. At that moment, Yu Zhang was already waiting for them there. When Yi Tian arrived at the northern gate, he not only saw Yu Zhang but also 7 or 8 warriors. Lin Wanli, Grandmaster Lai, and several other great warriors, all high-profile figures in Linhai Base, were there as well. They're probably also heading to the Demon Sea Base, but their purpose must be different from mine, Yi Tian speculated. He was planning to settle down in the Demon Sea Base, whereas Lin Wanli and the others were unlikely to abandon everything at Linhai Base. They had little room for advancement and saw no benefit in going to the Demon Sea Base. At least in Linhai Base, they were big shots. If they went to the Demon Sea Base, aside from Grandmaster Lai, the others would have to tread carefully, which wouldn't be comfortable for them. Master Yi, Lin Wanli and the others greeted Yi Tian when they saw him. Master Yi, are you leaving Linhai Base for good? Grandmaster Lai glanced at the large bags on Zaya Jin and inquired curiously. Yes, I plan to settle in the Demon Sea Base. Maybe I'll return if time permits, Yi Tian casually replied. Upon hearing this, Grandmaster Lai's face lit up. With Yi Tian gone, no one could overpower him at Linhai Base. He would become the only Grandmaster and the strongest person there. While Yi Tian was present, he had always felt stifled and dared not be arrogant. So, Yi Tian's departure excited him the most. However, in front of Yi Tian, he kept his exhilaration hidden deep within. After waiting for approximately an hour, Yi Tian finally saw a caravan approaching. The ground began to tremor as a series of gigantic beasts dragged a large amount of cargo toward them. The caravan is here, Yu Zhang announced loudly. Lin Wanli and the others were familiar with this caravan and showed no surprise. However, Yi Tian and Yi Yu stared curiously at the approaching convoy. So they used such enormous beasts as mounts for the caravan to carry the goods. Yi Tian realized at that moment just how formidable the martial pavilion was, incomparable to any ordinary power. Chapter 62. The Demon Sea Base. The caravan arrived at the northern gate, where Yu Zhang engaged in discussions about cargo transfer with a leading warrior of the caravan. These goods had been transported from the main base to Linhai Base for sale, in exchange for various other resources. These were resources the main base lacked, such as specific medicinal herbs and materials from ferocious beasts, while the main base could offer many finished goods like healing medicines and elemental weapons. The exchange of goods benefited both bases, and the Martial Guild also profited significantly in the process. Yu Zhang set people to manage the goods, a process that would take an hour or two. Knowing they had time to kill, people like Grandmaster Lai closed their eyes to rest, while Yi Tian curiously eyed the gigantic beasts that were a part of the caravan. All of these fierce beasts were of the same species, resembling elephants but several times larger and covered in thick scales. Since the beasts were not far from Yi Tian, he could easily assess their innate abilities: type, armored brute elephant, bloodline talent, medium, defensive talent, elementary, strength talent, elementary. Good talents, Yi Tian exclaimed. These armored brute elephants even had 2 special talents. Although they were only elementary-level talents, they should be considered good among beasts. The only regret was that their bloodline talent was just medium, ensuring they could never become particularly strong beasts. Even if they are of medium level from their aura, they've reached their peak growth, achieving the level of high-tier fierce beasts. With defensive and strength talents, they should be of medium capability among high-tier fierce beasts, Yi Tian concluded. Their massive size and moderate strength made them ideal for cargo transport. About an hour and a half passed, and Yu Zhang's exchange of cargo with the caravan was almost complete. The caravan prepared to return to the Demon Sea Base. If you follow the caravan, it will cost 10 million per person, including a free entry permit, said a leading warrior from the caravan as he approached Yi Tian and the others. Here, Lin Wanli handed over 10 gold cards to the warrior. Although Grandmaster Lai was a Grandmaster, he couldn't break the rules. The caravan also had a Grandmaster who stayed in a cart pulled by an armored brute elephant and hadn't come down, So Grandmaster Lai dared not refuse to pay. You need to pay 30 million, as you also have to pay for your beast. The caravan warrior pointed at Xiao Jin. 30 million was a trivial amount for Yi Tian. He paid without any discussion. Soon, the caravan departed. Grandmaster Lai and the others weren't eligible to ride the armored brute elephants. They had to run alongside. Yi Tian and Yi Yu, however, were more comfortable, riding on Xiao Jin's back without any jostling, utterly at ease. The armored brute elephants didn't run at high speeds but moved at 100 meters per second. It was slow, but there was no other option. This was the wilderness, and there were countless fierce beasts between Linhai Base and the Demon Sea Base. Moreover, the route was not fully cleared. If they ran too fast, not only could the cargo be overturned, but they also risked running into other beasts, creating a big problem, given the speed of the armored brute elephants. It would take about 8 or 9 hours to cover the 3,000-kilometer distance, a time frame that wasn't too long. Traveling at the speed of the mighty armored elephants, the caravan covered a distance of 3,000 kilometers in approximately 8 to 9 hours. The time wasn't particularly long. Along the way, Yi Tian encountered numerous ferocious beasts. However, most of them ran off as soon as they sensed the aura of the armored elephants. After all, a herd of high-level beasts exuded a strong deterrent force. Ordinary beasts dared not approach the caravan. The caravan was not afraid of high-level beasts. Their concern was the appearance of top-tier beasts. However, the probability of encountering top-tier beasts was not high. The route the caravan took was relatively safe, steering clear of the territories of top-tier beasts. So, unless they were particularly unlucky, mishaps were generally unlikely. 9 hours passed. Yi Tian sat atop Xiao Jin, his eyes scanning the distance. With his keen vision, he soon saw an enormously large city in the distance. The city was many times larger than Linhai Base, yet it lacked walls for protection. Instead, a faint, shimmering screen covered the entire city. Demon Sea Base, Yi Tian muttered to himself. Compared to the Grand Demon Sea Base, Linhai Base was undoubtedly a backward place. The difference between the two was like that between a modern city and an ancient one. What piqued Yi Tian's curiosity was the immense light screen that covered the entire Demon Sea Base. Rumor had it that this was a formation, but he wondered how it had been constructed. A minute later, the caravan's lead warrior announced, "We've arrived. Take your entry permits and go." The leader handed a paper permit to Yi Tian and sent him on his way. Demon Sea Base had multiple entrances, none of which were covered by the light screen. One could enter, but an entry permit or a Yuan Power identity card was required. Unauthorized entry, even by a grandmaster, was punishable by death. Holding 3 permits, Yi Tian passed through the entrance and entered Demon Sea Base, subsequently parting ways with Old Man Lai and the others. They clearly had their own business to attend to, and since their paths might not cross again, there was no reason to stick together. The streets of Demon Sea Base were quite broad, wide enough even for Xiao Jin to walk without seeming too large. This was intentional, designed with the consideration of pets who were beasts. After asking around, Yi Tian finally located the place where he could register for residency in Demon Sea Base, the Bureau of Demon Sea Base Residents. Standing in front of the skyscraper that housed the bureau, Yi Tian felt a sudden rush of nostalgia. In fact, he'd felt it ever since he'd arrived at Demon Sea Base. After all, the base resembled a modern city from his past life, except that Yuan Power was the energy source here, permeating the air, far denser than at Linhai Base. Training in such an environment would undoubtedly be much faster. Just as Yi Tian was about to enter the Bureau of Demon Sea Base Residents, a warrior dressed as a security guard stopped him. "My friend, your beast can't enter." Yi Tian looked at the warrior, then at the entrance of the bureau, and finally at Xiao Jin's size. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to leave Xiao Jin outside to avoid any destruction. "Xiao Jin, wait for me outside. I'll be back soon," Yi Tian instructed. "Master, come out quickly." Xiao Jin was somewhat fearful and anxious. The area was crowded with humans, many of whom were powerful. It even sensed the presence of humans much stronger than itself, right inside the bureau. As a beast, staying here felt too stressful. If Yi Tian were there, it wouldn't be afraid. But with Yi Tian gone, it began to worry about its safety. Chapter 63. The Power of the Elephant. Upon entering the Demon Sea Base Administration office, Yi Tian discovered that there were not many people there. However, upon reflection, this made sense. This was a place for identity verification, and virtually everyone at the Demon Sea Base already had identification. Only those whose UN-1 identity cards had been damaged would come here for replacements. Thus, few people came to handle business here. Yi Tian arrived at a window, reported his background, and filled out an extensive amount of paperwork. The last step to officially becoming a resident of the Demon Sea Base was to go to the 10th floor to make a payment. The fee was steep, 50 million units per person. To the average individual in the Demon Sea Base, this amount was astronomical, but for newcomers who wanted to become a part of the base, this was the hefty price to pay. Otherwise, wouldn't warriors from smaller bases all flood into the Demon Sea Base? Lacking the currency of the Demon Sea Base, Yi Tian made a trip to the neighboring Demon Sea Bank and exchanged 100 million units. After paying the fee, he successfully processed 2 Yuan identity cards. As for Xiao Jin, his pet beast, it didn't need an identity card. Registering at the Beast Management Office was sufficient. Afterwards, Yi Tian also applied for 2 bank cards at the Demon Sea Bank. These were similar to the bank cards from his previous life, but the cards from the Demon Sea Bank were special, engraved with simple magic patterns that could store information. To apply for a bank card, one needed to possess an Yuan identity card. Having completed the identity verification process for himself and Yi Tian was now eligible to apply for bank cards. With the identity cards sorted and the bank cards in hand, Yi Tian next visited the Beast Management Office to register Xiao Jin. One could say that Yi Tian had taken care of the most basic matters since arriving at the Demon Sea Base. The next item on his agenda was to purchase property. With abundant funds converted into the currency of the Demon Sea Base, amounting to a staggering 800 million, Yi Tian had more than enough to buy a villa. This was capital he had accumulated over 2 years. Although he couldn't afford a villa in the core area of the Demon Sea Base, he didn't aspire to such extravagance. After some selection, Yi Tian purchased a small villa in a community near the core area for about 300 million. One of the villa's greatest advantages was its soundproofing magic array, which could block outside noise. It also had a cultivation room with more concentrated Yuan force compared to the outside world, speeding up cultivation by about 30%. "Brother, is this our new home?" Yi exclaimed excitedly upon arriving at the villa. Although the villa was smaller than their old one, to her, who had never seen a modern villa, it was 100 times better, and she was curious about many things. Yi Tian, although visiting the Demon Sea Base for the first time and seeing a modern villa of this era, was not as curious as Yi. The villas of this time were not much different from those of his previous life. Actually, most of what the people of the Demon Sea Base had developed were mere imitations of items from over 100 years ago, so Yi Tian was not unfamiliar with them. Over the next few days, Yi Tian went on a shopping spree to decorate their new home, ensuring it wouldn't feel too empty. At the same time, he also began to familiarize himself with all aspects of the Demon Sea Base. In the cultivation room, Yi Tian looked at a recently purchased massive pillar, a power testing pillar. He had seen such things before in Linhai Base, but the equipment there was undoubtedly rudimentary. The pillar in front of him was more advanced, capable of accurately testing even a Grandmaster-level attack. What intrigued Yi Tian was that the Demon Sea Base didn't use the term Jin for attack power beyond the Grandmaster level. Instead, they used elephant. 2-1 elephant. Of power was equivalent to 1 million Jin of force. This was not an ordinary elephant, but an ancient colossal pachyderm, a high-level fierce beast. Its body had a power level of 1 million Jin, and almost all ancient pachyderms possessed this level of strength. This elephant was no ordinary beast, but rather a primeval mammoth, a type of high-level fierce animal. Its physical strength measured a staggering 1,000,000 pounds. Almost all ancient mammoths possessed this level of power. Hence, people adopted the elephant as a unit of force. After all, as one's cultivation level increased, if one continued to use pounds as a unit, the numbers could escalate into the tens or even hundreds of millions of pounds, which would sound bizarre. The elephant unit was generally accepted by grandmasters and was considered much more refined than the pound unit. Boom Yi Tian's fist struck the force-measuring pillar. The display read 232,356, indicating that Yi Tian's strength amounted to 232,356 pounds, a highly accurate measurement. This was Yi Tian's pure physical strength. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian activated his strength talent and added the amplification from his Yuan force. Another boom resonated as the force-measuring pillar shook. A new number appeared, 4.6, accompanied by a small elephant icon. This did not signify 4.6 pounds, but rather represented 4.6 elephants of force, equivalent to 4.6 million pounds. Next, Yi Tian wielded an intermediate-level Yuan-powered knife and struck the pillar with all his might. A figure 27.6 appeared on the pillar, representing 27. 6 elephants of force, or 27.6 million pounds. Such a level of attacking power was considered quite good even among grandmasters. The weakest of grandmasters could only exert just over 2 elephants of attacking power. Of course, such grandmasters were the weakest among their ranks. In the Demon Sea base, they occupied only mid-tier positions and were far from the upper echelons. According to the data from the Demon Sea base, the limit of a grandmaster's physical strength is 50 million pounds, or 50 elephants. With Yuan power amplification, they can exert up to 100 elephants of force. Even a peak grandmaster with no special talents could kill me instantly. I'm still weak within the Demon Sea base, Yi Tian thought to himself. What Yi Tian appreciated about the Demon Sea base was its strict legal system. Just like in his previous life, the base had stringent laws against illegal activities. Even people from big families couldn't bully ordinary individuals. In contrast, in other bases where it seemed that killing was prohibited, if someone from a big family actually killed someone, no one would intervene. But it was different in the Demon Sea base. Even if a grandmaster intentionally killed an ordinary person, they could be imprisoned for hundreds of years, or even sentenced to death in severe cases. Such a conducive environment contributed to the prosperity of the Demon Sea base. Of course, once outside the base, skirmishes still occurred frequently. Such incidents were inevitable and could not be prevented. Next, I have 2 tasks. First, to enroll my sister in school. The Demon Sea base has schools for martial warriors where she could get a better education. The second task is to find cultivation talents above top level and copy them to transform my own cultivation talent, Yi Tian planned. Since the second task depended on luck, worrying about it was pointless. For now, he focused on the first, so he called his sister Yi Yu over. "Sis, shall I take you to school tomorrow?" "Sure." Yi Yu nodded. She knew her brother was busy. Usually, he was nowhere to be seen, always secluded in solitary cultivation. She was often bored as her pet Xiao Jin couldn't talk to keep her company. Compared to that, she preferred going to school where she could at least make some friends. "Great, I'll take you to school tomorrow then," Yi Tian said, patting Yi Yu's head with a smile. Chapter 64. Secret Realm and Invitation. The Demon Sea base had numerous schools, primarily divided into 2 levels, one for ordinary people and martial warriors, and the other exclusively for cultivators. Moreover, schools for cultivators also varied in quality, with the higher-tier ones even offering guidance from grandmasters. However, once you reached the age of 25 or advanced to the level of a great martial warrior, you had to graduate. After all, beyond that level, your path depended on yourself. The guidance from such schools was no longer as impactful. Originally, Yi Tian thought that the cultivator schools only taught basic physical training methods and some theories. It was only after he explored these institutions further that he realized how narrow his understanding had been. There were a multitude of subjects one could learn. Various sword techniques, fist arts, palm arts, and even esoteric skills like basic formation arrays and the art of forging elemental weapons. However, there was a precondition. You needed the corresponding talent. For example, only those with a talent in swordsmanship could enroll in swordsmanship courses. Without it, you couldn't even borrow books on the subject. These schools emphasized personalized instruction. Anyone with special talents was highly welcomed. Even if one lacked any unique talents, they could still learn basic things like elementary swordsmanship or knife techniques, which were freely accessible and required no special aptitude. If only I wasn't so unique and didn't have to hide my talents, I'd also like to enroll in a cultivator's school, Yiqian lamented. Registering for a cultivator school was not complicated. With his ID card, cultivation level, and medium talent, Yiyu easily gained admission. Although it wasn't the best cultivator school in the Demon Sea base, it was conveniently close to their villa. After spending a few days completing all the formalities, Yiyu successfully enrolled. Yiqian had initially planned to inquire about the prodigies of the Demon Sea base so he could find and copy their talents. However, the arrival of one individual disrupted his plans. Yu Ling. Yiqian was surprised to see her standing outside his villa when he returned home. After a moment's thought, it all made sense. Yu Zhang knew he was coming to the Demon Sea base, and since Yu Ling and Yu Zhang were from the same family, perhaps Yu Zhang had informed her. Yiqian, long time no see, Yu Ling greeted with a smile. Let's go inside and talk, Yiqian suggested. Sure. Yu Ling followed Yiqian into the villa and they sat down in the living room. Did Yu Zhang tell you that I was coming? Yiqian asked directly. Indeed, Yu Zhang informed me. At first I thought he might be lying, but seeing you now, I know he was telling the truth. You've reached the great martial warrior level in such a short time. According to Yu Zhang, you even killed a grandmaster. Is that true? Yu Ling looked intently at Yiqian, awaiting his reply. It was just an ordinary grandmaster, Yiqian quickly said, effectively admitting it. Even an ordinary grandmaster is still a grandmaster. For a great martial warrior to kill one, you'd need a special talent that enhances your attack. I'd like to invite you to join our martial chamber again. Would you? Yu Ling inquired. As I've said before, I'm not interested in joining any faction for now. Yiqian shook his head. Yu Ling wasn't surprised or disappointed by Yiqian's answer. She had merely asked in passing. Then she revealed the real purpose of her visit. Yiqian, have you ever heard of secret realms? Yu Ling queried. Secret realms? Yiqian shook his head. Yiqian shook his head again. He genuinely had no idea what a secret realm was. It seemed like something from a novel. In this era, he had never heard of it. Yu Ling, aware that Yiqian hailed from a small base and was naturally ignorant about such realms, explained. A secret realm is a kind of subspace detached from Earth. It has mountains, rivers, trees, and even ferocious beasts. Each secret realm is unique. Some abound with treasures, while others are barren. The appearance of these realms is connected to the disaster that occurred 100 years ago. The entrances are spatial rifts that open only under specific conditions. So that's what it is, Yiqian understood. Yu Ling continued. Not far from the large Demon Sea base, there is a mountain range that contains a secret realm. However, only warriors below the level of Grandmaster can enter. Those at the Grandmaster level or higher would be crushed to nothingness by the realm's power if they tried to force their way in. What are you telling me this for? Yiqian asked. In reality, he was already forming some guesses in his mind. I want to invite you to enter the secret realm with me, Yu Ling declared. The realm is dangerous, and warriors won't necessarily cooperate once inside. Even members of the same family might kill each other over treasures, especially since news from the realm can't get out. However, I trust your character, and that's why I want to invite you. Anything you gain in there will belong to you. How many warriors will enter the secret realm? Yiqian questioned further. Many, Yu Ling solemnly replied. This particular realm opens only once every 10 years and can accommodate 1,000 people. But the Demon Sea base alone has far more than 1,000 great martial warriors, so only major powers have quotas. Due to my status, I have one such quota. As many as 1,000 great martial warriors. Yi Tian inhaled sharply. Such a number was unimaginable at his Linhai base. He then understood Yu Ling's concerns. Although she was talented, she paled in comparison to the truly gifted, which was why she wanted to invite him, someone with the power to defeat an ordinary grandmaster into the secret realm. "What's your current level?" Yi Tian queried. He could sense that Yu Ling was at the great martial warrior level, but he couldn't determine which stage she was at. Late stage of great martial warrior, Yu Ling honestly revealed. That was fast. Yi Tian looked surprised. Yu Ling was merely a high-level cultivator. How could she have progressed so quickly, even with the support of her family? Could it be? Yi Tian considered a possibility. He had assessed Yu Ling's talents once before and didn't think to check this time. Now he was having doubts. Human, Yu Ling, cultivation talent, top tier, swordsmanship talent, medium, speed talent. Low. The talent that had been high level was now top tier. With such talent and the support of her family, it made perfect sense that Yu Ling had reached the late stage of great martial warrior so quickly. So it's true. Yu Ling's cultivation talent has risen to top tier. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure she took from the Lake of Death must have been something that could elevate talent, Yi Tian concluded. Chapter 65, Cultivation Geniuses and Combat Geniuses. Yi Tian, will you accept my invitation? Yu Ling eagerly inquired. Yi Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I am willing to enter the secret realm with you. In truth, he too was extremely curious about what lay inside the secret realm. At the level of a great martial warrior, he considered himself nearly invincible and harbored no fears concerning any other great martial warriors. For Yu Ling, venturing into the secret realm might be dangerous, but Yi Tian didn't care about the so-called risks. Furthermore, entering the secret realm could provide numerous benefits. Why wouldn't he seize the opportunity? However, it was prudent not to show excessive excitement, and it was better to keep a low profile. Yu Ling, I'd like a report on the talented great martial warriors at the Demon Sea base. Can you obtain that? After all, we're entering the secret realm. It's better to know more about the other talents, Yi Tian said. No problem. Yu Ling quickly agreed. In 3 days, I will deliver the report to you. Additionally, the secret realm will open in 20 days. During this period, it's best if you don't go out. Any delay could prevent us from entering. Understood, Yi Tian nodded. After bidding Yu Ling farewell, Yi Tian began his cultivation. With 20 days remaining, he could fully utilize this time to advance his training. Occasionally, he would go out. If he encountered talents worth copying, he would do so. If not, he would reserve his talent copying opportunities. After all, in 20 days, he would meet many talented individuals with highly beneficial abilities. If he used up his copying chances now, he would be unable to do so in 20 days. 3 days later, a messenger from Yu Ling delivered a report several dozen pages long. Alone, Yi Tian slowly flipped through the data. Fortunately, Yu Ling had provided a simple ranking of these talents. Otherwise, the sheer amount of information would have been overwhelming. Cultivation geniuses, combat geniuses. Talents were primarily divided into these two categories. Cultivation geniuses were those with exceptional cultivation talents, meaning the speed of their cultivation was higher. Combat geniuses, on the other hand, had talents that significantly amplified their offensive capabilities. They utterly dominated other martial warriors of the same level, to the extent that even cultivation geniuses dared not offend these combat geniuses. If one were both a combat genius and a cultivation genius, then they could truly be considered an exceptional talent. The #1 cultivation genius among great martial warriors, Yun Tian, the third young master of the Yun family. He is suspected to possess extraordinary talent. In just a year and a half, he reached the pinnacle of the great martial warrior realm, extraordinary talent. Upon seeing the name associated with these cultivation talents, Yitan speculated that extraordinary talents must be a level above top-tier cultivation talents. He then continued to scan the list of cultivation geniuses. In total, there were only 3 talents suspected to have extraordinary abilities. Within the vast Demon Sea base, it was improbable that there were only 3 with extraordinary talents. However, at the level of great martial warriors, there seemed to be only these 3. Others were either just beginning their cultivation journey, or had reached the realm of grandmasters, or even higher. Sadly, these 3 geniuses with extraordinary talents would surely not make casual appearances before others. Their families must be providing them extreme protection. They might not even participate in the upcoming secret realm, Yitan guessed. So, replicating the extraordinary talents of these 3 geniuses wouldn't be easy, but it was certainly possible. In addition to these 3, there were even more geniuses with top-tier cultivation talents, no fewer than 50, and these were merely the ones at the great martial warrior level. If the scope were expanded to encompass the entire Demon Sea base, the number of such geniuses with top-tier cultivation talents would likely multiply many times over. At this point, Yitan had to admit that the warriors of the Demon Sea base far outclassed those from Linhai base in terms of innate talent. This discrepancy had little to do with geography or population. It mainly stemmed from the cultivation levels of one's parents. If the parents had high levels of cultivation, then their offspring would be born with high innate talents. The Demon Sea base had flourished through generations, giving birth to numerous high-talent individuals. This was an advantage Linhai base simply couldn't match. Even if Linhai base did produce a genius, that individual would typically leave for a larger base, stunting the smaller base's development. For smaller bases, this was a vicious cycle, but for larger bases, it was a virtuous one. Let's look at combat geniuses next. Yitan opened the page dedicated to combat geniuses and began to browse intently. The top great martial warrior combat genius is Yun Feng, a peripheral talent of the Yun family. He's at the peak of the great martial warrior realm and is suspected to have a top-tier wind blade talent and a basic-level speed talent. What? Top-tier wind blade talent? Yitan was stunned. A wind blade talent was undoubtedly an offensive type, capable of amplifying attack power. A top-tier wind blade talent could probably amplify attack power by as much as 20 times. Coupled with the 2 elephant units of force that a peak great martial warrior could wield, this amounted to an attack strength of 40 elephant units of force. In terms of attack power, Yitan only had 27. 6 elephant units of force. I underestimated these geniuses. Yun Feng can deliver attacks with 40 elephant units of force, which is even more potent than the attacks of the Titan forest ape I encountered earlier. However, Yun Feng's speed isn't as fast as the Titan forest apes, and his defense isn't as formidable. Overall, his comprehensive strength is much weaker than that of the Titan forest ape, Yitan analyzed. When compared to Yun Feng, Yitan's advantages lay in defense, speed, and healing talents. After all, he possessed top-tier speed talent, mid-level defense talent, and top-tier healing talent. Even if he was at a lower realm than Yun Feng, he could still overpower him simply by relying on his talents. However, I must make sure that this information is complete. If these guys have hidden other talents, then their real strength will not be as it seems. In the future, when encountering other geniuses, I mustn't underestimate them. I have to give my all, Yitan cautioned himself. Besides Yun Feng, there were many other combat geniuses whose abilities should not be underestimated. Among them were those capable of delivering attacks with 30 elephant units of force. Some had particularly tricky abilities. Their attack power might not be impressive, but they had devious skills that were cause for concern. After spending a good half of the day, Yitan had gained a rudimentary understanding of these talented individuals. What came next was waiting for the opening of the secret realm. In the midst of his busy cultivation, 17 days quickly passed. That day, Yu Ling sent someone to invite Yitan to the Yu family. The time had come to enter the secret realm. Chapter 66. Wind Controlling Ship. 100 times the speed of sound Yu family estate. When Yi Tian arrived here, escorted by an elite martial warrior, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the Yu family's residential area. The estate the Yu family occupied was expansive, featuring numerous tall buildings and even clusters of retro-style villas. A large number of martial warriors were milling about, and elite martial warriors could be seen from time to time. The Yu family even had a considerable number of heavily armed guards, each clad in armor and wielding a spear, patrolling the area like ancient soldiers. Had Yi Tian not been guided, he would have found it impossible to enter the Yu family's estate. Along the way, Yi Tian had been using his cloning talent to assess the talents of the Yu family members. Medium cultivation talent, medium cultivation talent, low-level cultivation talent, high-level cultivation talent. After carefully observing, Yi Tian noticed that most of them had medium or low-level cultivation talents. Of course, there were also plenty of ordinary people in the Yu family. There weren't many with high-level cultivation talent, indicating that such a talent was relatively good within the Yu family. As for top-tier cultivation talent, Yi Tian hadn't seen a single one. Not that there weren't any, he just hadn't encountered them yet. "Young Master Yi Tian, we've arrived," said the escort, pointing to an open space not far away. There, over 20 people had already gathered around a dozen young individuals, 6 or 7 middle-aged people, and 1 elderly man. "Yi Tian, you've arrived," Yu Ling called out as he walked over. "Yes, I've arrived," Yi Tian responded, nodding faintly. At that moment, he sensed several unfriendly gazes directed at him. Sensing Yi Tian's awareness, Yu Ling walked over and whispered, "I gave the quota to you, which has made some of our clan members unhappy, but don't worry about them." Yi Tian nodded slightly. He wasn't concerned about mere martial warriors. The most talented among them had, at best, top-tier cultivation talent, and their special talents were far inferior to Yu Ling's. He might have paid more attention if someone had extraordinary talents. At that point, the elderly man glanced deeply at Yi Tian and announced, "Since everyone is here, let's set off." Boom! A flying ship materialized out of thin air. The sight completely astounded Yi Tian. A young man from the Yu family sneered, "What, never seen a wind-controlling ship before?" "We of the Yu family own as many as 10 of these." Feeling slighted, Yi Tian retorted, "The Yu family may have 10, but do you? Come talk to me when you do, otherwise just shut up." The young man was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Was he to claim the wind-controlling ship as his? He dared not. The ship belonged to the Yu family, not to him. HMPH, it's easy to enter the secret realm, but not so easy to leave. I'd hate to see Ling waste a quota on you, the young man scoffed. Don't worry. If anyone's going to die, it won't be me, Yi Tian chuckled. All right, young people, let's not get too heated, the elderly man interrupted, his gaze shifting between Yi Tian and the young man as a subtle aura of pressure emanated from him. Instantly, the young man from the Yu family fell silent, and so did Yi Tian. Both wore expressions of caution. This old man is really powerful, Yi Tian thought to himself, feeling a tinge of surprise. He used his talent to scrutinize the old man, human. Yu Ben, cultivation talent, top tier, swordsmanship talent, basic. Old man Yu Ben possessed top-tier cultivation talent and basic-level swordsmanship talent. Given Yu Ben's age, he must have practiced for a long time, possibly reaching the peak realm of a grandmaster. In that case, his combat power would have been unimaginable, far surpassing Yi Tian. Go ahead, Yu Ben said indifferently. Whoosh! The cabin door of the wind-controlling ship opened. Swoosh! 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 One martial warrior after another leapt into the air, entering the wind-controlling ship. Yi Tian stood alongside Yu Ling. The interior of the wind-controlling ship was quite spacious, with numerous seats. Yi Tian and Yu Ling found adjacent seats and sat down. Yu Ling, the wind-controlling ship was constructed using formations, right? Yi Tian curiously inquired. Yes. The wind-controlling ship is made using a levitation formation and multiple other formations. The materials for constructing it are rare, making it very expensive. If measured in monetary terms, it's worth tens of billions, Yu Ling explained. Gasp, worth tens of billions. Yi Tian couldn't help but be astonished by the price of the wind-controlling ship. At that moment, Yu Ling continued, "Actually, nobody is willing to sell a wind-controlling ship. Even if you have the money, you can't buy it. Do you know what its top speed is? How fast?" Yi Tian displayed a thirst for knowledge. 100 times the speed of sound? Yu Ling said seriously. 100 times the speed of sound? Yi Tian was genuinely shocked. That speed was incredibly fast. Even supersonic jets from his previous world would be inferior in comparison. Of course, activating 100 times the speed of sound comes at a great cost, requiring the use of extremely valuable Yuan Kai stones. Yu Ling immediately explained. Yuan Kai stones were formed from the condensation of the world's Yuan Kai. Earth had been nurtured by Yuan Kai for only 100 years, so there weren't many of these stones. It was extremely difficult to find even one, making them practically invisible on the market. They were exceedingly valuable resources. Without them, the wind-controlling ship would have a hard time flying. Even with the help of the world's natural Yuan Kai, it wouldn't reach the speed of sound. Therefore, using the wind-controlling ship was a resource-consuming endeavor. Even the Yu family didn't dare to waste Yuan Kai stones to activate a speed of 100 times the speed of sound. This time, the Yu family had activated only 10 times the speed of sound on the wind-controlling ship. That speed was already very fast. As they were in the air, unobstructed, they could fly without worry. If they were on the ground, even a grandmaster wouldn't dare to casually elevate the speed to 10 times the speed of sound. That could easily cause problems. Under the state of flying at 10 times the speed of sound, they reached their destination swiftly. "Everyone, come out!" Yu Ben's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The cabin door opened, and one martial warrior from the Yu family after another jumped out, followed by Yi Tian. Below was a range of mountains, and Yi Tian and the Yu family members landed on a flat area atop one of the peaks. Whoosh! The air quivered, and the massive wind-controlling ship vanished. At that moment, Yi Tian clearly saw that the wind-controlling ship was taken away by Yu Ben. "Yu Ben must have some sort of storage equipment with a huge space," Yi Tian said enviously. He also wished to obtain such equipment, but unfortunately had no means. It was unbuyable. "I'll ask Yu Ling in the future if there's a way to get storage equipment," Yi Tian secretly planned. "Others have also arrived," Yu Ling whispered. Yi Tian looked around and saw that martial warriors were landing on the surrounding mountain peaks from their respective wind-controlling ships. In just half an hour, over 40 wind-controlling ships had arrived, and the number of arriving martial warriors had quickly reached nearly 1,000. Chapter 67. The sudden appearance of a king-level warrior. Due to the considerable distance between the warriors, Yi Tian naturally couldn't inspect the talents of all of them. After all, the range of his talent inspection ability only covered about 200 meters. Yet, within this mere 200-meter radius, many warriors were encompassed. Inspect. In an instant, phantom screens appeared on his retina. Each screen represented the talent of a warrior. He could simultaneously inspect the talents of 100 warriors, a capability generated by his upgraded talent copying ability, eliminating the need to check them one by one. High-level sight talent, not bad. It would be quite useful for tracking people, but it's not very useful to me right now. Basic shape-shifting talent, pretty good. With this talent, one can change one's size, appearance, and even, well, that. Truly a boon for men. However, it's currently not of much use to my strength. Various talents flashed before Yi Tian's eyes, but none caught his fancy. The ones that could be considered worthwhile were top-tier cultivation talents. If he copied several more of those, perhaps his top-tier cultivation talents could metamorphose into extraordinary talents. However, he could only copy one talent at the moment. Maybe in the future, if his talent-copying ability evolved, he might be able to copy multiple talents at once. But not now. I've already wasted a lot of time. I must copy a satisfactory talent for this round, Yi Tian thought to himself. Suddenly, there was a commotion on a nearby mountain. Who is that person? Yi Tian looked in the direction of the disturbance and saw a young man in white, who was the subject of much discussion among the crowd. Many people were looking at the young man in white. That's Yun Feng, Yu Ling introduced. So he is Yun Feng, Yi Tian realized. He had read the files on the prodigies. Yun Feng was ranked first among combat talents. Yun Feng possessed a top-tier wind blade talent and a basic speed talent. These were the two talents known to the public. Whether he had other talents was unknown, but it was unlikely. Given his status as a combat prodigy, many people would be studying him, making it difficult to conceal any talents. Moreover, possessing two special talents was already a phenomenal feat, unless one had the talent-copying ability, which could allow for even more talents. Wind blade talent is indeed a good talent, amplifying attacks by 20 times and offering a long-range attack option. But it can't amplify my combat strength, Yi Tian lamented inwardly. His actual physical strength was only at 250,000 katas, but with a 10x strength talent and a 6x bronze-level mastery in Qingfeng/technique, these two talents could stack, resulting in a 60x amplification. The reason the strength talent and blade technique could stack was because the blade technique wasn't considered a talent. It was an attack method developed through a blade skill talent, so the strength talent could enhance it. The two formed a stacking effect. But wind blade talent wouldn't work in that way. Wind blade talent couldn't stack with the strength talent, as both were attack-type talents. If they could stack, it would throw things into chaos. If that were possible, he would have copied a slew of attack talents long ago, and their stacking effect would let him vanquish anything, maybe even gods and demons. But that was unrealistic. My physical strength is only 250,000 katas, and it becomes 500,000 katas after the elemental power amplification. Even if I copied Wind Blade, my attack power would only be 10 million katas, equivalent to the power of 10 elephants. It wouldn't contribute much to my combat strength. At best, it would compensate for my weakness in long-range attacks, Yi Tian thought. Therefore, he wasn't keen on copying the top-tier Wind Blade talent, at least not for now. Just as Yi Tian was lost in thought, the void started to quiver. The spatial rift is about to emerge, Yu Ling whispered, her gaze shifting upward to the sky. Crack, crack, crack. The sky seemed as if it were shattering, making a sizzling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous noise, a surge of elemental energy erupted from an unknown source. A small black dot appeared 100 meters up in the air, gradually expanding into a tiny rift. Then the rift widened until it was about a meter long. But there it stopped, expanding no further. A measly 1 meter-long spatial rift with an estimated width of less than 10 centimeters. Such a rift was hardly large enough for a person to pass through. Anyone foolish enough to try would likely be torn asunder, even if they were a top-tier grandmaster. Yi Tian wondered what to do next, and many of the martial warriors seemed equally puzzled. Suddenly, grandmasters from various major families respectfully bowed and exclaimed, "May Lord Yun Wang take action?" "All right." A voice pervaded the air, echoing like the sound of heaven and earth. In the next moment, everyone cried out in astonishment. Suspended in midair appeared a figure who looked to be in his early 30s, but Yi Tian knew better. The person was certainly much older than that. The lifespan of someone beyond the realm of Grandmaster was considerably longer than that of ordinary people. For instance, a Grandmaster could live up to 200 years. Yi Tian wasn't sure about the lifespan of those even more advanced, but they could undoubtedly live much longer. Such warriors should not be judged by their appearance. "He's flying in midair. This is a king-class warrior?" Yu Ling said, admiration filling her voice. "King-class." Yi Tian whispered, "Is that the next realm above Grandmaster?" Yu Ling nodded. "Exactly, King-class is the next realm beyond Grandmaster. Not only can they fly, but their lifespan also extends to about 500 years. However, even those with top-tier cultivation talents have less than a 10% chance of reaching this level. And for those with extraordinary cultivation talents, the probability isn't 100%. It's more like 80%. It's said that one must satisfy certain conditions to achieve king-class status." "Is this figure an individual with extraordinary cultivation talents?" Yi Tian ventured to ask. It seems so, but I'm not sure. Yuling shook her head. Extraordinary cultivation talents, extraordinary cultivation talents. Yi Tian's mind was consumed by these words. The next moment, his eyes were filled with desire and determination. He wanted to observe the talents of this king-class entity. If he confirmed that the figure possessed extraordinary cultivation talents, he would copy them without hesitation. Opportunities for extraordinary cultivation talents were rare, and Yi Tian didn't know when he would encounter another. Missing this would be too regrettable. Yi Tian estimated the straight-line distance between him and the king-class warrior to be just over 200 meters. So, Yi Tian started walking toward the other side, slowly approaching the king-class figure. Yun Wang means Cloud River King. Chapter 68. Extraordinary Talent. 250 meters. 230 meters. 220 meters. Yi Tian walked slowly, as if wandering aimlessly. Almost no one paid attention to him except Yuling. What is Yi Tian doing? Yuling wondered, but soon turned her gaze back to Yun Wang, floating in the sky. Watching a king level in action was an opportunity not to be missed. Boom! Finally, Yun Wang made his move. A pair of enormous glowing hands emerged from the void, reaching into the 1-meter-long spatial rift. Open! Yun Wang roared. Crack, crack, crack. The previously static spatial rift tore open once more, widening under the influence of the glowing hands, eventually forming a hole 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. Yet, everyone clearly saw that during the process, Yun Wang's glowing hands were vanishing, his aura slightly weakening. This suggested that tearing open the rift was somewhat strenuous for him, and not without cost. By this time, Yi Tian was less than 200 meters away from Yun Wang. Instantly, he checked Yun Wang's talents. Human. Yun. Cultivation talent. Extraordinary spatial talent. Basic. Wow, he even has spatial talent, Yi Tian exclaimed. To his knowledge, spatial and temporal talents were mysterious and superior to other talents. This was the first time he encountered a martial warrior with spatial talent. He wanted to replicate this spatial talent, but eventually gritted his teeth and copied Yun Wang's extraordinary cultivation talent instead. A basic spatial talent might be marvelous, but an extraordinary cultivation talent was invaluable, impacting the future. Besides, there were also ferocious beasts with spatial talents. Those could be found if he searched. Weighing the options, copying the extraordinary cultivation talent made more sense. A few seconds after Yi Tian copied the extraordinary talent, Yun Wang disappeared. Lucky I copied it in time, or I would have missed such an extraordinary talent, Yi Tian thought gratefully. He then walked back to Yuling. That's a king-level being capable of living 500 years. The Earth has only undergone its great transformation a mere 100 years ago. 500 years is an incredibly long time, Yuling sighed. I wonder if I can ever reach king level in this lifetime. She had acquired treasures, boosting her talent to a top cultivation level, but the probability of reaching king level remained below 10%. Even within the Grand Base in the Demon Sea, numerous top-level cultivators were stuck at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Only a scarce few had managed to step into the king-level realm. Don't overthink it. Let things happen naturally, Yi Tian advised. Says the guy with the cheat lol. Right, let's go with the flow. Yuling lifted her spirits. At least we can enter the Grandmaster realm and live up to 200 years. Many martial warriors never get the chance to reach that level in their lifetime, not to mention those who are destined never to become martial warriors. Compared to them, we are extremely fortunate. Indeed, we are incredibly fortunate. Yi Tian wholeheartedly agreed. It was due to sheer luck that he had awakened his ability to clone talents, a stroke of fortune that led him step by step to his current standing. Without this cloning ability, even if he were a time traveler, he would never have become powerful. He wouldn't even have the chance to become an elite martial warrior due to his inherent limitations. Prepare to enter the secret realm, the family elders commanded the gathered martial warriors. Elder Yu Ben also turned to address the martial warriors of the Yu family. Once you enter the secret realm, try to ally with members of our clan. It's safer that way. You can stay in the realm for only 1 month. If you don't return within that period, you'll have to wait another decade to leave. The secret realm has mysterious rules that prevent one from breaking through to the Grandmaster realm while in it. Don't harbor any false hopes. You should all understand the consequences of wasting 10 years at your age. We understand, Elder, replied the Yu family martial warriors in unison. Suddenly, Yu Ling handed Yitian a wristwatch. This is a contact sensor. Even within the secret realm, we can use this device to locate each other. Once we enter, we'll be teleported and should regroup as quickly as possible. Understood, Yitian fastened the wristwatch and then asked. How do we leave after a month? It was a fair question. His knowledge of the secret realm was still quite limited. We exit through the same spatial rift, explained Yu Ling. Once we're all in, someone will place an artifact inside the rift. At that time, a mysterious light will illuminate the entire secret realm. We can then use this light to locate the rift and calculate the time to exit. Ah, I see, Yitian finally understood. In essence, the spatial rift was a gateway, and there was another rift on the secret realm's side. Instead of exiting from that rift, they would be flung by spatial forces to various locations within the realm. Whoosh, 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 one by one, the martial warriors leapt into the spatial rift and disappeared. Soon, it was the turn of the Yu family members. Yitian followed Yu Ling, entering the rift one after the other. As he entered, he was enveloped by a force of spatial energy. Boom! A surge of force assailed him, and Yitian felt slightly disoriented as he plummeted towards a particular location, secret realm. Yitian appeared next to a small stream, his impact creating a large crater in the ground. Thankfully, his body was sturdy. Otherwise, an average person would have been reduced to pulp by such a fall. After standing up and assessing his surroundings to ensure there were no immediate dangers, Yitian quickly sought a suitable resting place. He was preparing to start the integration of an extraordinary-level cultivation talent. Soon, he found a pile of rocks, large enough to hide a person and unlikely to be discovered. Entering this rock pile, he sat down cross-legged and began the integration process. Boom! A wave of intense pain shot through him. It felt like the first time he had integrated a talent. The pain from the integration of this extraordinary-level cultivation talent was even more intense than he had imagined. Yet, thinking about the benefits that would come after, he endured it. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yitian recovered, coming out of a period of discomfort. His body was soaked, his clothing stained with sweat. His first action was not to clean himself but to check the status of his talents. Chapter 69. Harvest, Human Yitian Cultivation Talent, Extraordinary Speed Talent, Top-Tier Blade Talent, High-Level Shadow Talent, Low. Healing Talent, Top-Tier, Strength Talent, High-Level Endurance Talent, Mid-Tier, Defense Talent, Mid-Tier. Yitian gazed at the lone extraordinary listed under his cultivation talent, filled with excitement. With this extraordinary-level cultivation talent, I can become a Grandmaster in no time. The chance of becoming a king-level practitioner might not be 100%, but an 80% likelihood is still significant. As long as I'm not supremely unlucky, I should be able to become not just a king-level but an even more powerful being, he muttered to himself. Soon after, he went to the edge of a small stream and cleaned himself. Only then did he have the time to check his communicator watch. He saw 2 red dots on it, presumably marking the locations of him and Yu Ling. At that moment, the other red dot was slowly moving closer to him. This stationary red dot represents me, and the other one represents Yu Ling. Yu Ling is running towards me. I should get moving, I can't just stay idle. Thus, Yitian started moving. Along the way, he didn't dare to run too fast and remained ever vigilant of his surroundings. He knew very little about this secret realm, except that it was filled with numerous treasures, such as herbs that had aged for hundreds or even thousands of years. On Earth, herbs seldom exceed 100 years in age, given that the Great Change had only occurred a century ago. It was only during these 100 years that the world's elemental energy emerged, leading to the growth of many herbs. As for millennium-old herbs, those were artifacts of ancient times and incredibly rare on Earth, almost as difficult to find as fighting a king-level beast. However, in this mystical realm, he sensed it wouldn't be too hard to find herbs that had aged for hundreds or even thousands of years. Sure enough, Yi had not run for long when he sensed an object rich in elemental energy. "It's over there." Yi jogged toward it and started digging. Soon, he unearthed a ginseng root. 100-year-old ginseng? Yi joyously collected it. 100-year-old ginseng like this would fetch a price of $50 million at the magic sea base. Although he had hundreds of millions in savings, it wouldn't be enough for long-term cultivation. Now, just having entered this mystical realm, he had already reaped such rewards. He could only imagine what more lay ahead. No wonder those warriors from the Yu family were so opposed to me. A spot like this, if sold, could fetch tens of billions. Yet Yu Ling gave this valuable spot to me. Yi mused. He had already decided that he would do his best to protect Yu Ling within this mystical realm. As he continued to move forward, he encountered several more valuable items along the way. Anything worth more than $1 million he collected. The only regret was that he didn't have a storage bag, so his load quickly became rather bulky. Several hours passed, and Yi checked his position. He was about to meet up with Yu Ling. Just then, a ferocious beast appeared before him, species, blood tiger beast, bloodline talent, high level. Blood flame talent, basic. A blood tiger beast, roughly the size of a calf, glared menacingly at Yi and immediately lunged at him. Yi had encountered several of these vicious beasts along the way. These blood tiger beasts were high-ranking predators, but more troublesome than typical high-ranking ones, as they could ignite their own blood, even amplifying the power of their bloodline, thus momentarily unleashing an attack several times more potent. A single desperate blood tiger was capable of killing a mid-level martial warrior, or even severely injuring a late-stage one, albeit at the cost of debilitating itself. As the blood tiger charged, Yi slashed at it with his blade. With a splattering sound, the blood tiger was cleaved in half by the blade's aura, dead beyond any doubt. The blood of the blood tiger beast was valuable, but Yi had no time to collect it. He couldn't carry any more of it as he had only brought a single water bottle into this secret realm. Bypassing the corpse of the blood tiger, Yi rapidly sprinted towards Yu Ling's location. A minute later, Yi finally saw Yu Ling, but her condition looked grim. She was covered in wounds, her face pale, and was currently fighting a group of ferocious beasts, more blood tigers. Apparently this region was their territory. 13 blood tigers, Yi counted. Including the one he had killed, the total number reached 20. Needless to say, Yu Ling was unlucky to have encountered so many blood tigers at once. Why would Yu Ling be injured? These blood tigers shouldn't be able to hurt her. Yu Ling has a secondary speed talent that doubles her speed. If she wanted to escape, these blood tigers couldn't stop her, Yi thought, puzzled. Just then, Yu Ling unleashed a powerful sword technique. 10-direction blade. Dense sword light swept across a radius of tens of meters. One by one, the blood tigers were torn apart by the sword light and fell into pools of blood. What a strong sword technique, likely a bronze-level one, but even stronger than the Qingfeng slash, Yi estimated. He knew that among bronze-level blade techniques, Qingfeng slash was not particularly strong. Some complete bronze-level techniques could even increase attack power 7-fold. However, such techniques were rare and costly. But for the Yu family, a prominent family in the Demon Sea Base, obtaining such a bronze-level sword technique would not be difficult for Yu Ling. After the 10-direction blade move, the blood tigers were almost entirely wiped out, leaving only a few. That's when Yi stepped in and instantly killed the remaining blood tigers. "Yu Ling, how did you get hurt? These blood tigers shouldn't have been able to injure you?" Yi inquired. "Bad luck. I encountered a powerful high-ranking beast with a special talent. If I didn't have my secondary speed talent, I'd be dead by now," Yu Ling said, her heart still pounding. Soon, Yi learned from Yu Ling about the beast, a mysterious creature with a talent for eye techniques. It had a third eye on its forehead that could emit black light, which easily penetrated Yu Ling's defenses. Had she not been quick to flee, she might have died. Eye technique talent? Yi Tian was very interested, but finding that beast now would be difficult, given that it could be anywhere by now. You rest and heal, I'll stand guard for you, Yi Tian suggested. All right, Yu Ling agreed without hesitation. She sat cross-legged, took out a bottle of high-grade healing liquid from her storage bag, drank it, and began to heal her injuries. Half an hour later, Yu Ling had recovered. Just as they were about to leave, an eerie light emanated from the sky. The light illuminated the area and also reached Yi Tian. That's light emitted from within a spatial rift. The source of the light is the spatial rift itself. Judging by the distance, we're not too far from it, so our luck is not bad, Yu Ling said, relieved. If they had been unlucky, the spatial rift would have been far away, potentially consuming half their time just to get there, leaving little time for any benefits. Chapter 70. The Various Abilities of Spatial Talent. Once Yi Tian and Yu Ling had determined the location of the spatial rift, their worries were dispelled. Yu Ling, where should we go next? Yi Tian inquired. He had no idea where to go. Aimlessly wandering could hardly yield substantial gains. Being able to enter this secret realm only once every 10 years, would it not be a wasted trip if they didn't collect enough valuable items? Yu Ling looked at Yi Tian intently and said, Yi Tian, there are some things I haven't told you. Do you know what the most precious treasure in this secret realm is? I don't know. Yi Tian shook his head. Yu Ling spoke gravely. The most valuable treasures here can enhance your innate talent and Kai stones. There are Kai stones here. Yi Tian was astonished. Yes, and there are quite a few. It's said that there are Kai stone veins in this secret realm. Every time a Kai stone vein is discovered, it causes many people to fight over it. For example, 10 years ago, a Kai stone vein was discovered, and over 100 martial warriors fought over it. Ultimately, the Yun family took away most of the Kai stones. According to estimates, that Kai stone vein contained as many as 10,000 Kai stones, Yu Ling explained. 10,000 pieces, that's so many. Yi Tian was well aware of how expensive 10,000 Kai stones would be. Even a single Kai stone was unaffordable. If someone were willing to sell a Kai stone, 10 billion might not even be enough to buy it. In other words, Yi Tian's entire fortune wasn't even worth one Kai stone. So, are we going to seize these Kai stones? Yi Tian was somewhat expectant. No, Kai stone veins are rare, and we don't even know where to begin to look for them. My goal is the treasure that can enhance innate talents. If we can find a treasure that can elevate our cultivation talents to an extraordinary level, then we would truly strike it rich, said an excited Yu Ling, who then sighed. Unfortunately, in the past century, only one such treasure capable of elevating a martial warrior's talents to an extraordinary level has appeared. Such treasures are incredibly rare. Yi Tian nodded, agreeing with Yu Ling's statement. If treasures that could elevate one's cultivation talents to extraordinary level were easy to acquire, then extraordinary level talents wouldn't be so rare. Then, Yu Ling shared something that excited Yi Tian further. Although I don't know where to find the treasure that can elevate one's cultivation talents to extraordinary level, I do know of a treasure that can raise them to a top-tier level. Such a treasure would be worth no less than 100 billion. After saying this, Yu Ling looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, there's more than one of these treasures. My father discovered them 20 years ago, but he wasn't strong enough to defeat the fierce beasts guarding them, so he couldn't retrieve them. This secret was never shared with the Yu family. However, this time, my father told me. Also, my father left a sensor there so I can find it. But my strength isn't enough. I need your help. I can promise to give you half of the gains. What do you say? What kind of strength do the fierce beasts have, and what exactly is this treasure? Yi Tian quickly posed 2 questions. Yu Ling introduced. There is only one ferocious beast, a black wolf that is 1 meter long. Although it's small in size, its strength is incredibly formidable. The key thing is that this black wolf possesses a terrifying ability, spatial talent for teleportation. The ability to teleport indicates that the creature's spatial talents have reached a medium level. Teleportation. Medium level. Does that mean that each level of spatial talent comes with different abilities? Yi Tian asked, filled with curiosity. Yu Ling elaborated. The demon sea base, also has warriors with spatial talents. According to these warriors, those with weak-level spatial talents have the ability to sense their surroundings through spatial perception. This sense is stronger and more discrete than mental sensing and is hard to detect. Those with low-tier spatial talents can leave spatial marks and sense these marks even from great distances. This ability is also essential for creating storage bags. We can establish a connection with the storage bags due to the abilities granted by sub-medium spatial talents. Of course, those who make the bags erase this connection. Otherwise, we would not be able to claim them as our own. Then there are those with basic-level spatial talents who can create a small personal space, far more convenient than a storage bag. As for medium-level spatial talents, as I've just told you, their ability is teleportation. What about high-level spatial talents? Yi-Tian curiously inquired, noting that Yu Ling had omitted this information. Yu Ling's expression changed dramatically. There are no warriors with high-level spatial talents in the Demon Sea base, but some ferocious beasts possess them. Yi-Tian, if you ever encounter a beast with high-level spatial abilities, do everything in your power to escape. Such creatures are terrifyingly powerful and difficult for warriors to defeat. Let me tell you this. A king-level warrior was instantly killed by a top-level beast possessing high-level spatial talents. The ability granted by high-level spatial talent is the spatial blade, and not even king-level warriors can withstand it. Moreover, creatures with high-level spatial talents are incredibly fast. They can teleport over long distances, making them hard to escape even for king-level warriors. Yi-Tian gasped. This high-level spatial talent is utterly outrageous. It totally ignores realms. Spatial and temporal talents are indeed the two supreme talents. It's rumored that temporal talents are even more terrifying than spatial ones, but I wonder what abilities they grant. Yi-Tian mused, his curiosity unabated. However, Yu Ling was also unaware of temporal talents. No warriors in the entire Demon Sea base possessed them, nor had he ever heard of beasts with such talents. Perhaps someone had encountered them, but had not lived to share the news. Yi-Tian, the treasure guarded by the Black Wolf is the heavenly soul flower. When my father saw it, there were 8 flowers. The Black Wolf likely won't consume the heavenly soul flower as it doesn't benefit its spatial talents. The flower mainly benefits those training in talent and bloodline talents, not spatial talents. It guards them simply because they are in its lair. Moreover, the Black Wolf can only teleport. It doesn't possess the spatial blade ability, so we still have hope. I heard that your sister has medium-level training talents. If she gets the heavenly soul flower, she could become a top-level talent trainer. Yu Ling tried to entice him. Yu Ling, you don't need to say all that. I'm in, Yi-Tian said, grinning. In reality, his excitement knew no bounds. What thrilled him was not the heavenly soul flower, but the Black Wolf's medium-level spatial talent. It was far more powerful than Yun Wang's basic-level spatial talent, adding the ability to teleport. Although his cloning ability was in cooldown, if he could kill the Black Wolf and take its body, he could clone its spatial talents once the cooldown ended. The double benefits of spatial talent and the heavenly soul flower made the venture too good to pass up. Really? Then let's hurry. However, I can only watch from the sidelines. After all, I'm no match for the Black Wolf and can't even hold it off, Yu Ling said, her face flushed. Don't worry, leave the Black Wolf to me, Yi-Tian assured her. Chapter 71. The Moon Wolf That Travels Through Space. Yu Ling pulled out a communicator from her storage bag. Unlike a wristwatch, this communicator had the form of a mobile phone. Yi-Tian glanced at Yu Ling's storage bag once more, but this time he felt no desire or interest. If he could acquire a talent for mid-level spatial manipulation, he could create a personal space pocket, something vastly superior to a storage bag. The value of a storage bag couldn't compare with that of a personal space. This is my father's communicator, Yu Ling explained. It's inscribed with a formation that slowly draws in elemental energy. Even after 20 years, it can still connect with the other communicator. Sure enough, a red dot appeared on the communicator's screen, indicating the location of the Black Wolf's den. Fortunately, it's not too far. We should be able to reach there in half a day if we quicken our pace, Yuling estimated. Fine, I'll take the lead. Follow me, Yitian said. Yitian walked in front while Yuling trailed behind. The two of them ran toward the location where the soul flowers were. Along the way, Yitian exhibited extraordinary power, swiftly killing any high-level beasts they encountered, some of which were so fearsome that even Yuling felt wary. Such terrifying strength, Yuling thought to herself. His power might even surpass that of ordinary masters, perhaps even close to Yun Feng, that freak. Initially, Yuling had not been very hopeful about obtaining the soul flowers. Now, however, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. Each soul flower was worth 10 billion, and there were 8 of them. She would receive 4, equaling a staggering 40 billion. This was an unimaginable bounty, and that didn't even consider other treasures they might find. Half a day passed, and Yitian and Yuling had covered a long distance, overcoming several herds of high-level beasts along the way. Although Yitian found some of them quite formidable, he managed to escape, carrying Yuling with him. Finally, the duo reached their destination relatively unscathed. This secret realm is too dangerous. If it weren't for you, Yitian, I don't think I could have made it here, Yuling admitted. Of course, her words were only half true. While she couldn't have taken on those beasts alone, as the daughter of the Yu family's main branch, she had her own trump cards. Yitian didn't entirely trust Yuling's words. He believed that even without his help, Yuling could have reached the soul flowers, although she probably wouldn't have been able to deal with the black wolf. Yuling, we're partners, and I'll do my best to help you. However, you have to help too. I assume you have some kind of trump card to counter the black wolf's teleportation abilities. Otherwise, killing it would be difficult, Yitian said. Yes, I do, Yuling responded without hesitation. I have a one-time use formation that can affect space within several hundred meters for 3 seconds, dramatically reducing the effectiveness of teleportation. But after 3 seconds, the formation will be useless. This formation is worth 2 billion and isn't easy to come by. If we fail to kill the wolf, it would be a great loss for me. 3 seconds should be enough, Yitian pondered aloud. He wasn't 100% certain. He'd have to see the black wolf's abilities to make a definitive judgment. Soon, Yitian and Yuling approached the black wolf's lair, which was located midway up a large mountain. Inside a huge cave, there was another world altogether, with the 8 soul flowers growing within. Around 3,000 meters away from the lair, Yitian heard a wolf's howl seemingly directed at them. We've been discovered, Yuling said, her expression grave. They detected us from this far away, Yitian wondered. Yitian was utterly astonished. If it was true, then Black Wolf spatial sensing had detected them. Yet Yitian felt nothing at all. This eerie ability was truly terrifying, and the fact that even a low-level spatial talent could possess such an ability only underscored how formidable spatial talents were. The stronger the spatial talent, the less Yitian felt intimidated. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. Because once he killed the Black Wolf, that spatial talent would be his. Yitian, let's just go there directly. We've already been exposed, Yuling suggested. Yitian agreed. It was better to deal with the Black Wolf as quickly as possible to prevent any changes. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yitian and Yuling quickly advanced and arrived at the mouth of Black Wolf's cave. Then they burst into the cave. Inside was a vast space with a hole in the ceiling connecting it to the outside world. Sunlight streamed in, making the cave as bright as the outside. Nice environment. This Black Wolf really knows how to pick a den, Yitian commented. Boom, a powerful beastly aura filled the air. Silently, a black wolf appeared not far from Yitian, staring at him and Yuling with furious eyes. Check! Yitian activated his cloning talent to observe the Black Wolf's talents. Type, Moon-escaping wolf bloodline talent. Top spatial talent. Medium enlargement talent. Medium seeing the talents of the moon-escaping wolf. Yitian was genuinely shocked. If it were in the outside world, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier beast, and a terrifying one at that within top-tier beasts. Moreover, it had not only medium spatial talent, but also medium growth talent. Judging from the name, growth talent likely allowed it to grow larger. Yiqian naively thought this talent merely made it grow, unaware that this likely also involved a multiple-fold increase in physical strength and other attributes. Yu Ling's father was unaware of this talent, probably because the moon-escaping wolf hadn't used it at the time. Had Yiqian not checked the wolf's talents, he might have overlooked it, which would result in failure. Yu Ling, you set up the array. I'll keep this mo. Black wolf occupied. Once the array is ready, let me know. Follow my command then. Yiqian almost let slip the true name of the moon-escaping wolf, but corrected himself just in time. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to explain how he knew its name. All right. Yu Ling agreed with Yiqian's plan. Immediately, she took out a disc from her storage bag. The disc had mysterious patterns on it and emitted faint fluctuations that could slightly affect space. If Yiqian successfully copied the spatial talent, he would be able to sense what those fluctuations meant. Spatial fluctuations. This disc was actually a disposable array plate made jointly by spatial talents and array masters, so it had the ability to affect space. However, it only slowed down teleportation. It couldn't actually stop it. Acquiring an array that could truly prevent teleportation was beyond her reach, as it would be too valuable. Chapter 72. Success in Killing and Gaining Treasures. Roar. The Moonstealth Wolf roared at Yiqian as if saying, "Humans, leave." The reason the Moonstealth Wolf did not immediately attack Yiqian was that it sensed a faint threat. It found Yiqian to be very dangerous. If Yiqian would voluntarily leave, the wolf saw no need for a violent confrontation. Whoosh! Yiqian made his move faster than lightning. This move startled the Moonstealth Wolf. Without relying on teleportation, its speed was far inferior to Yiqian's. Teleport. The Moonstealth Wolf disappeared in an instant. It didn't achieve this through sheer speed but by warping space, teleporting to another location. This kind of teleportation could bypass any obstacles, making it far superior to mere speed. A mist strike. Yiqian's blade hit the stone wall. Teleportation is frightening. I didn't notice the Moonstealth Wolf's movement at all. Yiqian was amazed. But after this probing move, Yiqian had gathered some information. The Moonstealth Wolf was not strong. Its attack power only equivalent to the strength of 2 elephants, similar to that of an ultimate great martial warrior, making it the weakest among the high-level ferocious beasts. However, the Moonstealth Wolf's spatial ability was extremely abnormal. It kept teleporting, making it impossible to hit. How could he kill the wolf if he couldn't hit its swoosh, swoosh, swoosh? Yiqian and the Moonstealth Wolf constantly chased each other. They moved so fast that even Yu Ling could not see either of them. This is insane. This black wolf can teleport, and that's fine, but Yiqian doesn't even have spatial talents, and his speed has also reached this level. What level is his speed talent? Is it a high-level speed talent? Yu Ling marveled. However, she couldn't even catch sight of Yiqian, so naturally, she couldn't gauge his speed. All she knew was that he was much faster than her. Immediately, she focused on setting up the formation. Setting up the formation was simple. Fix the formation plate and activate it with Yuan energy. Then let the plate slowly absorb the natural Yuan energy. Once the energy was accumulated to a certain level, release the formation's power all at once. This process took 3 seconds. Almost there. Yu Ling observed the light on the formation plate and silently counted. About a minute passed, and the formation plate shone brightly. "Yiqian, it's ready?" Yu Ling whispered. Although her voice was low, Yiqian heard it. He knew the spatial inhibition formation plate was successfully set up and ready to affect the wolf's teleportation. "Yu Ling, activate it?" Yiqian yelled. Hearing Yiqian's command, Yu Ling immediately activated the spatial inhibition formation plate without hesitation. In an instant, a wave of spatial energy spread out. Although Yu Ling couldn't sense spatial energy, she felt a suppressing force, as if space was being restricted. At that moment, the continuously teleporting Moonstealth Wolf was suddenly slowed down. Teleporting became noticeably more difficult. Now's the chance. Yiqian seized the opportunity, not wasting a single moment. 28 times the speed of sound, 10 times power, shadow kill. The knife technique Yi Tian used was shadow kill, not green wind slash, King Feng slash. The green wind slash could stack up to 6 times the attack power, which was indeed fearsome. However, Yi Tian didn't need such strong attacks. The attack power under Shadow Strike was nearly equivalent to the strength of 3 elephants. The power of 3 elephants was sufficient to deliver a fatal blow to the Moon Shadow Wolf. But the primary reason Yi Tian used the Shadow Strike was the speed of his blade. The 25-fold boost to his blade speed allowed Yi Tian's attacks to accelerate to 50 times their normal rate. Even a powerful Grandmaster might not be able to react in time, let alone the teleporting Moon Shadow Wolf, which was affected by the formation. At that moment, what Yi Tian sought was speed. Yu Ling said the formation would affect the Moon Shadow Wolf for 3 seconds, but Yi Tian didn't believe her timing. He trusted only his blade. Sensing imminent danger, the Moon Shadow Wolf unleashed its other innate talent, enlargement. In an instant, the wolf grew larger, its power and other attributes skyrocketing. Crack with its enhanced capabilities, the Moon Shadow Wolf almost broke free from the formation's restraints, on the verge of teleporting away. Just then, the Shadow Strike arrived. Thwack. The blade sliced through the wolf's neck, nearly severing it. The next moment, the teleporting Moon Shadow Wolf reappeared 50 meters away, collapsing weakly to the ground, its life force waning. What? It wasn't affected for even a second? Yu Ling was shocked. She had initially thought the formation would last for 3 seconds, but in less than a second, the Moon Shadow Wolf's spatial abilities shattered the formation, breaking it into countless pieces. However, when she saw the lifeless Moon Shadow Wolf, she sighed in relief. Yi Tian, I thought we were about to fail. Yu Ling approached, saying. Yi Tian also exhaled deeply, realizing that had he used the King Feng slash earlier, the wolf might have successfully teleported away. Thankfully, he had considered all possibilities, including the wolf's enlargement talent. Even after enlarging, the wolf's power had exceeded that of the 3-elephant force, stronger than the Shadow Strike. But what did it matter? Under absolute speed, the wolf's neck couldn't withstand Yi Tian's blade and was cleanly severed. Seeing that the Moon Shadow Wolf had truly lost its life and died, Yi Tian said, Yu Ling, I'm interested in the corpse of this black wolf. I plan to take it with me. You don't mind, do you? Yu Ling waved her hand. Of course not. You killed it, so it naturally belongs to you. To her, the body of a high-grade fierce beast was not worth much, especially compared to a heavenly soul flower. Let's go check out the heavenly soul flowers, Yu Ling said impatiently. Yi Tian nodded, and they walked toward the location where the heavenly soul flowers grew. There. Yu Ling looked at the stone wall where the heavenly soul flowers were growing and exclaimed. 8 stunning heavenly soul flowers emitted a faint white glow, looking extraordinary. These heavenly soul flowers were already mature, but the longer they aged, the more effective they became. Indeed, these are heavenly soul flowers. I've seen them in my family's treasure vault before, but I wasn't qualified to use them, Yu Ling confirmed. She took out 8 jade boxes and carefully plucked the heavenly soul flowers one by one, placing them into the jade boxes to preserve their medicinal properties. Yu Ling, there seems to be a small passage over there. I'll go take a look. Yi Tian pointed to a small passage that was about human height in the distance. Chapter 73. Earth Surge Golden Lotus? All right, let's go together then, but be cautious. Yu Ling casually responded. She had not noticed the small passageway before, assuming Yi Tian's interest was simply curiosity. However, what she failed to realize was that a deep yearning and excitement filled Yi Tian's eyes, which were constantly trained on that small passage. From the moment he entered the cave, he had felt a longing. After killing the moon-escaping wolf, he finally had the chance to inspect it more closely, and found that his yearning was similar to the desire he had felt when he encountered the golden fruit. The object of his desire was exactly that small passageway. Inside, there must be a treasure that can enhance my copying abilities. Yi Tian was thrilled. He knew that items like the soul flowers, which improved one's cultivation aptitude, wouldn't do much for him. He was unaware of how to seek out items that could enhance his copying abilities. Now he had finally stumbled upon one. "I'll get it at any cost." Yi Tian silently clenched his fist. Yi Tian led, with Yu Ling following behind. They walked toward the small passageway, which wasn't very long, just about 10 meters. Then Yi Tian discovered that the inside contained a world of its own, as if they had stepped into another dimension altogether. A vast space stretched out for thousands of meters, containing a small lake at the center. The lake was not stagnant, but seemed to be connected to an underground river. As a result, an active water lake had formed within the mountain. Atop the lake floated a lotus flower, unlike any ordinary one. It was as white as snow, with faint golden threads around the edges, as if it were the king of all flowers. On a stone by the lake lay a thick layer of animal hide, bearing the traces of a ferocious beast's residence. This must be the true dwelling of the Black Wolf. No wonder we didn't see it when we entered the cave. It appeared so suddenly. It's because it was living here and sensed us entering the cave, so it teleported out. Yu Ling deduced with sudden enlightenment. Yi Tian gave a vacant nod, responding to Yu Ling, but his gaze remained firmly fixed on the lotus flower. Is that the thing that triggered the turmoil within my copying abilities? Yi Tian thought, yearningly. Yu Ling finally noticed the change in Yi Tian's eyes and followed his gaze to the lotus flower in the lake. Initially, she didn't react, but her expression changed quickly. Could this be the legendary Earth Surge Golden Lotus? Yu Ling exclaimed. Earth Surge Golden Lotus? What is that? Yi Tian sought to gain more information from Yu Ling. Yu Ling calmed her emotions and began to explain. It is said that over 100 years ago, many novels described phenomena like flowers raining from the sky and earth gushing golden lotuses. Although these were poetic descriptions of celestial events, they are actually based on realities. According to legends from ancient times, people had acquired Earth Surge golden lotuses and reaped numerous benefits, becoming godlike figures among ancient humans. Thus, these golden lotuses gradually became deified. Of course, what were considered godlike figures in ancient times are merely warriors with some special talents in modern times. Their abilities might not even surpass some contemporary warriors, but they were treated as gods back then. As for the Earth Surge Golden Lotus, it is a special treasure of heaven and earth. To call it rare would be an understatement, but to say it's not valuable wouldn't be accurate either. Sometimes, it's rather pointless, even useless, Yu Ling said, uttering these paradoxical words. Yi Tian listened, initially confused, but he soon understood why. The Earth Surge Golden Lotus was a treasure beneficial for talents, irrespective of levels or tiers. Even someone with extraordinary talent could possibly enhance their abilities using this lotus. But it would only improve the abilities, not the talent level. For example, take the wind blade talent. If a genius with top-tier wind blade talent consumed an Earth Surge Golden Lotus, their talent level would remain the same, but the ability of their wind blade would be modified. It could change forms, becoming a wind spear or wind knife, or even gain enhanced sharpness. In summary, the true purpose of the Earth Surge Golden Lotus wasn't to elevate talent levels, but to add variations to existing talents. Some variations were useful, while others were not. There were rumors that some had used the lotus to add a phantom-like effect to their speed talent, making it elusive, but it didn't significantly improve their overall strength. However, due to its special effect of altering any level of talent, the Earth Surge Golden Lotus had become an extremely expensive yet somewhat useless treasure. The price was out of proportion to the benefits, but people still sought it, hoping to achieve exceptional effects on their talents through luck. How much is one Earth Surge Golden Lotus worth? Yi Tian inquired. Yu Ling extended 5 fingers and under Yi Tian's astonished gaze said, 50 billion? What? Yi Tian was stunned. That's insanely expensive. It's not, Yu Ling explained. For great martial warrior, it's ridiculously expensive and hardly worth it, but for masters and king-level individuals, 50 billion is nothing. Even if it only slightly benefits their talents, they're willing to spend that amount, even 100 billion. So, the value of the Earth Surge Golden Lotus depends on the person interested. It might not be worth much in a small base, but in a large one, it's worth 50 billion. Yiqian nodded. The value of a treasure was determined by the market, not its intrinsic cost. Sometimes, what one warrior didn't need, another desperately wanted. It was that simple. For Yiqian, the Earth Surge Golden Lotus was far more valuable than to anyone else. It could allow his copying talent to undergo various good transformations. Yiqian speculated that the golden fruit he had previously found probably had a similar effect, but it could also enhance his cultivation talent. Its value might not be less than this lotus, perhaps even higher. Gazing deeply at Yu Ling, Yiqian spoke. Yu Ling, I'm very interested in this Earth Surge Golden Lotus. I'm willing to trade it for 3 heavenly soul flowers valued at 30 billion. If we split this lotus, you'll get 25 billion. You won't be at a loss. Deal, but you're getting the short end of the stick. You contributed the most this time, and I can't take advantage of you. How about this? Give me just 2 heavenly soul flowers, and the Earth Surge Golden Lotus is yours, Yu Ling offered. Both parties had no objections and reached an agreement. In this operation, Yiqian obtained the body of a moon wolf capable of flight, 2 heavenly soul flowers, and 1 Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Such enormous gains far exceeded Yiqian's entire net worth by many times over. One could say that in less than half an hour, Yiqian's net worth had skyrocketed manifold. Chapter 74. 2 replications. Yu Ling was also very excited at that moment. 6 heavenly soul flowers were worth a staggering 60 billion. Of course, converting them entirely into money would undoubtedly be the worst move. For an item like the heavenly soul flower, every family would highly desire it. It was beyond monetary value. She could easily contribute the heavenly soul flowers to the Yu family in exchange for contribution points. With those points, she could acquire the precious items she had long coveted. Moreover, the Yu family would gain 6 top-notch talents in cultivation, strengthening their power. It was a win-win situation. Wu Shitian activated his speed talent and dashed into the lake at an extremely fast pace. He gently plucked the Earth Surge Golden Lotus, lightly tapped the water, and retreated. The whole process flowed seamlessly. Gazing at the Earth Surge Golden Lotus in the water, Yiqian was highly excited, nearly unable to resist the urge to swallow it immediately, but he restrained that desire. Yu Ling, I want to consume the Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Could you guard me? No matter what happens after I take it, do not disturb me, Yiqian said. Sure, but are you really going to consume it? I always feel it's a waste. It'd be more profitable to sell it, Yu Ling suggested. I'm more interested in seeing if it can positively affect my talents, Yiqian said with a smile. All right then, Yu Ling responded, advising no further. After all, the Earth Surge Golden Lotus belonged to Yiqian. How he chose to use it was his business. Yu Ling stood at a distance, watching Yiqian intently as he swallowed the Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Once in his mouth, the large flower transformed into a kind of nectar and flowed into his stomach. Then, a gentle energy surged into Yiqian's mind. At that moment, he felt an intense throbbing in his brain. He was absorbing the massive energy of the Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Unlike last time, he did not lose consciousness. Boom! In his mind, dots of light appeared, representing the golden points of his replication talent, which began absorbing the energy from the Earth Surge Golden Lotus, undergoing special changes. Immersed in his consciousness, Yiqian finally noticed what was happening in his mind. What is this? He looked at those dots of light. They seemed close, yet he couldn't quite reach them, but he knew what they represented. These points must be my talent markings, and the golden points likely signify my replication talent, Yiqian concluded. The replication talent didn't have levels because it could replicate any talent. Calling it the highest level would not be an exaggeration. Among all talent markings, the replication talent was the brightest and most noble. Other talents seemed to orbit it, like subjects bowing to their king. He clearly sensed the changes occurring within his replication talent. With the energy from the Earth Surge Golden Lotus, it was undergoing a unique evolution and transformation. Approximately 5 or 6 hours later, finally, buzz, his replication talent shook violently, completing its transformation. Yi felt a sudden lightness in his mind, and his mental power increased slightly. Yi was well aware that this minor increase in mental power was just a side effect. The real change had occurred in his replication talent. "Let's see what changes have occurred in my replication talent," Yi said, full of anticipation. First, he tested its range. Previously, he could sense talents up to 200 meters away. Now, he found that he could sense the talents of a low-level beast outside a cave 500 meters away. As for places farther than that, he couldn't sense them. This meant that the range of Yi replication talent had increased to 500 meters, a huge improvement that would make replicating other talents much easier in the future. He could even replicate the talents of people hiding in their homes effortlessly. Next, Yi examined the talent information of the moon-escaping wolf. Species, moon-escaping wolf. Bloodline talent, top-tier copyable. Spatial talent, medium-tier copyable. Enlargement talent, medium-tier copyable. Originally, Yi couldn't copy any of the talents of the hidden moon wolf, as his copy talent was in a cooldown state. But now his copy talent had become available again. What's going on? Yi was somewhat bewildered. After some research, he finally understood. The number of copies had increased. Previously, he could only copy once a month, but now he could do it twice. He had already used one opportunity, and another was now available. Awesome. Consuming the Earth Surge Golden Lotus was absolutely the wisest decision I've ever made. I don't care about spending 2 Sky Soul Flowers, or even 10. Yi was highly excited. He almost stood up and shouted, but held himself back, remembering someone else was nearby. Now's a perfect opportunity, right after taking the Earth Surge Golden Lotus, to integrate the medium-tier spatial talent from the hidden moon wolf. Even if my body undergoes some changes, it can be concealed as the effect of the Earth Surge Golden Lotus. If I don't integrate now, I won't have a chance later while staying close to you, Ling, Yi thought and then acted. Copy. Integrate. In an instant, the medium-tier spatial talent merged into Yi body. Boom, the integration began. The changes brought by the medium-tier spatial talent were extremely drastic, even more so than the top-tier talents. Yi endured unimaginable pain, as if his soul was about to explode. His body trembled, drenched in cold sweat. Sweat droplets soaked his clothes and even the ground beneath him. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have died from dehydration. But Yi was a great martial warrior. It was merely an inconvenience for him. Not far away, Yu Ling looked at Yi in astonishment, unable to understand why he was sweating so profusely and wearing an expression of extreme agony, as if he were enduring unimaginable torture. Does consuming Earth Surge Golden Lotus cause this much pain? She didn't know and felt it was best not to comment. Earth Surge Golden Lotus must have mysteriously altered his talents. As for what it has changed into, no one knows. Perhaps this is a side effect of Yi talents being altered, Yu Ling speculated. Soon enough, Yi successfully integrated the medium-tier spatial talent. Human. Yi cultivation talent, top-tier speed talent, top-tier blade talent, high-tier shadow talent, low-tier healing talent, top-tier strength talent, high-tier stamina talent, medium-tier defense talent, medium-tier spatial talent, medium-tier. Upon seeing the last line, Yi couldn't contain his excitement. In his eyes, this so-called medium-tier spatial talent was far more precious than other top-tier talents. Spatial talent. Yi secretly activated his spatial talent and immediately sensed various changes in space. With a mere thought, he felt as though he could arrive anywhere else. This was teleportation. Another thought allowed him to perceive other places through space. This was spatial perception. Moreover, he could also create a personal space, as if it were an instinct. Chapter 75, Creating a Personal Space. First, a bath. I feel all sweaty. Yi frowned, sniffed the air around him, and promptly stood up. He leapt into the lake. After cleansing himself, he circulated his Kai and blood to raise his body temperature. Soon enough, his soaked clothes were dried. Not needing to hang clothes to dry was a skill that could be considered one of the abilities of a martial warrior. "Yi Tian, are you all right?" Yu Ling approached and asked. "I'm fine." Yi Tian shook his head. Not only was he fine, but he had also made quite a gain, a fact he couldn't share with Yu Ling. "Has your talent undergone any changes?" Yu Ling curiously inquired. "I'm not sure yet, but I feel my mental strength has increased considerably. I haven't noticed anything else," Yi Tian responded. "Try exploring your talents. Maybe you'll notice something." Yu Ling tried to comfort Yi Tian. Deep down, she thought that Yi Tian's talents hadn't changed and that he had wasted an Earth Surge Golden Lotus. However, she didn't want to demoralize him, so she chose to offer comforting words instead. But she was overthinking it. "Let's go," said Yi Tian, having acquired what he wanted. There was no reason to stay, better to explore other places for opportunities. Yu Ling naturally agreed, and they both left the cave. Before leaving, Yi Tian had Yu Ling help him store the body of the moon-stealing wolf into a storage bag. He had earlier said that he wanted the creature's body. Though it no longer served any purpose for him, he couldn't suddenly decide not to take it. That would be hard to explain. With no other option, he had Yu Ling assist him in carrying it away. The moon-stealing wolf's body wasn't large, making it easy to carry, so Yu Ling did him the favor. Along the way, Yi Tian was quietly studying his spatial talents. Yu Ling couldn't sense the fluctuations in space, so she remained oblivious to Yi Tian's secret research. If she had known, she would have been shocked. In no time, Yi Tian mastered not just teleportation, but also spatial perception and spatial marking. He even realized that spatial marking and teleportation could be combined. For instance, he could leave a spatial mark in one place and then teleport to the mark from another location. This was pinpoint teleportation. However, due to Yu Ling's presence, he would have to postpone this experiment for later. Time to create my personal space. Yi Tian was greatly excited by this ability. With a personal space, he could store a lot of items without having to carry them himself. Of course, the process had to be done discreetly, so Yu Ling wouldn't find out. Creating a personal space wasn't complicated. All he needed to do was use his spatial talents to leave a spatial mark on himself, then pour spatial energy into it, forming a small space which could be expanded later. The size of the personal space was closely related to the level of his talents and his personal power. "Let's begin." Yi Tian placed a spatial mark on a bone cell in his left wrist. Next, he channeled his spatial talent, slowly infusing spatial energy into the mark. Boom! A massive influx of spatial energy converged on the spatial mark, causing it to metamorphose. An entrance squeezed open on the spatial membrane above the bone cell, revealing another dimension. As the spatial energy poured in, a small point appeared in Yi Tian's consciousness. This point, initially serving as an origin, began to expand into a small space about 1 cubic centimeter in size after absorbing a great deal of spatial energy. Obviously, a personal space couldn't be this small. It could still expand. With more spatial energy flowing in, the small space gradually enlarged. About 10 minutes later, the small space finally expanded to the size of 1 cubic meter. Yet Yi Tian had not yet reached his limit. He could continue to expand the pocket dimension he carried with him. Half a day later, Yi Tian finally felt that he had reached a limit. No matter how he manipulated his spatial talent to pour energy into the dimension, it could no longer expand. Entering the pocket dimension in his consciousness, he took a close look. The space was like a cubic room with a side length of 5 meters, making the entire space 125 cubic meters. Such a space was already enormously large, far surpassing most storage bags. Yu Ling's storage bag was considered good quality, but according to her, it was only 30 cubic meters, unable to carry that much. Moreover, storage bags could easily be stolen. Once taken, all the stored items would be lost. However, a pocket dimension couldn't be stolen so easily. Even if his arm were cut off, Yi Tian would still be able to communicate with his pocket dimension. The only way it could be lost would be if someone managed to destroy the space, but that was not easy to accomplish. In short, having a pocket dimension was more than a little convenient. After creating it, Yi Tian covertly transferred some valuable items from his bag into the pocket dimension, such as the 2 soul flowers that he silently moved. Additionally, he transferred several hundred-year-old medicinal herbs into his pocket dimension. As for other things, he kept them in his bag to maintain a disguise. Boom, from a distance, sounds of battle resounded, the fluctuation of energy indicating intense combat. "Yu Ling, someone or some beast is fighting," Yi Tian said. Judging from the sounds of battle, they were only 10 miles away, which was not far for a warrior. "Let's go take a look," Yu Ling said. Yi Tian nodded and immediately led Yu Ling toward the noise. When they were about 3 miles from the site of the battle, Yi Tian used his spatial perception ability to scout ahead. A wave of spatial awareness dispersed, extending forward at an incredible speed. In that moment, Yi Tian's perception seemed to pierce through space itself, offering him a clear view of what lay 3 miles ahead. This was the formidable ability of spatial perception, which allowed not only for a great range but also for crystal clear understanding, unlike mere mental perception, which could only provide a rough sense of the situation. Warriors. Yi Tian saw 5 warriors attacking a fierce beast. Near the beast grew a clump of red grass, flames burning on its leaves, appearing very extraordinary. What is this grass? Yi Tian's limited knowledge left him unable to recognize the plant, but perhaps Yu Ling might know. These 5 warriors were all elite, and 2 of them even had offensive talents. They circled a high-level beast that also had offensive abilities. If they took their time and were cautious, the beast would definitely be defeated without causing any harm to the warriors. Yet at that moment, the 5 warriors seemed frantic, deploying their ultimate moves one after another, not caring about the cost. They were even willing to injure themselves to speed up the killing of the beast. They are so desperate. This piece of grass must be extraordinary. Yi Tian speculated. "Yu Ling, let's speed up." Yi Tian turned to Yu Ling. "Okay." Although Yu Ling had no idea what was happening ahead, she followed Yi Tian as they sped up their pace. Unfortunately, the dense trees within the secret realm severely restricted their speed. Yu Ling almost lost control of her body and ran into a tree when she tried to speed up. Seconds later, they crossed the 3-mile distance. Yi Tian and Yu Ling arrived at the battleground. Chapter 76. The Fire Spirit Talent Grass. When Yi Tian and Yu Ling arrived, the 5 warriors had just slain the fierce beast. "Someone's coming, hurry up," one of the warriors urgently prompted. Whoosh. One of the warriors quickly arrived at the Fire Spirit Grass, swiftly plucking it and storing it in his storage bag. However, Yu Ling had seen it all. "That's the Fire Spirit Talent Grass?" Yu Ling couldn't help but exclaim. Whoosh. A wave of killing intent enveloped them, unmistakably emanating from the 5 warriors. In an instant, the 5 had surrounded Yi Tian and Yu Ling. "Zhang Kai, what are you doing?" Yu Ling angrily pointed at one of the warriors. A ferocious look crossed Zhang Kai's face. "Yu Ling, what do you think I'm doing? You saw the Fire Spirit Talent Grass. You should understand its value better than I do. Do you think I'll let you leave alive?" Yu Ling's expression stiffened. She understood Zhang Kai's meaning. If she were in Zhang Kai's position, she might have taken the same actions. This wasn't just about the importance of the Fire Spirit Talent Grass. More crucially, the Yu and Zhang families were business competitors, essentially rival families. At the Demon Sea base, both families, constrained by the base's rules, couldn't engage in combat, only business rivalry. But here, in this secret realm, what better opportunity to kill each other's leading warriors? Kill both of them. "We can't let the news that the Zhang family obtained the Fire Spirit Talent Grass get out," Zhang Kai declared, boiling with murderous intent. "Yes, young master," the other 4 warriors responded. They were all elite warriors of the Zhang family, sent to the secret realm to assist Zhang Kai. The Zhang family didn't have many direct descendants among their leading warriors, which was why they could afford to allocate spots so liberally. But the Yu family was different. They had many warrior descendants. For this reason, Yu Ling giving a spot to Yi Tian had caused much discontent. 5 warriors, all at the peak of their abilities. In Zhang Kai's eyes, Yu Ling, A late-stage warrior with bronze-level sword techniques was no match for them. As for Yi Tian, they didn't consider him at all. The Demon Sea Base had many strong warriors, and Yi Tian wasn't among those they remembered. He was likely a minor character. "Yu Ling, can we kill these people?" Yi Tian asked. "We can." Yu Ling nodded. She couldn't kill the 5, but Yi Tian could. She had witnessed his strength firsthand. He was a top talent, comparable to Yun Feng, the #1 battle genius of the Demon Sea Base. He could be ranked in the top 10 among the base's warriors, while Zhang Kai wouldn't even make it into the top 100. "All right, then let's kill them all." Yi Tian spoke calmly, as if pronouncing a death sentence for Zhang Kai and the others. "Kid, you think you can kill us?" "Ha ha ha!" The group burst into uproarious laughter. In this brief moment, the 5 charged toward Yi Tian and Yu Ling, intending to wipe them out in one swoop. "Shadow kill." A faint voice echoed in the ears of the 5 individuals. The next moment, their consciousness gradually faded away, and the last thing their vision captured was a series of headless corpses. This body looked so familiar. Those were their last thoughts. Thud, thud, thud. 5 corpses fell to the ground, causing Yu Ling, who stood nearby, to feel a surge of astonishment once again. Though she had witnessed Yi Tian's skills multiple times, she still found each occasion awe-inspiring. Zhang Kai, who had been at the Demon Sea Base, was also considered a prodigy and was not inferior to her in terms of talent. Furthermore, since he had reached the peak of a powerful martial warrior, his abilities surpassed hers. Yet, even such an elite was easily killed by Yi Tian, and not just 1, but 5 of them. Yi Tian had eliminated 5 powerful martial warriors and quickly searched their bodies, finding 2 storage bags. "Now I have something for concealment." Yi Tian thought excitedly as he looked at the storage bags. He had been reluctant to place his acquisitions into his personal space for fear of attracting Yu Ling's attention. Now that he had acquired these storage bags, he could put his belongings in them without arousing suspicion. Yu Ling would simply assume that Yi Tian was using the storage bags. These bags served as a cover for his personal space. "Yu Ling, 2 storage bags. Let's take 1 each," Yi Tian said. At this moment, Yu Ling looked visibly anxious and excited. "Yi Tian, let's take out the fire spirit talent herb and see," she said hurriedly. "All right," Yi Tian nodded. The original owners of the storage bags were dead, so Yi Tian and Yu Ling each quickly claimed 1 bag for themselves. They then retrieved a fire spirit talent herb from one of the bags. "It's a tri-spirit level fire spirit talent herb?" Yu Ling's breath grew shallow with excitement. This was even more thrilling than obtaining a soul flower. Yi Tian observed everything carefully, realizing that the fire spirit talent herb must be something extraordinary. Not only had Zhang Kai and his companions been obsessed with it, but Yu Ling was also struggling to control her emotions. "Yu Ling, what exactly is this fire spirit talent herb?" Yi Tian asked, gazing at Yu Ling and biting her lip. Yu Ling hesitated before finally saying, "Yi Tian, you can have everything in the storage bags. I only want this fire spirit talent herb. No, I can even compensate you with treasures worth 50 billion. "Yu Ling, what is the use of this herb? If it's truly beneficial to you, I will give it up," Yi Tian promptly said. Yu Ling finally explained the utility of the fire spirit talent herb. It can grant new talents to a martial warrior. And since it's a tri-spirit level fire spirit talent herb, if a powerful martial warrior or grandmaster level martial warrior uses it, it can bring about low-level fire-type talents. Even a king-level being can use it, although it would result in inferior or weak fire talents. However, even so, it is incredibly valuable. For example, a king-level individual without any special talents could multiply their combat effectiveness if they obtain this herb. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian finally understood the value of this fire spirit talent herb. It could only grant low-level fire talents at best, which he found unimpressive. However, it could be highly valuable for other martial warriors who lacked special talents. Martial artists with special talents are a minority. Most lack special abilities, including some who are otherwise very gifted, Yu Ling earnestly requested. "In our Yu family, we have an elder who is a king-level martial warrior but lacks special talents. If I bring this herb to him, his strength could increase by 1 or 2 times. That would be a huge opportunity for our family. You already have numerous high-level talents, so this herb can barely improve your capabilities. At best, it would add 1 more attack method for you. So I hope you can give the fire spirit talent herb to me. Yi Tian pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll give it to you." Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed across Yu Ling's face. Chapter 77. Arrival of the Yu family ancestor. The 2 storage bags contained no small amount of items, including some of high value like 100-year-old herbs, several century-old herbs, and even some extremely valuable treasures. After all, the gains Zhang Kai and the others had obtained from the secret realm weren't limited to the fire spirit talent grass. Moreover, the 2 storage bags themselves were a fine catch. Even with a channel to purchase one, it would cost no less than 2 billion. Handing over a fire spirit talent grass, which had little use for him, Yi Tian had scored a massive win by gaining so many treasures along with the 2 storage bags. Next, Yi Tian began to sort through the treasures in the 2 bags. He discreetly moved the more valuable items into his own space, while the other items were put into one of the storage bags. He emptied the other storage bag, tucking it close to his body, and only left 1 storage bag visible. Meanwhile, Yu Ling took great care to protect the fire spirit talent grass layer upon layer, fearing the loss of its medicinal properties. Seeing this, Yi Tian felt that Yu Ling was overemphasizing its importance, as if she had never seen anything valuable before. After they had organized their belongings, the 2 continued on their journey. Along the way, Yu Ling finally couldn't hold back. "Yi Tian, I've decided not to continue searching for treasures. The fire spirit talent grass is too important for the Yu family. I want to leave early. The secret realm is too dangerous. An insurmountable crisis could come at any time. My life doesn't matter, but the fire spirit talent grass must not be lost." Yi Tian looked deeply at Yu Ling, understanding her thoughts. It was a cautious approach. Leaving early eliminated the possibility of unexpected events. As for other treasures, Yu Ling didn't care. "Fine, I'll take you there, but I won't leave. I'll exit only when the appointed time arrives," Yi Tian declared beforehand. "Of course. Given your strength, as long as you avoid the unnatural beasts in the secret realm and people like Yun Feng, you won't face much danger." Yu Ling expressed her understanding. After all, she couldn't ask Yi Tian to give up the remaining time to leave with her. That would be pointless. By staying in the secret realm, Yi Tian could reap many more benefits, a prospect anyone would desire. Having agreed, Yi Tian led Yu Ling toward the location of the spatial rift. What Yu Ling didn't know was that Yi Tian was elated. He had long wanted to act alone, but was constrained by his agreement with Yu Ling. Now, with her voluntarily leaving, he could move freely. With his strength, he could collect resources much faster on his own. Perhaps this harvest would be sufficient to support both him and his sister for several years. 2 days later, Yi Tian finally brought Yu Ling to the location of the spatial rift. They had encountered some dangers on their journey, including a terrifying group of fierce beasts, each stronger than Yu Ling. While Yi Tian could have saved himself, protecting Yu Ling was a different story. Left with no choice, he ensured that Yu Ling escaped. Finally arriving at the spatial rift, Yu Ling was visibly relieved, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. "No one's here," Yi Tian observed, knowing that it was still early relative to the 1-month period and everyone else would be searching for treasures and opportunities. After a half-hour rest, Yu Ling recovered and said her farewells. "Yi Tian, be careful in the secret realm. I'm leaving first." "All right." Yi Tian waved goodbye. With a gentle leap, Yu Ling entered the spatial rift in midair and disappeared. Though Yi Tian could not yet sense the forces of space, he saw very clearly that a spatial force enveloped Yu Ling, transporting her away. A skill he didn't possess, but he was confident that as his spatial talents improved, he'd easily master it in the future. Outside world, upon emerging from the spatial rift, Yu Ling wasn't hurled away since the secret realm's powers didn't affect the external world. She appeared directly from the original rift. Immediately, masters from various major families detected her presence. With a swish, Yu Ben rushed over immediately, shielding Yu Ling protectively. "Yu Ling, why did you come out ahead of time?" Yu Ben asked, furrowing his brows. "Elder, I encountered a terrifying beast. Fortunately, I was not far from the spatial rift, so I ran towards it. To save my life, I had no choice but to leave early. The creature was too large to pass through," Yu Ling replied helplessly. Her frustrated expression convincingly fooled the grandmasters of the other clans. Instantly, various grandmasters secretly gloated, mockingly regarding the Yu family as incompetent. "Let's discuss this back on the wind-controlling ship." Yu Ben led Yu Ling to a wind-controlling ship, property of the Yu family. After Yu Ling and others had entered the secret realm, members of the various families remained, concerned that some of their people might exit prematurely and lack protection. After all, this was the wilderness, often besieged by dangerous beasts. They had to guard the entrance of the spatial rift. At this moment, the wind-controlling ship wasn't in the sky but on the ground, eliminating the need to maintain the boat's energy. Upon entering the wind-controlling ship, Yu Ben activated the interior's soundproofing array. "Yu Ling, we're alone now. Tell me what really happened. You may fool others, but not me. I can sense that your blood is flowing rapidly, indicating extreme agitation," Yu Ben unmasked. "Elder, you should summon the ancestor." Yu Ling uttered words that shocked Yu Ben. "Summon the ancestor. Do you realize who the ancestor is? He won't come without good reason. What did you find?" Yu Ben was astonished. "Fire spirit talent grass," Yu Ling stated straightforwardly. She wasn't worried about Yu Ben's greed. She knew his nature was among the most benevolent in the family. Moreover, the ancestor was Yu Ben's grandfather. There was no way Yu Ben would hide it from him. "Is it really fire spirit talent grass? How potent?" Yu Ben became excited. "3 spirit." Yu Ling truthfully said, "A 3 spirit is very rare. It can bestow upon a king-level powerhouse a weak or low fire talent. If the ancestor refines this fire spirit talent grass, his strength will undoubtedly skyrocket, elevating the status of our Yu family as well." Without another word, Yu Ben began contacting the Yu family's ancestor through a communicator. Within less than 10 seconds, boom! A king-level aura emanated from a great distance, startling all the families. "Another king-level presence has arrived." Many grandmasters were astounded. "Brother Yu, what brings you here?" Yun Wang appeared, hovering in midair, looking at the middle-aged warrior flying in from a distance. This middle-aged warrior flying through the sky was none other than the ancestor of the Yu family, a king-level existence. Lord Yu Ling, same Pinean as that girl? "Yun Wang, I have important matters. I won't break the rules," Lord Yu Ling stated before flashing into the Yu family's wind-controlling ship. At that moment, everyone began to speculate on the crux of the issue. It must undoubtedly involve Yu Ling. Could it be that Yu Ling brought out a treasure that even a king-level would covet? Many grandmasters hypothesized. The king-level expert will be referred to as Lord Yu Ling. Chapter 78. Yu Ling's request. No matter what Yu Ling had brought forth, none dared to lay a finger on it. The fury of a king-level expert would make them understand the meaning of despair. They weren't in the Demon Sea base. Here, even if they were killed by a king-level expert, no punishment would be levied upon that expert. Even if their families were to seek vengeance for them later, they wouldn't live to see that day. Additionally, they dared not inform the senior members of their families. To alert the family elders without understanding the full situation would mean they were tired of living. Other grandmasters didn't dare to touch the unknown object, but Yun Wang showed some interest. His strength was much greater than that of the Yu family's elder, and he even harbored a certain hope of killing Lord Yu Ling on his own. Lord Yu Ling, after all, had no special talents and was merely average among king-level experts. Of course, conflict wouldn't easily break out among king-level experts unless the interests at stake had reached a certain level. Besides, Yun Wang had no enmity with Yu Ling and naturally wouldn't pick a fight needlessly. That didn't mean, however, that he wasn't curious. So, Yun Wang activated his spatial perception. He tried to investigate the situation by peering through layers of space, but obviously failed. King-level experts possessed the means to block spatial perception. If he tried to investigate inconspicuously, it would be nearly impossible. My spatial talents are merely basic. If they were at a mid-level, my ability to perceive space would be several times stronger, and blocking me would become difficult for Yuling. Yun Wang lamented. Inside the Yu family's windriding vessel, Lord Yuling looked anxiously at Yuling. "You are Yuling, aren't you?" asked the Yu family's ancestor. "Yes, ancestor." Yuling was somewhat nervous. She had only met the ancestor a few times, and those occasions were during important family events. She had merely stood among the crowd of the Yu family. This was her first time having a face-to-face conversation with him. She was merely a great martial warrior, and standing in front of a king-level expert, even an average grandmaster would be nervous. "You have the fire spirit talent herb?" Yuling asked urgently. "Yes." Yuling took out a large jade box from her storage bag. She opened it to reveal a smaller jade box within, and finally revealed the fire spirit talent herb that was carefully protected inside. The herb was blood-red in color with faint flames emanating from it. It had 3 leaves, each imprinted with a flame pattern. This indicated that the fire spirit talent herb was of the 3-spirit level. Indeed, this is a 3-spirit level fire spirit talent herb. It will be extremely useful to me. Yuling was visibly excited. His eyes softened as he looked at Yuling. "Young Yuling, this herb is invaluable and cannot be measured in gold. What reward would you like?" "Elder, I want an opportunity. After I reach the Grandmaster's limit, I want to comprehend the Enlightenment Steel once," Yuling pleaded. "What? Comprehend the Enlightenment Steel?" Yu Ben, who was at the side, was completely stunned, his pupils contracting. He himself was not eligible to comprehend the Enlightenment Steel. The steel was the foundation of the family, acquired from a mysterious place. Although Yu Ling did not possess extraordinary cultivation talent, only top-tier cultivation talent, he had been able to break through the bottleneck and advance to become a king-level expert solely because of the Enlightenment Steel. However, the effects of the Enlightenment Steel were not omnipotent. Each time someone gained insight from it, some of its mysterious aura would dissipate. By this point, the Yu family's Enlightenment Steel could no longer be consulted many more times. Consequently, under unavoidable circumstances, the Enlightenment Steel couldn't be activated. There were many masters within the Yu family, but none were deemed worthy of comprehending the steel. "This is..." Lord Yuling hesitated. The value of the fire spirit talent herb was indeed high and would greatly enhance his abilities. However, its benefits were limited to him alone. If he agreed to Yuling's request to activate the Enlightenment Steel, others in the clan would undoubtedly be dissatisfied. "Ancestor, I also have 6 heavenly soul flowers here, enough to produce 6 top-tier talents in our Yu family." Yuling took out the heavenly soul flowers and said, "6 heavenly soul flowers? You have 6 of them?" Yuling was shocked. Although the heavenly soul flowers were not as valuable as the fire spirit talent herb, they were still rare treasures. The Yu family had only one such flower before and had treasured it greatly, keeping it in the family's vault. Without a significant contribution, the flower wouldn't be granted to anyone. After all, once it was given away, there would be none left, leaving the Yu family quite helpless. Now, with 6 additional flowers, the strength of the Yu family would be greatly augmented. Some clan members, for example, had special talents that were extremely powerful, even possessing advanced offensive skills. However, they were held back by poor cultivation aptitudes, struggling to even become elite warriors. These battle talents could not be fully utilized. But with the heavenly soul flowers, their cultivation aptitudes would rise to the top tier, allowing them to reach the limit of the master level, far surpassing average master-level fighters. In a world without king-level talents, the strength of major families relied on these master-level warriors. So the significance of these 6 heavenly soul flowers was immense. "Ancestor, with these 6 heavenly soul flowers, I believe many of our high-ranking members will agree to activate the Enlightenment Steel," Yuling said. "All right, I agree." Lord Yuling nodded. If it had been just one fire spirit talent herb, he might have faced opposition for selfishly agreeing to Yuling's request. But with 6 heavenly soul flowers, objections from the family would undoubtedly be minimal. He could completely agree to Yuling's request. "Thank you, ancestor." Yuling was extremely excited. Her long-cherished wish had finally been fulfilled. You see, her cultivation aptitude was merely top tier, and even that was achieved by risking great danger and sacrificing several core subordinates to retrieve a treasure from the Lake of Death. This treasure had elevated her cultivation aptitude to the top tier. After reaching top-tier cultivation, further improvement became very difficult. Perhaps being top tier was her lifetime limit, and the success rate for top-tier cultivators to advance to king level was less than 10%. Without special opportunities, she would never reach king level in her lifetime. Was she content to remain at the master level for the rest of her life, forever unable to reach king level? No, she wasn't. But the family's enlightenment stele offered a glimmer of hope, reportedly increasing the odds by 20%. Now, she had roughly a 28% chance of advancing to king level. Although the success rate was still not high, at least there was hope. If she acquired other treasures in her future cultivation that could add another 10 or 20% to her chances, wouldn't she stand a chance of reaching king level? Therefore, she did not hesitate to contribute the fire spirit talent herb and the 6 heavenly soul flowers. Now she had succeeded unknowingly. A tear trickled down from her eyes, tears of overwhelming emotion. Chapter 79. The Second Beast Pet, Hidden Realm. At this moment, Yiqian was completely unaware that Yuling had contributed all of her fire spirit talent grass and 6 soul flowers to the family for an opportunity to break through to the king level. If he had known, he could only sigh. For him, reaching the king level was not difficult, as his cultivation talent had already evolved into the extraordinary level. His was even better than most ordinary extraordinary talents for cultivation, given that his talent was a fusion of both extraordinary and top levels. 800 meters away, there's a 500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. Yiqian's gaze penetrated through layers of space and fixed on a Polygonum multiflorum plant nestled in a crevice 800 meters away. His expression shifted. This was an ability related to spatial awareness, enabling him to effortlessly locate medicinal herbs. Earlier, when Yuling was present, he had not dared to collect herbs so recklessly. Now that Yuling was gone, he had no reservations. In the blink of an eye, Yiqian arrived at the location where the Polygonum multiflorum was growing. He carefully harvested the plant and placed it in a temporary wooden box, which he then stored in his personal space, continuing the search. In the hidden realm, there were countless herbs that were hundreds of years old. Yiqian could easily find them. To him, this realm was a natural treasure trove. The realm also housed a large number of high-level ferocious beasts, each of which could provide ample amounts of high-quality beast blood. Besides collecting herbs, Yiqian's most crucial task was to collect this high-quality beast blood. In the outside world, hunting high-level ferocious beasts was perilous. Within a day, one could easily attract the attention of top-level ferocious beasts. However, things were different in the hidden realm. Here, the strongest creatures were only high-level ferocious beasts. Top-level ones didn't appear in the past. Yiqian had worried about how to carry all the high-level beast blood he collected. But now he had 2 storage bags and a personal space, sufficient for collecting large amounts of it. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yiqian had been hunting high-level ferocious beasts and collecting herbs like a madman. Relying on his top-level healing talents, he had survived multiple deadly ambushes by various beasts. He didn't know how many high-level beasts had died by his hands. All he knew was that his personal space and 2 storage bags were almost full. "I can't hunt any more high-level beasts. I've run out of room anyway." Yiqian stopped hunting, but there were still many treasures in the hidden realm yet to be unearthed, especially underground. His mental power had difficulty extending underground, but his spatial awareness could perceive underground conditions with ease. On several occasions, he had sensed the existence of mineral veins, although they were not veins of Kai stones, but rather metallic veins like copper, iron, and silver. These veins were valuable in this world, but how much could he collect on his own? Even if he filled up his personal space, it wouldn't fetch much money. Far less than what he could make from high-level beast blood and medicinal herbs. Therefore, he reluctantly gave up on these metal veins. I probably have about 10 days left. Let's keep searching, focusing on Kai stone veins. If I can't find any, I'll just have to leave. Yi Tian planned accordingly. Based on his assessment, Kai stone veins were likely to be in places where the Kai was particularly rich. But the hidden realm was vast, and his sensing range was limited, making it difficult to determine where Kai stone veins were most likely to occur. Otherwise, he would have found them long ago. After searching for 2 more days, just as Yi Tian was about to give up entirely on finding Kai stone veins, it seemed as if heaven couldn't bear to see him disappointed and granted him an opportunity. What is that? Yi Tian's gaze locked onto a rat 100 meters away. The rat was purple all over with a streak of golden fur between its brows, looking extraordinarily special. Yi Tian examined its talent and found that it was indeed very exceptional species. Purple gold treasure rat, bloodline talent, top tier, treasure hunting talent, high, could it be? A purple golden treasure mouse with treasure hunting talent. Yi Tian felt as if the heavens were truly favoring him. He had discovered such an extraordinary treasure mouse. High-tier treasure hunting talent was extremely rare. Yi Tian wanted to replicate it, but his replication talent was still in its cooldown phase. The cooldown would be over soon, but by that time, he would have already left the secret realm. Therefore, he had to capture this purple golden treasure mouse. And furthermore, he wanted to use it to find treasures for him within the secret realm, preferably a vein of Kai stones. Whoosh, Yi Tian teleported next to the purple golden treasure mouse. The treasure mouse had been searching for treasures to enhance its own strength when it suddenly noticed Yi Tian's appearance. A sense of impending crisis descended upon it. It tried to flee, but Yi Tian's large hand reached for it. Boom. Amplified by his strength, talent, and Yuan force, the sheer power in Yi Tian's hand reached the level of 5 elephants, and his speed far exceeded the treasure mouse's reaction time. As a result, the purple golden treasure mouse was seized by Yi Tian and couldn't escape no matter what. "Little guy, if you submit to me, I won't kill you otherwise," Yi Tian threatened. Though it seemed a bit wrong to threaten a beast, especially such a cute one, humans and beasts were separate entities with no need for moral courtesies. Squeak, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. The purple golden treasure mouse kept squealing as if furious. However, once Yi Tian exuded a killing intent, it immediately quieted down. Then, the purple golden treasure mouse nodded its head repeatedly, seemingly saying, "I am willing to submit. Recognize your master." "You know how to do that, right?" Yi Tian smirked. The treasure mouse waved its tiny paws as if to say, "You scoundrel, you are so shameless." "Recognize your master?" Yi Tian tightened his grip, a great force making the treasure mouse's body squeak as its bones shattered. Now, the purple golden treasure mouse was panicking. It was no ordinary beast, but a purple golden treasure mouse that had consumed countless heavenly and earthly treasures, even ones that granted intelligence. Its wisdom was not inferior to humans. It, too, feared death. Seeing that Yi Tian was really willing to harm it, it hastily released its soul light, which flew into Yi Tian's soul sea. When Yi Tian absorbed the soul light of the purple golden treasure mouse, the act of recognizing a master was completed. "Master." A voice akin to a young girl's appeared in Yi Tian's mind. "Are you female?" Only then did Yi Tian pay attention to the gender of the purple golden treasure mouse. He promptly flipped the mouse over to take a closer look. "Indeed, you are female?" "Master, you big pervert." The purple golden treasure mouse fumed in Yi Tian's mind. Chapter 80. Another extraordinary talent for cultivation, Yi Tian paid no heed to the clamor of the purple gold rat. "Purple gold rat, how about I give you a name? Let's call you Zio Zai, what do you think?" Yi Tian asked. The purple gold rat gently nodded its head, seemingly quite content with the name. Zaya oh Zai, can your treasure-finding talent detect where there might be veins of Yuan Kai stones? Yi Tian asked with some anticipation. I know where Yuan Kai stones are. Zaya oh Zai eagerly raised its tiny paw. Really? Yi Tian's expression shifted, tinged with excitement. The fact that Zaya oh Zai knew the location of the Yuan Kai stones took him by surprise. However, upon further consideration, it made sense. Zaya oh Zai had been living in this secret realm for who knows how long, and its talent for finding treasures would naturally make it privy to the locations of various valuable items. Yuan Kai stones were a kind of treasure, so it was entirely reasonable that Zaya oh Zai could detect them. Zaya oh Zai, take me to find the Yuan Kai stones, Yi Tian commanded. Follow me. Zaya oh Zai darted forward, leading Yi Tian in the search for the Yuan Kai stones. However, Zaya oh Zai's speed left much to be desired, and in the end, Yi Tian had to carry it, with Zaya oh Zai merely pointing out the direction. After running continuously for a day and a half, Yi Tian was about to reach the destination under Zaya oh Zai's guidance. Yet, the situation did not align with his expectations. A corpse. Yi Tian found the body of a martial artist, and judging from the condition of the corpse, the individual hadn't been dead for long. Spatial perception? A wave of spatial fluctuation emanated, extending forward to explore. Very quickly, multiple corpses of martial artists appeared in Yi Tian's line of sight. I've already discovered more than a dozen corpses of martial artists, Yi Tian said, furrowing his brow. From the current situation, it seemed likely that the vein of Yuan Kai stones nearby had been discovered. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many dead martial artists. The secret realm was expansive, and the probability of martial artists encountering each other was relatively low. The deaths of so many in this area could only mean large-scale fighting had taken place. The thought that the Yuan Kai stones might have been exposed filled Yi Tian with urgency. If all the Yuan Kai stones had been mined, his journey would have been in vain. Let's go. Yi Tian moved forward cautiously, his spatial perception scanning the area. He had the advantage, for he would sense the enemy before they sensed him. After walking a distance of more than a kilometer, he finally saw a group of people engaged in combat, or to be more precise, a group that was being besieged. It's him. Yi Tian recognized a familiar face, familiar because he had paid special attention to learning about him. The man was Yun Feng, known as the top combat talent in the Demon Sea Base. Yun Feng was on the side being surrounded. The other party consisted of over 20 individuals, all wearing the same attire, obviously from the same power. Yun Feng, your combat prowess is indeed #1 among the combat talents, but you are no match for us. An aged warrior spoke coldly. Hellion Bai, you were a grand warrior from the previous generation. Unexpectedly, you've survived in this secret realm for 10 years and even discovered a vein of Kai stones. I have no feud with you, and I assure you I won't compete with you for the Kai stones. Why must you ambush me? Even if you manage to kill me, more than half of you will die as well. Do you believe me? Yun Feng retorted in a frosty tone. I do believe you, Hellion Bai replied, but sacrificing some grand warriors to kill you, Yun Feng, is a good bargain. The entire Demon Sea Base believes that among the younger generation of the Yun family, Yunshin has the highest cultivation talent, an extraordinary level, while you, Yun Feng, only have combat power and top-level cultivation talent. If you were merely of top-level talent, I wouldn't bother to kill you, but you're not just top-level. HMPH, if I'm not top-level, what then? Am I of extraordinary level cultivation talent? Yun Feng sneered. Exactly, you indeed possess extraordinary level cultivation talent. Perhaps you used to be top-level, but now you are extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, you found an item in this secret realm that enhances talent, elevating your cultivation talent to the extraordinary level. I'm quite envious. Even I want such an item. I was originally of high-level cultivation talent and spent considerable effort to upgrade it to top level after coming here 10 years ago. Just for an item that can enhance talent, I've spent a long time plotting in the secret realm, and that's why I missed my chance to leave. I initially thought I was already very lucky, but you're luckier. You found an item that can elevate your cultivation talent to the extraordinary level. Perhaps you even have more." As he spoke, Hellion Bai became tempted, revealing a greedy expression. "Do you think anyone would believe such lies?" Yunfeng sneered dismissively. "Lies?" Hellion Bai laughed. "Yunfeng, you're indeed calm, but what you don't know is that I have a unique talent which allows me to see the cultivation talent of others. The condition is that their talent shouldn't exceed mine. If you were top level, I should have been able to see it, but now I can't, which means something very clear to me." At that moment, Yunfeng finally changed his expression. "I never expected you to have such a talent. Fine, so what if I have extraordinary level talent? If it comes down to it, I can kill you," Yunfeng threatened Hellion Bai. "Let's try then." Hellion Bai wasn't afraid. Today, he had to kill Yunfeng. An emerging combat genius with extraordinary level talent would become incredibly formidable when grown. If the already powerful Yun family added another invincible king to its ranks, they would be unstoppable. Hellion Bai wanted not only to safeguard the Hellion family's status, which was second only to the Yun family, but also sought the treasure on Yunfeng. What if Yunfeng had more than one such item that could elevate one's talent to the extraordinary level? Then Hellion Bai could hope to achieve the same. Just the possibility alone was enough for him to ambush Yunfeng. Moreover, there was a small vein of Kai stones underground. Once Yunfeng was killed, he planned to join forces with other Hellion family members to slay the fearsome beasts guarding the Kai stones. Then, all the Kai stones would belong to the Hellion family. From a distance, Yitian had not only spied on Yunfeng's situation, but had also heard their conversation, and he was mildly shocked. Yunfeng has actually become an extraordinary level talent. When he was in the outside world, he was merely top level. What outrageous luck, he's like a son of destiny, Yitian thought, approaching. Keep approaching. Whoosh, in an instant, Yitian teleported behind a massive rock 500 meters away from them. His teleportation was so fast that he left no trace, and Yunfeng and the others didn't notice Yitian. Scan. His duplication talent instantly gave him a clear view of the group's talent status. When Yitian saw Yunfeng's talent status, he couldn't help but smile. The Hellion family is done for. Chapter 81. Secret mining. In Yitian's eyes, Yunfeng's talent was all too clear. Human, Yunfeng, cultivation talent, extraordinary, wind blade talent, top tier, speed talent, mid-tier. Contrary to what was publicly known, that Yunfeng had only basic speed talent. His speed talent had now become mid-tier. Although the gap between basic and mid was just one tier, the actual difference in speed was significant. Basic speed talent could amplify speed threefold, while mid-speed talent could amplify it fivefold. For example, if Yunfeng's speed talent was at 5 times the speed of sound, his basic speed talent would have only allowed him to achieve 15 times the speed of sound. With mid-speed talent, he could reach 25 times the speed of sound. The difference between 15 and 25 was immense, like comparing clouds to mud. Yunfeng is indeed lucky, Yitian thought to himself. Not only has he elevated his cultivation talent to an extraordinary level within the secret realm, but he has also upgraded his speed talent from basic to mid. With mid-speed talent, others can hardly harm Yunfeng. And his top-tier wind blade talent can instantly kill most of the powerful warriors among them. Among the 20 or so people from the Hellion family, there were genuine powerhouses. For instance, Hellion Bai was very strong, possessing 3 unique talents: mid-insight talent, basic speed talent, and high-level earth spear talent. In terms of sheer power, Hellion Bai was formidable, second only to battle geniuses like Yunfeng. After scanning the battlefield briefly, Yitian lost interest. The outcome was already decided. His spatial perception extended underground to investigate the vein of elemental stones. Suddenly, he sensed a massive beast deep within the earth. The creature was located 420 meters below ground, within the range affected by his copying talent. Type: Earthwalking Pangolin bloodline talent. Top-tier defensive talent. Mid-tier Earth escape talent, mid-tier strength talent, mid-tier this beast is indeed powerful, Yiqian marveled. It possesses 3 unique talents and even has an Earth escape talent. In an underground battle, even warriors much stronger than it might not be able to defeat it. He now understood why Hellion Bai had not taken these elemental stones despite spending 10 years in the secret realm. He couldn't defeat this earth-walking pangolin. These warriors are guarding the entrance to the underground tunnel they must have dug, Yiqian mused. If I dig another entrance, I won't have enough time and the noise would alert them. Teleporting directly was also unrealistic. Teleportation could only take him where his eyes could see. If he were to appear at that entrance, he would definitely be discovered. If my spatial talent were high level, maybe I could pull it off, but not now, Yiqian thought, struggling to come up with a solution. Xiao Zai, do you know of any other ways to get to the vein of elemental stones? Yiqian patted Xiao Zai's purple backside as he asked. Pervert master. Xiao Zai huffed indignantly but obediently replied. I do know of another tunnel. It was dug by that earth-walking pangolin. It doesn't stay underground all the time. It occasionally goes out to hunt other beasts for energy. I happened to find that tunnel. Happened to. Yiqian speculated that Xiao Zai must have set its sights on the elemental stones and thus calculatedly sought another passage. However, being much weaker than the earth-walking pangolin, it had failed. Where is it? Yiqian asked. Xiao Zai pointed to a distant location, and Yiqian immediately teleported there. His one-time teleportation range was 1,000 meters, and with the use of spatial markings, he could teleport 2,000 meters in an instant. Given that this was out of the range of the warrior's spiritual sense, and coupled with Yiqian's ultra-fast consecutive teleportation, no one detected him. Soon enough, he arrived. Swiftly, Yiqian arrived at the place Xiao Zai had described, a small lake. Master, beneath this lake is a passage that connects to an underground chamber. From that chamber, you can enter the tunnel that the earth-walking pangolin has dug, Xiao Zai explained. Even without Xiao Zai's reminder, Yiqian had already sensed it. Wow, this earth-walking pangolin really knows how to dig. It even dug its way into the lake. If Xiao Zai hadn't led the way, even with my spatial awareness, it would have taken a lot of effort to find this place, Yiqian marveled. So Yiqian, accompanied by Xiao Zai, entered the lake and followed the underwater passage to reach an underground chamber. There, he found numerous tunnels. It was like an underground labyrinth sprawling in all directions. However, such a labyrinth was as good as non-existent to Yiqian, thanks to his spatial perception. Let's go. Yiqian let Xiao Zai lead the way, slowly approaching the Kai stone vein. The concentration of Kai has increased manifold. Yiqian abruptly realized this, clearly indicating that they were nearing the Kai stone vein. There's a Kai stone here. Upon reaching a tunnel, Yiqian found a Kai stone embedded in the rock wall. This Kai stone was entirely white, radiating an extremely dense Kai. How much Kai must this stone have gathered to be this rich? No wonder it's so precious, Yiqian said as he carefully excavated the stone, making sure to avoid alerting any ferocious beasts. It's worth mentioning that the rock layers here were extremely hard. Clearly, they had undergone transformation due to the nourishment of Kai. An average person wouldn't have been able to chip even a speck of dust from these rocks. Crack. Accompanied by a soft sound, the first Kai stone was successfully excavated by Yiqian and was promptly stored in his personal space. Keep searching. Quickly, Yiqian found about 10 more Kai stones and harvested them all, storing them in his personal space. The battle is almost over. Yiqian's spatial perception revealed the situation above ground. Under Yun Feng's full strength, the people of the Hellion family were falling one by one, unable to resist Yun Feng. At that moment, around a dozen members of the Hellion family had already perished. If the Hellion family is completely wiped out, Yun Feng definitely won't leave the Kai stone vein unexploited. He can deal with the earth-walking pangolin, and I can take this opportunity to quickly dig out the Kai stones unnoticed, Yiqian thought, smiling broadly at his plan. In truth, he had another option, to kill everyone, including Yun Feng, to monopolize the entire Kai stone vein. But he didn't do that, as one of his principles was to avoid intentionally killing people. 11 stones, 12 stones, 13 stones, 20 stones. Yi Tian happily harvested one Kai stone after another, completely avoiding the attention of both people and beasts, except for Xiao Zai, of course. Above ground, Yun Feng had also sustained some minor injuries. Being the skilled warriors of the Hellion family, they had their trump cards or astonishing weapons. It was unrealistic to expect Yun Feng to kill them without getting hurt. Under the influence of moderate speed talent, the people of the Hellion family stood no chance of escape. 10 minutes passed. Only one person remained in the battlefield, Hellion Bai, Chapter 82, Mad Mining of One Man and One Beast. Haha, I never expected to underestimate you. Your speed talent has actually reached the mid-level. I can't accept this. Hellion Bai spat out blood, laughing in unwilling rage. Die. Yun Feng waved his hand, and a blade of wind pierced through Hellion Bai's chest, not giving him any more time to speak. The attack killed Hellion Bai, who was already severely injured, on the spot. Thankfully, I acquired a wind spirit grass, which elevated my speed talent to a mid-level. Otherwise, I would have been gravely injured, if not killed, by these martial masters surrounding me, Yun Feng said with relief. Immediately, he became excited and hurriedly took away the storage bags of these people. These many storage bags, especially Hellion Bai's, were undoubtedly filled with numerous treasures, the value of which was immeasurable. He was merely a side-branch genius of the Yun family. Even though his combat talent was high, he hadn't received much cultivation support from the Yun family. All resources had to be acquired by himself. Now, his cultivation talent had reached the extraordinary level, making him among the top cultivators in the Demon Sea base. With all these resources, he didn't have to worry about future cultivation. And there's this spirit stone vein with 20 units of Kai. Yun Feng's eyes burned with passion. These spirit stone veins were even more valuable. Once he killed the fierce beast guarding them, the entire vein would be his. These spirit stones would truly be a massive gain. First, let's heal. The spirit stones won't run away. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll go and kill that beast, Yun Feng decided. It took him about half an hour to fully recover his injuries and restore his energy as well as stamina. He was now in peak condition. Boom. He stepped into the entrance tunnel, descending underground. An unavoidable battle erupted. Meanwhile, as Yun Feng fought the earth-walking pangolin, Yi Tian had already mined 200 spirit stones. Hee, you guys keep fighting. Once you're done, most of the spirit stones will fall into my hands. Yi Tian muttered to himself. According to his spatial sense, many spirit stones in this vein had been consumed by the earth-walking pangolin. Plus, it was a small vein, so there weren't many spirit stones left. Now, the entire vein had probably only around 3,000 spirit stones. Though it was far less than the vein that was found 10 years ago, for Yi Tian, this was an unimaginable fortune. At this moment, Yun Feng and the earth-walking pangolin were embroiled in a loud battle. So as long as Yi Tian kept his mining noise to a minimum, he wouldn't attract their attention. Xiao Zai, don't slack off, dig with me, Yi Tian commanded. Master, I'll dig diligently. Xiao Zai nodded continuously. Mining treasures was Xiao Zai's favorite activity. It had always wanted to mine spirit stones but didn't dare due to the pangolin's presence. Now, with its master to back it up, it was no longer afraid. The man and the beast began to frantically dig within the spirit stone vein. Ordinary people would take a long time to mine even a single spirit stone because most of the material was waste rock. However, Yi Tian, with his spatial sensing ability, could see through the layers of rock to accurately locate the spirit stones, thus mining at a rapid pace. Of course, Yi Tian chose to mine only those spirit stones that were relatively easier to extract. 300 stones, 400 stones, 500 stones. Damn it, the defense of this beast is too high. Even my top-tier wind blade talent can't kill it in one shot unless I hit its weak point. But it keeps using earth escape techniques to get away. It's too hard to kill. Yun Feng furrowed his brow. Abandoning the opportunity to kill this ferocious beast is impossible. It's already targeting me. Covertly mining isn't an option. The only way out is to eliminate it so that I can mine the Kai stones, Yun Feng thought. Consequently, he attempted to lure the pangolin-like creature out of its hiding place. This action, however, greatly facilitated Yi Tian's task. Yi Tian had been worried about being discovered by the creature and had been cautiously mining Kai stones from a distance. Now that the creature was lured out to the surface, Yi Tian started mining more audaciously. 600 pieces, 700 pieces, 800 pieces. Yi Tian continued to accelerate his mining speed, and the sound started to grow louder, echoing to the surface. While struggling with the creature, Yun Feng heard the faint sounds from below. What's going on underground? Yet, he didn't ponder much on it. The creature didn't value Kai stones much. It couldn't use them to enhance its own abilities anymore. To it, Kai stones were merely snacks. Eating too many of them would diminish its interest. Now its most hated enemy was Yun Feng, the one who had wounded it. Even if it knew that someone had intruded from below, its first priority was to take down Yun Feng. The creature was simple-minded, nowhere near as intelligent as Xiao Zai and Xiao Jin. Had it been more intelligent, Yi Tian wouldn't have had such an easy time mining the Kai stones. Time trickled away, and the underground noises grew louder. Yun Feng even heard the sound of mining, which led him to speculate. Could someone be mining Kai stones? This possibility made Yun Feng anxious. I must use my trump card. In Yun Feng's hand appeared a bead, no ordinary one but an array bead. It was engraved with a minor array known as the illusion array. This sort of bead, known as the illusion bead, was a very precious artifact. Once activated, it would set up a minor illusion, but it was a one-time use item. While not very effective on high-tier warriors, it could easily bewilder a beast of limited intelligence. Boom, the array bead activated, and the power of the illusion array spread out, entrapping the creature which had just surfaced. Caught within the illusion, the creature thought it had injured Yun Feng and was feeling triumphant when suddenly a pain shot through its eyes, and its brain turned to mush. The next moment, the creature's consciousness dispersed, leaving behind a lifeless body. Just then, Yun Feng had seized the opportunity when the creature was trapped in the illusion. He used his wind blade to pierce through its eyes and enter its brain, scrambling it, thereby killing the creature. Looking at the now dimmed illusion bead, Yun Feng felt a pang of regret. But he had no time to mourn. He quickly descended through the tunnel. Underground, within a particular passage, Yi Tian, observing the situation above, sighed regretfully. I can't continue mining. I didn't expect Yun Feng to have such a trump card. He killed the creature so quickly. But it's enough. I've mined nearly 1,800 Kai stones, and Xiao Zai has mined quite a bit too. Though there are still some left, they are mostly deep within the rock. Yun Feng can dig them up if he wants. Whoosh! Yi Tian moved swiftly, departing the area and signaling Xiao Zai to do the same. Together, they passed through the underground passage, quickly reaching the underground lake and making their escape. And so, Yun Feng remained blissfully unaware that someone had mined a considerable number of Kai stones from right under his nose. Chapter 83. The Incredibly Valuable Xiao Zai. After retreating dozens of miles, Yi Tian and Xiao Zai finally came to a halt. It was time for Xiao Zai to hand over the Kai stones. Xiao Zai, where are the Kai stones? Yi Tian inquired. Unwillingly, Xiao Zai opened its mouth and spat out a storage bag. This bag was given to Xiao Zai by Yi Tian for the purpose of carrying Kai stones. Yi Tian opened the storage bag and counted carefully. 412 Kai stones, not bad, Yi Tian praised. Considering Xiao Zai's limited strength and the rock layer's toughness, it was no small feat that Xiao Zai managed to excavate 412 Kai stones in such a short time. Keep up the good work. After we get back this time, I'll take care of the items in this storage bag, and then it will belong to you. Yi Tian promised. Master, are you serious? Xiao Zai quivered, not from fear but from excitement. This was the first time it had ever seen a storage bag. With it, Xiao Zai could easily store treasures. Even though it had encountered many treasures before, it had always been unable to carry them away due to its small size. Now things were different. The master was actually going to gift it a storage bag. Xiao Zai couldn't contain its excitement. "Master, I will work hard and find more treasures." Xiao Zai vowed. Yitan smiled faintly. He was simply counting on Xiao Zai to find more treasures while they were in the secret realm. Not long after leaving the realm, he could replicate Xiao Zai's talents, after which he wouldn't need Xiao Zai anymore. But of course he wouldn't discard it. He planned to give it to his sister Yi Yu, who he assumed would love Xiao Zai. "Let's go. Let's continue our treasure hunt," Yitan urged. "Okay, master, there's another treasure over there. Let's go grab it." Xiao Zai, seemingly transformed into a female bandit, led Yitan on with renewed enthusiasm. At that moment, Yun Feng entered the Kai stone mine and was dumbfounded. There were countless small holes throughout the rock layers in the tunnels. From the traces, it was evident that someone had recently been mining and had likely taken away many Kai stones. "Who is the little thief who stole my Kai stones?" Yun Feng was infuriated. While he had been fighting above, someone had sneakily stolen his Kai stones, making him depressed. However, his mood improved somewhat when he thought of the treasures he had acquired from Hellion Bai and others. "That little thief must have run away. I've looked everywhere and haven't found him. The sound of mining has also stopped." "Humph, I don't believe you could have taken many Kai stones in such a short time. Most of them should still belong to me." Thus, Yun Feng also began his mining process. However, the remaining time was short, only about 7 or 8 days, and he would have to spend 2 days just to travel. So the actual mining time was only about 5 to 6 days. No matter what, he had to leave within 5 or 6 days. Otherwise, he'd be as frustrated as Hellion Bai, who had been stuck in the secret realm for a decade. Dig, dig, dig. Yun Feng mined like a man possessed, but it took a long time to dig out a single Kai stone. Furthermore, he caused severe damage to the rock layers, causing several tunnels to collapse. For 5 to 6 continuous days, Yun Feng mined without taking any rest. By the end of it, he was covered in dust and looked utterly exhausted, yet his eyes were filled with disappointment. Damn it, how did it take so long to mine just 500 Kai stones? Yun Feng was incredibly frustrated. Rumor had it that even a small vein of Kai stones would contain at least 10,000 stones, and the larger veins could have hundreds of thousands. The last documented Kai stone vein had been mined for a staggering 10,000 stones. So, why had he unearthed only 500? The gap between 10,000 and 500 was just too vast. That petty thief couldn't have taken many Kai stones in such a short time, maybe 100 at most. And here I am with only 500. There must still be some deeply hidden stones, but all in all, this vein might only contain around 1,000 Kai stones. Yun Feng estimated. 1,000 Kai stones were indeed too few and didn't fit the reputation of a Kai stone vein. Yun Feng could only surmise that some beast had consumed a significant number of stones. That was the only explanation. If he ever found out that Yitan had secretly mined over 2,000 Kai stones, he would surely go mad. Deciding not to continue mining, Yun Feng headed toward the spatial rift. Yitan also chose not to search for treasures with Xiao Zai. Instead, he too made his way toward the spatial rift. In recent days, Yitan's gains had not been smaller than those from the Kai stone vein. With Xiao Zai's guidance and the natural treasure trove of the secret realm, Yitan had amassed an astonishing number of items. He had collected as many as 50 herbs that were over 1,000 years old, and hundreds of herbs that were a century old. Moreover, he had found 3 treasures that could improve cultivation talent, as well as ice spirit grass that could boost water or ice attributes, perfect for Yi Yu, who had an ice attribute talent. "I'm satisfied." Yitan was confident that among all the warriors who had entered the secret realm this time, none had a haul greater than his, not even the exceptionally lucky Yun Feng. Spatial rift, the exit. One warrior after another rushed to this spot. Quite a few of them didn't have storage bags and carried large bundles, drawing attention. Still, nobody dared to rob or fight them. It would mean trouble later. Whoosh, 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 one after another, the warriors exited the secret realm. At this moment, Yi Tian also arrived, flashing into the spatial rift and emerging into the outer world. Yi Tian, over here. Yu Ling's voice came. Yi Tian quickly ran over and boarded Yu family's wind-controlling ship. How did it go? Yu Ling asked curiously. Not bad. Yi Tian nodded. Just then, Yu Ling's eyes fell upon Xiao's eye, and he looked extraordinarily surprised. Is that a purple golden treasure mouse? Yes, Yi Tian said. It was no surprise to Yi Tian that Yu Ling, being widely read, recognized the purple golden treasure mouse. Do you know how valuable a purple golden treasure mouse is? You actually tamed one? Yu Ling looked a bit envious. How valuable? Yi Tian was eager to know. A single one is worth 100 billion, and they're priceless because they're hard to find. With a purple golden treasure mouse, searching for treasures becomes much easier. And your purple golden treasure mouse must have consumed some treasure to enhance its bloodline talent. It must be at least of high grade. Its price might even be as high as 200 billion. How about you sell it to me? Yu Ling was tempted. Upon hearing the conversation between Yi Tian and Yu Ling, Xiao Zai trembled and said nervously, Master, please don't sell Xiao Zai. Chapter 84, Trading Treasures. Yi Tian patted Xiao Zai's backside, signaling it not to worry. Yu Ling, I apologize. It has already recognized me as its master, Yi Tian said. Yu Ling smiled. Ownership can be revoked, and my Yu family knows how to do so. If you're willing to sell, that's not an issue at all. Clearly, she hadn't given up on buying Xiao Zai. I'm not selling, Yi Tian flatly refused. What a joke. Was he to sell Xiao Zai for a mere 200 billion? Forget about anything else. The treasures Xiao Zai had found for him in the mystical land alone were worth far more than 200 billion. Take the Kai stones, for instance. One stone was worth 1 billion, and with 2,200 Kai stones, their total value reached 2.2 trillion. 200 billion was merely chump change compared to that. As far as Yi Tian was concerned, 200 billion was trifling. Moreover, he didn't think Xiao Zai was worth just 200 billion. Xiao Zai had a high-level treasure-seeking talent. Ordinary purple gold treasure mice had at best beginner or mid-treasure-seeking abilities. A beginner-level purple gold treasure mouse with a top-tier bloodline might even be worth more than 200 billion. Xiao Zai's value, which combined a high-level treasure-seeking talent and a top-tier bloodline, was absolutely incalculable. If Yi Tian had sold Xiao Zai, that would have been truly foolish. Even if he were to give it to his sister in the future, that would still be better than selling it. He wouldn't let a good thing go cheaply. Seeing Yi Tian truly had no intention of selling, Yu Ling finally gave up on the idea of buying Xiao Zai. Yi Tian, be careful. The purple gold treasure mouse is extremely valuable. Perhaps no one would dare to rob you in the Mo High base, but if you leave, you might find yourself targeted, Yu Ling warned. I understand, Yi Tian nodded, but he was not worried. He had acquired a massive number of treasures this time and had no plans to leave Mo High base anytime soon. And given some time, his rate of growth would far exceed anyone's expectations. By the time he did leave the Mo High base, anyone harboring thoughts of stealing Xiao Zai would be utterly despairing. Master, you're so good to me, not selling Xiao Zai. Xiao Zai will definitely work hard to make you 200 billion in the future. Xiao Zai, naive as it was, only knew that the figure 200 billion was massive. It had no concept of the value of that sum, let alone that the treasures it had found were worth far more. If it knew, it would have definitely given Yu Ling a super disdainful look. A measly 200 billion to buy it, Xiao Zai. Xiao Zai wasn't that cheap. The senior warriors of the Yu family returned one by one. By the time the spatial rift was about to close, only 6 had returned, including Yu Ling. The Yu family lost more than half of its senior warriors, Yi Tian mused to himself. Fortunately, another top-tier talent of the Yu family had survived, so the losses weren't too significant. In the sky, the spatial rift began to shrink rapidly. Even if Yun He Wang wanted to stop it, he couldn't, unless he was willing to risk his life to keep it open for another month. And he definitely wouldn't do that. 1,000 senior warriors went in, but fewer than 300 came out. Yuling couldn't help but sigh. Yi Tian remained silent, feeling the brutal nature of their adventure in the mystical land. If not for his top-tier healing talent and teleportation abilities, he would have likely died under the siege of wild beasts given his reckless treasure collecting. This just showed how dangerous it was for other senior warriors. Being alive was already a stroke of luck. If the senior warriors in the Lin Hai base knew that a single journey into the mystical land resulted in the loss of over 700 of their kind, they would surely be stunned. Yi Tian thought to himself, after all, in a small place like Lin Hai base, grand warriors were big shots. The fall of even one would cause a huge commotion. But in Demon Sea base, grand warriors seemed as abundant as weeds. The deaths of many weren't worth shedding tears over, because if one batch died, another batch of elite warriors would rise to take their place. "Let's go," Yu Ben announced, seeing that the spatial rift had completely closed. There was no point in waiting any longer. Even if warriors from the Yu family were still alive, they couldn't come out now. They would have to wait another 10 years. Boom! The wind-controlled ship soared into the sky, heading for Demon Sea base. Ships from other families also flew off one by one. Soon enough, the vast mountain range was devoid of human presence, and the fierce beasts quickly reclaimed the area. The Yu family. The wind-controlled ship descended, and Yi Tian landed on the ground. "Yi Tian, the treasures you obtained in the secret realm are yours to keep. But if there are some you don't need, would you be willing to trade them to the Martial Pavilion?" Yuling inquired. "Sure," Yi Tian agreed. He had been planning to trade some of the treasures anyway, as they were so numerous that he had filled his pocket space and 2 storage bags. "Come, I'll take you to the Martial Pavilion." Yu Ling led Yi Tian away from the Yu family residence, heading towards the nearby branch of the Martial Pavilion. They arrived shortly. "This Martial Pavilion is huge," Yi Tian exclaimed silently as he looked at the 50-meter-tall, ancient-styled edifice before him. Compared to the Demon Sea base's Martial Pavilion branch, the one in Lin Hai base was downright shabby. There are 10 branches like this in the entire Demon Sea base, and the main tower of the Martial Pavilion is even more magnificent, rising up to 100 meters. Yu Ling explained. Entering the Martial Pavilion, Yu Ling personally arranged for Yi Tian to engage in trade. Under her arrangements, an experienced appraisal master assessed and valued Yi Tian's treasures. "Young sir, please take out the treasures," the appraisal master requested. Yi Tian took out his storage bag and began placing item after item on the appraisal table, quickly filling it up. Yu Ling's pupils contracted as she looked at Yi Tian incredulously. These treasures were too numerous, but she quickly understood. She thought about the purple gold treasure rat. In the natural treasury environment of the secret realm, having such a pet made finding various treasures incredibly easy. "Young sir, are you really willing to trade all these treasures to our Martial Pavilion?" The appraisal master's emotions were somewhat agitated. In his decades of service, this was the first time he had encountered such a large transaction. "Yes, all of it," Yi Tian calmly confirmed. The quantity of these treasures might seem large, but they constituted only 1/10 of his total haul. Moreover, these were relatively average in value. He hadn't brought out the real goodies. Due to the high value of the traded treasures, Yu Ling called in several other appraisal masters, even attracting the attention of a high-level executive from the Martial Pavilion who personally appraised Yi Tian's treasures. Half a day later, the Martial Pavilion executive spoke. "Young Master Yi Tian, the total value of these treasures is 32.14 billion. We from the Martial Pavilion are willing to purchase them for 32.5 billion and also offer you a VIP card, which gives you a 5% discount on future purchases here. What do you say?" "That works. 32.5 billion it is." Yi Tian nodded, quite satisfied. Chapter 85. The Glow of Treasures. Upon exiting the Martial Pavilion branch, Yu Ling's beautiful eyes fixed upon Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you're filthy rich now. With 32.5 billion, even I'm tempted to rob you. You'd better up your game if you want to rob me. You couldn't do it now, Yi Tian joked. How dare you tease me? Yu Ling pretended to be upset. Both shared a laugh and a bit of banter before preparing to go their separate ways. Before leaving, Yu Ling reminded him, Yi Tian, you're wealthy now. There's an auction hosted by the Martial Pavilion in 10 days, and I think you should attend. There are quite a few items that you'll find useful. After all, you haven't joined any factions, so many things you can only obtain through purchasing. Yu Ling, can you give me a hint about what good items will be there? Yi Tian became curious. He did have money now, but many valuable items were not traded openly. For example, he had inquired about storage bags at the Martial Pavilion only to find that they were unavailable. High-tier elemental body forging techniques, Yu Ling revealed. Really? They'll auction that? Yi Tian was brimming with interest. Having spent a considerable time at the Demon Sea Base, he had long been inquiring about high-tier elemental body forging techniques. But such techniques were the core secrets of major factions and were never put up for trade. Unless he pledged loyalty to a significant power, obtaining high-tier techniques was impossible. Currently, he only had the mid-techniques given by Yu Ling. These were good, but they became almost ineffective once he reached the Grandmaster realm. If I want to continue my cultivation, I'll have to rely on the blood of top-tier ferocious beasts, Yi Tian thought. The difference in progress speed between Grandmasters with and without high-tier techniques was astronomical. Originally, he had planned to seek high-tier techniques after reaching the Grandmaster realm, but now it seemed he had a chance. Yu Ling, I'll definitely go, Yi Tian confirmed. Good, I'll get you an invitation for the auction in the next couple of days. You can just go directly then, Yu Ling arranged. Thank you. Yi Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude. If he had to arrange the invitation himself, it would have taken quite some time. Shortly after, the two parted ways. Upon arriving home, it was already evening. Yi Yu had returned from the martial school and was visibly excited to see Yi Tian. Brother, you're finally back. Yi Yu jogged over. However, her attention was quickly captured by Xiao Zai Little Purple. Wow, such a cute little mouse. Brother, is this your gift for me? Yi Yu's eyes twinkled like stars. It was no wonder. Xiao Zai was truly adorable, especially the hint of golden fur between its brows, which elevated its aura several levels. Yes, this is your little gift, Yi Tian nodded. When Yi Tian handed Xiao Zai over to Yi Yu, Xiao Zai was bewildered. What's going on? Who is this woman? I thought I was the cute pet of my master. How come I'm with her now? Master, did you sell me? Xiao Zai plaintively spoke in Yi Tian's mind. No, I didn't sell you. I'm just very busy and can't take you with me all the time. This is my sister, Yi Yu. You'll stay with her from now on. She seems to like you a lot and will surely take good care of you, Yi Tian explained. That's good to hear. Xiao Zai will listen to Master, Xiao Zai obediently said. With Xiao Zai joining the household, Xiao Jin's little gold status plummeted instantly. Yi Yu used to play with Xiao Jin often, but now, with Xiao Zai around, Xiao Jin was almost abandoned. Of course. Yi Yu also frequently practiced cultivation and as such couldn't spend much time with Xiao Zai and Xiao Jin. The two pets, however, quickly became friends. Xiao Zai. I'm Xiao Zai. What's your name, big guy? Xiao Jin. I'm Xiao Jin. My master named me. Xiao Zai. So, big guy, what can you do? Xiao Jin. I'm very fast and I have great stamina. Xiao Zai. Your abilities don't seem too impressive, do they? Do you know what I can do? I have a talent for treasure hunting. No treasure can escape my eyes. If you become my follower, I'll lead you to countless treasures in the future. Xiao Jin. Big brother, you got it. Xiao Zai. I'm female. Call me big sister. Xiao Jin. Yes, big sister. In just a few sentences, Xiao Jin had become Xiao Zai's subordinate. From then on, Xiao Zai no longer walked by herself but rode on Xiao Jin's large body, treating him as a mount. When Yi Tian saw this, he couldn't help but laugh for several days. Seeing that Xiao Jin and Xiao Zai were playing happily with Yi Yu, he didn't interfere much. On the fourth day after his return, the Yuling sect sent an invitation for an auction. Tucking away the auction invite, Yitian was about to start cultivating when he suddenly remembered that the cooldown time for his duplication talent had ended. "I'll first duplicate Xiao Zai's treasure-hunting talent," Yitian decided. The talent was indeed amazing. Not duplicating it would be a disservice to himself. Duplicate? Fuse? The high-tier treasure-hunting talent didn't cause Yitian much pain. He only felt a bit hot and broke into a sweat. 10 minutes later, the fusion was complete. Treasure-hunting talent. High-tier. Looking at this line of talent description, Yitian was very satisfied. He immediately began to test the capabilities of the high-tier treasure-hunting talent. He placed a 100-year-old ginseng, a 1,000-year-old polygonum multiflorum, and a vitality stone on the table, and then activated his treasure-hunting talent. Next, an incredible scene unfolded. Whoa, 3 beams of light emitted from the 3 treasures. The light from the 100-year-old ginseng was a faint white. The light from the 1,000-year-old polygonum multiflorum was a strong white, and the light from the Kai stone was a light red. Yitian then took out numerous other treasures and examined them one by one with his treasure-hunting talent. Ultimately, he concluded that the color of the light was related to the level of the treasure, ranking them from low to high in white, red, and yellow light. Most of his own treasures emitted white light, fewer emitted red, and those emitting yellow light were exceptional items like the heavenly soul flower. As for what was above yellow light, Yitian didn't know. At the same time, Yitian also tested the range of his treasure-hunting talent, finding it to be within 10 miles. Within this range, he could sense the existence of treasures and preliminarily determine their levels. Consequently, he saw a dense array of shining treasures within the 10-mile radius. Unfortunately, these treasures were all owned by others. He couldn't claim them. Among these, the most valuable emitted only yellow light. I have one more chance to duplicate. I should duplicate an extraordinary level cultivation talent. Yitian planned. According to what he knew, the highest talent at the Demon Sea base was an extraordinary level cultivation talent. Unable to duplicate a higher level talent, he could only fuse several extraordinary level talents together in an attempt to create a higher level talent. That was also an option. I'll go take a look around the Yun family's area first, Yitian decided as he set out lightly dressed. Chapter 86. The Purple Blood Body Refinement Technique. The Yun family's estate was vast, spanning several miles with numerous high-rise buildings, resembling a small kingdom. The family had a large population too, with the main lineage and various branches accounting for nearly 100,000 people. This was the foundation of the leading clan in the Demon Sea base. Yitian came near the Yun family estate, harboring the intention to copy extraordinary cultivation talents. His talent for copying had a range of 500 meters. If Yun Tian appeared within that range, Yitian could surreptitiously replicate the other's extraordinary cultivation talent. However, Yitian quickly found himself disappointed. He didn't catch sight of Yun Tian, nor did he see any other extraordinary talents within the Yun family. Clearly, they were deep within the family estate. Unless he entered the estate, or waited for these extraordinarily talented martial artists to come out, he would have difficulty copying their abilities. He gave up on the Yun family. Shortly after, Yitian continued his search for other extraordinary cultivation talents, but was unsuccessful. Clearly, even with a 500-meter coverage area, if he couldn't find anyone, he couldn't copy anything. In a few days, the auction will take place. I should encounter some extraordinary cultivation talents then, he thought. Yitian could only place his hopes on this upcoming auction. Time swiftly reached the day the auction was to begin. This auction held by the Martial Pavilion wasn't particularly large-scale. It was one of the routine auctions conducted every couple of months. Nevertheless, it was hosted at the Martial Pavilion headquarters, and many people attended. Early in the morning, Yitian left his house and hurried to the Martial Pavilion headquarters. "Truly majestic," Yitian exclaimed, gazing at the 100-meter-high Martial Pavilion headquarters. The place was heavily guarded. Almost all of the soldiers were highly skilled martial artists, and there were even grandmasters overseeing security. And that was just the exterior. Yiqian speculated that the interior would be even more heavily fortified, perhaps even guarded by individuals at the king level. The martial pavilion was organized by 3 major families, among which the Yu family was the weakest. Yet the pavilion had king-level attendants, so it made sense for there to be king-level guardians. Here at the headquarters, even those at the king level wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Upon entering, Yiqian presented his invitation and was soon led by a female staff member to the 5th floor of the martial pavilion, where the auction was taking place. Upon arrival, Yiqian took his seat according to his invitation. The auction venue differed from what he had imagined. There were no private rooms. Everyone sat in a large hall. The only saving grace was that the seats were spaced out, preventing a sense of congestion. The venue could accommodate around 1,000 people, although it wasn't guaranteed that many would attend. Copy talent. With a thought, Yiqian's talent for copying enveloped the entire auction hall. Soon, the talents of everyone present emerged one by one. The talents are all quite high, Yiqian mused silently. Those who could attend this auction were no minor figures. Hence, it was unlikely that their talents would be mediocre. The lowest were high-level cultivation talents, and there were quite a few top-level ones. As for extraordinary-level cultivation talents, Yiqian had yet to see any. Expand. The scope of his copy talent gradually broadened, soon covering the entire martial pavilion headquarters. "I've found it!" Yiqian was overjoyed. On the 15th floor of the martial pavilion, which was also the highest floor, the talent details of a particular individual emerged before Yiqian's eyes. Human. Chang Yuan. Cultivation talent. Extraordinary gravity talent, basic. Yiqian was elated. His search had finally yielded fruit. The other party has an extraordinary cultivation talent, likely a king-level powerhouse. The surname is Chang, not a warrior from one of the 3 major families in the martial pavilion, Yiqian speculated. Without another word, he copied the talent. However, he chose not to integrate it just yet. He was at an auction venue, and integrating talents would lead to noticeable changes in his body. Naturally, he couldn't perform the integration here. He would have to wait until he returned home. After roughly half an hour of waiting, the auction began. The initial items up for bid weren't particularly precious, but they were quite beneficial for powerful warriors. For instance, some items could assist in cultivation, increasing the speed of cultivation by 2 or even 3 times. Unfortunately, the duration of this effect was limited, lasting at most a month. Yet even with such a short duration, these items easily fetched bids of 10 or 20 billion. Yiqian had an unknown number of treasures and didn't care about these mundane items. His aim was to acquire high-tier elemental body forging techniques. However, before these techniques came up for auction, an item that piqued Yiqian's interest appeared. Next up, we have cultivation insights from a king-level practitioner. These insights come from the Typhoon King who perished in a beast tide 40 years ago. The starting bid is 5 billion, the auctioneer announced. Typhoon King, the name was incredibly renowned. Although he had fallen 40 years ago, stories about Typhoon King were widely circulated, and no one was unfamiliar with him. King-level cultivation insights were indeed valuable, but not many were interested in purchasing them. Cultivation relied on talent and resources. How useful could these insights really be? Perhaps they'd be useful for cultivation novices, but those present were either senior members of major financial groups or core disciples and elders of major families. They could easily access their own faction's repositories to learn various cultivation secrets, so there was no need to spend such a vast sum on king-level insights. Others might not have been interested, but Yiqian was. He had always been cultivating alone, groping his way through the process. His understanding of realms beyond the Grandmaster level was quite vague. These insights would be extremely useful to him. 5.5 billion, Yiqian raised his bid card. 6 billion? 7 billion? 8 billion, the competition wasn't particularly fierce. With only a few people bidding, Yi Tian, flaunting his substantial wealth, won the cultivation insights for 11 billion. At this moment, many looked at Yi Tian as though he were a spendthrift, believing that what he spent was not worth it. 11 billion, this was not a trifling sum but real money. A heavenly soul flower that could improve talent had a price tag of only 100 billion. Of course, the heavenly soul flower was indeed priced at this level. It's just that nobody was willing to sell it. The auction continued. One by one, valuable items were sold, including an item that could enhance talent. However, it did not enhance cultivation talent, but rather a fire elemental type of talent. It was called the Crimson Flame Lingjai. This Crimson Flame Lingjai was effective only for elementary fire element talents and did not guarantee a 100% improvement, so its price wasn't exorbitant, only 120 billion. Indeed, there are many good items, things that are almost impossible to buy outside. Only here can one find such treasures. Yi Tian thought to himself. Finally, in the long wait, what Yi Tian coveted most, the high-tier elemental body forging techniques appeared. Coming from the super base, Zhonghai base, a high-tier elemental body forging technique, purple blood body forging. You all don't have to worry about its origins. We, the Martial Pavilion, guarantee there are absolutely no issues, the auctioneer declared. The starting bid is 30 billion, the auctioneer announced. Chapter 87. The Mysterious Treasure? Only 30 billion? So cheap. A high-level Yuan force body cultivation technique can found a great clan, a grandmaster inquired with disbelief. Others attending the auction also expressed their curiosity. The scarcity of great clans in the Demon Sea base was largely due to the control over these high-level Yuan force body cultivation techniques. Mid-level Yuan force body cultivation techniques were more or less the same and many people possessed them. However, high-level techniques were very different and complex, involving many aspects. A single high-level Yuan force body cultivation technique could transform a small clan into a great one. Precisely because of this, such techniques were invaluable. A starting bid of 30 billion was so low that it was hard to believe it was genuine. Seeing many people question this, the auctioneer explained. Ladies and gentlemen, this high-level Yuan force body cultivation technique is authentic, but it can't be disseminated. It has been recorded in a heritage bead with a soul array set up inside it. To learn this technique, you must swear an oath to cultivate it alone. Hence, its value is greatly reduced. The starting bid of 30 billion was decided after discussion within our Martial Pavilion. So that's how it is. Many people suddenly understood and quickly lost interest. Many of those present were members of large forces and had channels to learn high-level Yuan force body cultivation techniques. Although they too were bound by oaths, they could learn for free. But having to spend so much on this purple blood body cultivation technique was naturally disagreeable to them. However, lone wolves like Yi Tian were extremely excited and set their sights on the purple blood body cultivation technique, including some grandmaster-level martial artists. Seems like the competition is tough, Yi Tian observed the crowd and secretly thought. He was determined to acquire the purple blood body cultivation technique. In terms of financial capability, he believed he outclassed the average grandmaster. Purple blood body cultivation technique from Zhonghai Super Base. So there really is something even greater than a large base. Yi Tian was highly interested in the concept of super bases. He even wondered how Yuan force body cultivation techniques and high-level Yuan force body cultivation techniques came into being. Initially, he thought they were created by large bases, but after coming to the large base, he realized that they didn't have the capability to create these techniques. Perhaps these were all crafted by super bases. Sadly, his status was not high enough. He knew only the name of the Zhonghai super base and nothing else. How big has China become? How many large bases and super bases are there? How big is the entire Earth? A series of questions appeared in Yi Tian's mind, questions that awaited future exploration for answers. 35 billion, 38 billion, 40 billion. Those bidding for the purple blood body cultivation technique were all grandmasters. Grandmasters had various ways to amass wealth and had unimaginable fortunes accumulated over time. A few hundred billion was nothing to them. Furthermore, the opportunity to obtain a high-level Yuan force body cultivation technique was rare. Some grandmasters were reluctant to pledge allegiance to major forces, so they did not want to miss this chance. 80 billion? A shocking bid was announced. By this point, few were still bidding as the auction price had soared too high. Grandmasters were indeed wealthy, but the resources required for their cultivation were also substantial. Grandmasters who had assets worth 100 billion were top-notch ones. These top-notch grandmasters generally already possessed high-level Yuan force body cultivation techniques, and those wishing to purchase one generally had lesser financial means. Therefore, after the bidding reached 80 billion, they could no longer afford to compete. At this moment, Tian made his move. 100 billion? A price that utterly crushed the hopes of other grandmasters was announced by Tian. Whoosh, whoosh, the gazes of many martial artists converged on Tian. He's the one who just spent 11 billion to purchase the cultivation insights of a king-level expert. And now he's spending another 100 billion to buy a high-tier Yuan force body refinement technique. Just how wealthy is he? Many masters expressed their envy. Could he be the scion of some large family? Someone murmured. It's possible. Anyone who can spend over 100 billion at such a young age might be the descendant of a king-level expert. I really envy these rich second generations. They're born with endless resources to squander, unlike us who have to struggle for our lives. A master lamented. If they knew Tian's true identity, that he wasn't a scion of some large family, they would undoubtedly be astonished. 100 billion was no small sum, so the other masters looked left and right, and reluctantly withdrew from the bidding. With that, Tian successfully acquired the purple blood body refinement technique for the hefty sum of 100 billion, fulfilling his goal for attending the auction. However, the auction wasn't over yet. The purple blood body refinement technique, although incredibly valuable, was not the grand finale. Soon, the true treasures were presented. Dragon blood vine juice, an item that enhances the chances of a great martial artist breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Starting bid, 10 billion, the auctioneer announced. In an instant, the eyes of many great martial artists turned toward a small bottle of red liquid on the auction stage. A yellow-level item? Tian activated his treasure-finding talent and saw the yellow glow emitted by the dragon blood vine juice, immediately determining that it belonged to the yellow tier. From the surrounding discussions, he also learned about its usefulness. It was a juice born from the dragon blood vine plant that could help great martial artists refine their meridians. Refining meridians was part of the process of reaching the Grandmaster realm. Thus, any great martial artist who wanted to break through to the Grandmaster realm could use dragon blood vine juice. While those with top-tier cultivation talents could easily succeed in refining their meridians and reach the Grandmaster realm, it was more difficult for those with high-tier talents. Their success rate was too low. Should the attempt to refine meridians fail, not only would the meridians be damaged, but even if repaired, the foundation would be undermined, making it difficult to advance to the Grandmaster realm for the rest of one's life. This was the dilemma of those with high-tier cultivation talents. However, with dragon blood vine juice, there was at least a 30% increase in the odds of success, making it a boon for great martial artists with high-tier talents. Moreover, among the Grandmasters present, who didn't have a younger generation with high-tier cultivation talents? They all coveted this bottle of dragon blood vine juice. Cultivation items were the most valuable commodities of this age. Compared to so-called secret techniques, weapons, or experiences, cultivation items were more precious, especially those that could help break through bottlenecks. Their prices could be astronomical. In the midst of everyone's bidding, the dragon blood vine juice was eventually auctioned off for a high price of 60 billion and was acquired by a Grandmaster. Following that, similar items appeared one after another, making the auction venue utterly boisterous. However, Tian didn't make any further moves. These things were of no use to him. Suddenly, a new item appeared on the auction stage. Etienne tried to investigate it using his treasure-finding talent, but he failed. Clearly, the Martial Pavilion had blocked any form of probing. His treasure-finding talent was not omnipotent. For example, he wanted to probe the Martial Pavilion's treasury but couldn't. It was also shielded from any form of inquiry. Otherwise, the secrets of the Martial Pavilion would have been exposed long ago, and they wouldn't be able to do business. Pointing at the concealed item, the auctioneer said, "This auction item is a bit special. Even we in the Martial Pavilion can't identify it. But since it's consigned by someone else, we are auctioning it off with an initial price of 1 billion. Upon hearing this, all the martial artists became exceedingly curious. Etienne was also intrigued, extremely eager to know what this mysterious item was. Chapter 88. The inconceivable creature, the war-blood sky dragon. What treasure could it be that it's so mysterious? Someone couldn't help but ask. The auctioneer lifted the cloth, revealing a box underneath. The box was taller than a person and was covered with an array of inscriptions, clearly arranged in some sort of formation. The auctioneer opened the box, and a gigantic egg appeared. The egg was entirely golden, pulsating with life, thereby proving that it was truly an egg, not merely a piece of gold. "Is it a beast egg?" someone inquired with doubt. "Why all the secrecy for a simple beast egg? It can't even be identified, which is quite odd." "It is an egg, but we haven't sensed any beastly aura from it. Any beast would normally emit a certain aura, but this egg doesn't," the auctioneer explained. "What's even more surprising is that this egg is extremely tough. Even a Grandmaster-level expert cannot break its shell, and a King-level expert cannot penetrate the shell to observe what's inside with their divine sense. If it weren't consigned for auction, we would have tried every means to crack it open. Since we can't identify it or know how to hatch it, we can't offer any guarantees to bidders. Therefore, the starting bid will only be 1 billion. Could it be the egg of some powerful creature? If it hatches, won't that be a huge gain?" someone exclaimed. "Maybe it's just metal with a life aura. Anything's possible. If it doesn't hatch, then it's just an ornament," someone chuckled. "HMPH, no matter what, it has extraordinary value. A starting price of just 1 billion is nothing," another person said. "Hee, then let's bid." The martial artists began to bid, starting from 1 billion and going up. Etienne stared at the egg, his eyes filled with astonishment. It was far from ordinary. Copy talent? Etienne tried to use his copy talent to investigate. If it were a beast egg, perhaps his copy talent could probe its inherent abilities, thereby revealing its origin. He thought it wouldn't work, but a line of information appeared on his retina, proving it was indeed an egg, and it had a very imposing name: species. War-blood sky dragon. Bloodline talent, unknown. Strength talent, unknown. Flight talent, unknown. Speed talent, unknown. Defense talent, unknown. A series of talents completely dumbfounded Etienne. This was certainly the creature with the most talents he had ever encountered. No, it shouldn't be called a beast, but a dragon. This is a legendary dragon egg. These clueless people actually put it up for auction. Etienne disdainfully said. However, he didn't consider that, without his copy talent, would he have been able to discern the egg's origin. Regarding this question, Etienne conveniently ignored it. "It's strange. Why can't I see the levels of the talents? Could it be that they are too high?" Etienne wondered to himself, but he quickly rejected that notion. With so many talents, it was impossible for all of them to be unviewable. If these talents truly exceeded the limits of his copy talent, then to what extent would this war-blood sky dragon be formidable? Could it destroy the earth with a single sneeze? According to Etienne's speculation, there was only one possibility. That was, the war-blood sky dragon had not fully incubated, and its innate talents had not completely formed. Only after its birth would its abilities be set in stone, a rule that all creatures must abide by. I have to buy it. A dragon with unlimited potential is far more awesome than Xiao Jin and Xiao Zai. In the future, I plan to give Xiao Jin and Xiao Zai to my sister as pets. Naturally, I must have a pet with unlimited potential, and this dragon fits the bill. Plus, it can fly. Riding it in the future would be so impressive. Yi Tian had set his sights on this dragon egg and participated in the auction without haste. Although the price of the dragon egg was not low, it quickly rose to 10 billion. However, there were plenty of wealthy tycoons who didn't care about this amount of money. 20 billion, 30 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion in the end, the people participating in the auction were undoubtedly top-tier grandmasters. Only Yi Tian, a great warrior, was mixed in, which was somewhat strange. 80 billion! Yi Tian shouted a price that left people in despair. Some of the masters frowned, calculating whether the item was worth it or not. They had other treasures to bid on, and their real target wasn't this dragon egg. If they spent too much money on the dragon egg, it would be a loss if they couldn't win the items they actually wanted later on. Thus, the other grandmasters all gave up on bidding, and Yi Tian won the dragon egg. As for the auction of other treasures, Yi Tian did not participate. It wasn't that he lacked money, but those treasures weren't of much use to him. They were mostly auxiliary items for grandmaster-level cultivators. The final item, a treasure capable of boosting a grandmaster's chance of breaking through to the king level by 50%, was auctioned off for a staggering 1 trillion, leaving everyone astonished. The auction concluded, and Yi Tian collected the 1 items, paid, and turned to leave. After leaving the Martial Guild headquarters, a few people who were interested in his identity followed him secretly. However, Yi Tian had already sensed their presence through spatial perception. He found a deserted corner and teleported away, shaking off these people. Upon returning home, Yi Tian took out the auctioned items. The most precious was undoubtedly the dragon egg. He studied it for a while but found nothing and set it aside for further research in the future. King-level cultivation insights. Yi Tian took it out very carefully, slowly flipping through it. The document was quite thick and made of a very durable material, clearly the hide of a top-tier, ferocious beast. It began from the stage of a martial artist and went all the way to the king level, clearly stating what to focus on at each level. It also provided many auxiliary methods for cultivation or breaking through bottlenecks. What interested Yi Tian the most were the precautions for breaking through to the Grandmaster and King levels. To break through to the Grandmaster level, one's cultivation must reach the extreme of a great warrior. The more stable the foundation, the higher the success rate. If the foundation is unstable, even if one has extraordinary talents for cultivation, it will be easy to become a Grandmaster, but the success rate for breaking through to the King level will be reduced. Ordinarily, breaking through to the King level with extraordinary level cultivation talents should have a 100% success rate. However, almost all extraordinary level cultivators cannot create a perfect foundation, so the success rate is only 80%. An imperfect foundation will hinder further breakthroughs. Reading this, Yi Tian was utterly stunned. Even extraordinary level cultivators couldn't create a perfect foundation. What was going on? He continued reading and finally found the content on creating a perfect foundation. To build a perfect foundation, it must be done before reaching the Grandmaster level. Once the Grandmaster level is reached, the embryonic form of the foundation is set. If it's not a perfect foundation, it's impossible to build one later. To build a perfect foundation, one must break the limits in refining skin, flesh, bones, blood, as well as tempering the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Breaking the limits? Yi Tian heard this for the first time. But as a king-level Typhoon King, there was definitely a basis to what he said. At this moment, Yi Tian felt fortunate to have come across this cultivation insight. Had he not seen it, he might have rushed to break through to the Grandmaster level soon, resulting in an incomplete foundation, and that would have been a regret for life. Chapter 89. The method to forge a perfect foundation. How do I break through the limits? Yi Tian furrowed his brows. He too wanted to forge a perfect foundation, but even Typhoon King had said that it was difficult even for those with extraordinary cultivation talents to achieve this feat. At least, in the Demon Sea base, nobody had ever managed to break the limit and forge a perfect foundation. As for the super bases, perhaps some had, but they were exceedingly rare. Yi Tian continued reading and found that Hurricane King had listed several seemingly feasible solutions. The first method is to use various rare and precious natural resources to help break through the limits. However, this approach is too extravagant. Even a king-level practitioner shouldn't think of cultivating a genius with a perfect foundation. The second method is to use talents to break through the limits. Skin refining corresponds to defensive talents, flesh refining to strength talents, bone refining to skeletal talents, and blood exchange to blood-related talents. The internal organs are more complex, and it's hard to find corresponding talents for them. You can use gravity to refine the frail internal organs, allowing them to shatter and then rebuild. During this process, precious healing medicine must be used to preserve vitality. Reading these two methods, Yi Tian was instantly thrilled. To others, the first method might have a chance of success, while the second was nearly impossible. This was because it was unlikely for one person to possess so many different talents, except for Yi Tian. He had the ability to copy talents and could copy a plethora of them. Therefore, he could try the second method, while the first was difficult for him to implement. As for how to use talents to break the limits, details were provided. 10 years ago, a genius with a top-tier blood flame talent broke through the limits of blood exchange in a short time while activating his blood flame talent, making his blood even stronger. By inference, if one has a top-tier defensive talent, refining the skin while activating this talent could potentially break the skin refining limit. The methods for breaking other limits are similar. Having read this, Yi Tian had thoroughly comprehended it. However, he couldn't try this method yet, as he didn't possess top-tier defensive, strength, bone, or blood talents. Collecting these 4 kinds of talents wasn't easy, and attempting to break the limits of skin, flesh, bones, and blood without them could lead to the collapse of the physical body. Only when other aspects had broken their limits, leaving the internal organs as the only weak point, could one attempt to break those limits under extremely high gravitational forces. This was the best method deduced. It seems I must copy top-tier defensive, strength, bone, and blood talents in the future, Yi Tian resolved. He could copy twice a month. If he was lucky, he could copy these top-tier talents and possibly forge a perfect foundation within 1 or 2 years. At present, the most likely to be completed was the top-tier strength talent, as his strength talent was already advanced. Even if he couldn't find a top-tier one, merging 2 high-tier strength talents might just forge a top-tier strength talent. First, I must cultivate. Only when my strength improves can I seek more talents, Yi Tian thought. Immediately, he took out the inheritance orb that contained the purple blood body refining technique. It was an high-tier origin force body refining technique, and replacing his mid-origin force body refining technique would further increase his cultivation speed. As his mental energy spread into it, and after making an oath, he read the contents of the purple blood body refining technique. The inheritance orb shattered completely. The purple blood body refining technique isn't a complete set of movements, but a series of actions divided according to cultivation levels. Yi Tian was somewhat surprised. Purple blood flesh refining technique, purple blood bone forging technique. Purple blood refining technique, purple blood refining technique, purple blood shockwave technique, purple blood vein refining technique. Each refining technique was designed for a specific realm, forming individual cultivation methods far more sophisticated than the mid-tier elemental force body forging techniques. Yi Tian went through the purple blood body refining technique again, discovering that his skin, which could no longer be refined, could now be refined once more. However, after practicing it several more times, he could no longer refine it. Clearly, he had reached his true limit. Without breaking this limit, further refinement was impossible. Subsequently, Yi Tian tried refining his flesh, bones, and blood several times, strengthening his foundation. Finally, Yi Tian began practicing the purple blood shockwave technique. The purple blood shockwave technique used a set of movements to create shockwaves, resonating throughout the internal organs, thereby accelerating their refinement. According to Yi Tian's tests, The effects of the purple blood shockwave technique were twice as effective as the mid-tier elemental force body forging techniques. My physical strength has already reached 300,000 pounds. Coupled with ample high-grade beast blood, the purple blood body refining technique, and exceptional natural talents, I should reach the ultimate limit of a great martial artist in less than 2 months, Yiqian speculated. In the following month, Yiqian scarcely left the house, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. A month later, Yiqian's cultivation had significantly improved, with his physical strength reaching 680,000 pounds. Because the talent copying was on cooldown, Yiqian wandered around the base in the Demon Sea for quite some time and finally found a high-tier defense talent, not copied from a human, but from the pet of a genius. Apart from the high-tier defense talent, he also found a high-tier Vajra bone talent, copied from a fierce beast called Vajra Beast. The Vajra bone talent was similar to the defense talent, but it focused not on flesh but on bones. Once activated, it made one's bones incredibly strong, even capable of easily piercing steel with a finger bone. Even if someone were to break through his defense, they would still be stopped by the Vajra bone, serving as a secondary defense, which also proved quite effective. While such talents didn't offer much in terms of combat power for Yiqian, he still needed to copy them to create a perfect foundation. Once he encountered a few more high-tier Vajra bone talents, the top-tier Vajra bone talent would form. After copying the 2 talents, Yiqian continued his cultivation. Another month passed, and Yiqian's physical strength had reached the ultimate limit of a great martial artist, 1 million pounds. By this time, his power had also multiplied many times compared to 2 months ago. 1 million pounds equals the strength of 1 elephant. With the amplification of elemental force, it becomes 2 elephants. With the high-level strength talent amplification, it becomes 20 elephants. Coupled with the 6-fold increase of the King Feng slash, that would be 120 elephants. Yiqian calculated his attack power and couldn't help but be amazed at himself. A great martial artist possessing an attack power of 120 elephants would be unbelievable if spoken out loud. Yiqian's speed had also undergone a significant change. He had now reached an astonishing 120 times the speed of sound. Ordinarily, a great martial artist's speed would be at most 6 times the speed of sound, but he had top-level speed talent, which allowed a 20-fold increase, reaching 120 times the speed of sound. Yiqian believed that even the pinnacle of grandmasters wouldn't exceed a few dozen times the speed of sound, while his own speed was second only to the king level. Having reached the limit of a great martial artist, the next step is to focus entirely on breaking that limit. Yiqian was filled with fighting spirit and longing. Chapter 90. The first target, refining one's skin, was the first threshold Yiqian needed to break. Consequently, he planned to create a top-tier defensive talent through a fusion process. Among humans, very few possessed such high-level defensive abilities, and no reports had come from the Demon Sea base about anyone having high-tier or top-tier defensive talents. The highest reported were only of medium level. However, ferocious beasts with high-tier and top-tier defensive abilities were not uncommon. Yiqian realized that if he wanted to obtain high-tier or top-tier defensive talents, he would have to turn to these ferocious beasts for a solution. Last time I was lucky enough to encounter a beast with an high-tier defensive talent, Yiqian mused. But luck can't last forever. It's impossible to find all 4 top-tier talents within the Demon Sea base. I must venture into the wilderness. Originally, Yiqian had intended to enter the wilderness only after becoming a grandmaster. But now, to break his physical limitations and establish a perfect foundation, he had no choice but to leave the Demon Sea base. What relieved Yiqian was that the Demon Sea base had much more detailed information about these ferocious beasts compared to the coastal base. Beasts with defensive, strength, indestructible bone, and bloodline talents were all meticulously recorded, and the varieties were plentiful. Yiqian purchased this information and prepared to leave the Demon Sea base shortly. Before leaving, Yi Tian instructed Xiao Zai and Xiao Jin. Both of you must protect Xiao Yu, understand? Xiao Zai and Xiao Jin nodded vigorously, committing Yi Tian's command to memory. With Xiao Jin and Xiao Zai protecting his sister, he felt very at ease. Xiao Zai had already broken through to the top-tier ferocious beast level, and Xiao Jin was at the high-level ferocious beast limit. With their talents combined, they were more than capable of protecting his sister, Xiao Yu. Additionally, the demon sea base was very secure. He didn't worry about his sister's safety. One day, Yi Tian left the demon sea base. As he passed through the array gateway and entered the wilderness, 5 grandmasters followed him from a distance. 5 little rats. Yi Tian perceived the presence of the 5 grandmasters trailing him and couldn't help but smirk. He had already expected to be followed. After all, he had spent 190 billion at the Marshall Pavilion auction, drawing a lot of attention. Although he had managed to shake off his pursuers at that time, a careful investigation would surely reveal his identity. Many must have investigated my background and found out I have no influential backing. They see me as a fat sheep ripe for the slaughter, Yi Tian reasoned. Those 5 grandmasters obviously intended to ambush him. Anyone else in his position would likely have been desperate, but not Yi Tian. He had the option to use teleportation or 120-fold supersonic speed to shake them off, but that would expose his top-tier speed and space talents. The second option was to eliminate these 5 grandmasters to get rid of the nuisance. After a mere second of contemplation, Yi Tian made his decision. "I'll just eliminate them," he muttered to himself. Both parties seemed to have the same thought. Neither wanted to make a move near the demon sea base, fearing unforeseen complications. They both traveled farther and farther away from the base. "Here is good." Yi Tian stopped in front of a forest called Yun Hai Cloud Sea Forest, a place even larger than the Xiao Kaianai Forest. It housed many top-tier ferocious beasts and even king-level ones. He chose to resolve the matter with the 5 rats trailing him here, making this their final resting place. Soon, the 5 grandmasters arrived. "Now," Yi Tian commanded. The 5 grandmasters acted swiftly, unwilling to waste any time. Boom, boom, boom. Their immense auras seemed to pierce the heavens and the earth, launching an attack with overwhelming force. They moved at incredible speeds, nearly 20 times the speed of sound, far surpassing that of an ordinary martial artist. Facing such a coordinated attack, only Yun Feng, the top combat genius at the demon sea base, would have had a chance to counter. However, Yi Tian was a combat genius far surpassing Yun Feng. "Ants?" Yi Tian muttered under his breath and acted in an instant. Under the speed of 120 times the speed of sound, Yi Tian executed a lethal strike. Thud, thud, thud. Heads flew through the air. Like ordinary people, the 5 grandmasters were effortlessly killed by Yi Tian. Their headless bodies thudded to the ground. 5 storage bags, not bad. They'll allow me to carry more stuff. Yi Tian seized the 5 storage bags from the grandmasters and instantly vanished into the Cloud Sea Forest. Half a day later, a middle-aged man arrived, searching the surroundings and quickly locating the bodies of the 5 grandmasters. Killed in a single stroke, 5 grandmasters dead in one hit. Could a top-level grandmaster have done this? The middle-aged man was shocked. He himself was a top-level grandmaster and knew well the terrifying abilities of his peers. The dead grandmasters were merely ordinary ones, just a bit stronger than those who had recently advanced to that level. Against a top-level grandmaster, these 5 had no chance to even counter. Damn, I thought that having 5 grandmasters ambush a martial artist would be a cinch. Who would have thought they'd get killed? Could the young man have a top-level grandmaster protecting him secretly? Regret filled the middle-aged man. Had he known, he would have personally taken action. Now he had lost 5 subordinates and gained nothing, clearly a significant loss. He cast a long, forlorn glance at the Cloud Sea Forest before sighing and giving up on pursuing Yi Tian. Too much time had passed. He had no way to locate him. He was able to find the corpses of the grandmasters only because of their wrist communicator locators. He buried the bodies of his 5 subordinates and left without delay. Within the Cloud Sea Forest, Yiqian had searched for a long time. He found plenty of ferocious beasts, but none with high-level or top-level defensive talents. According to the data, however, the Cloud Sea Forest was home to a wide variety of beasts, and the talents he needed could be found there. His spatial awareness extended, covering a range of 5,000 meters. This extended range was mainly because Yiqian's cultivation had reached the peak for a martial artist, far surpassing his past abilities. As his cultivation improved, so did his spatial awareness. 5 days passed in a flash. Just when Yiqian was furrowing his brows in frustration, a target beast appeared. Black armor bear? Yiqian looked at a black armor bear more than 4,000 meters away and smiled. According to the information, the black armor bear possibly possessed high-level defensive and strength talents. It was a high-level ferocious beast, and nearly the overlord among high-level beasts. If not for its speed falling short compared to top-level beasts, it could have dominated most of them. That's the one. Yiqian quickly chased after it. He needed to get within 600 meters of the black armor bear to initiate the copying process. Even though his cultivation had improved, this range had increased by only 100 meters, much to his chagrin. Chapter 91. Breaking the skin refining limit, Yiqian moved at incredible speed, closing in on the black armored bear within 2 instances of teleportation. He stopped about 500 meters away from it, concealed himself in a large tree, and restrained his aura. He chose not to hunt down the bear immediately. First, copy. With a mere thought, Yiqian duplicated the black armored bear's high-tier defensive talent and immediately began the process of integration. Merging the high-tier defensive talent wasn't painful for Yiqian. His consciousness remained clear. Even if a ferocious beast attacked him at that moment, he could counterattack in time, ensuring his safety. 10 minutes passed. Yiqian broke into a light sweat, but successfully completed the integration of the high-tier defensive talent. I can feel it. I'm close to making this high-tier defensive talent evolve. My previous speculation must be correct. As soon as I collect 3 high-tier defensive talents, they can be merged into a top-level defensive talent, Yiqian muttered to himself. At this moment, he was only missing 1 high-tier defensive talent to acquire a top-level one. Once he had that, he could attempt to break the 393 limit of skin refining. According to the data, black armored bears usually live in male-female pairs. The one I just encountered was male. There must be a female nearby. If I follow it, I might find the female and copy another talent. Then the first top-level defensive talent will essentially be within my grasp. Thus, Yiqian sensed the location of the black armored bear. It had already run more than 4,000 meters away and was currently locked in combat with a gigantic serpent. This enormous serpent was a top-level ferocious beast, albeit a weaker one among its rank. While it was faster than the black armored bear, it didn't focus on constricting it. However, against a black armored bear with high-tier defensive talent, its strength was akin to tickling. In the end, the serpent was torn apart by the bear and died on the spot. The black armored bear then dragged the serpent's corpse in a particular direction. That serpent was unfortunate. Despite being a top-level beast, it got killed by a high-tier beast like the black armored bear. If it had tried to escape, the bear wouldn't have stood a chance. Choosing to engage in melee was simply suicidal, Yiqian mused, frustrated at the serpent's lack of wisdom. Follow! Yiqian teleported again, trailing the black armored bear. The bear had run several dozen kilometers before finally entering a mountain and a huge cave. Yiqian didn't go in but used his copying ability to completely envelop the other black armored bear inside the cave. Species: black armored bear, bloodline talent, high tier, strength talent, high tier. Defensive talent, high tier. As expected, there is a female black armored bear. Excited, Yiqian wasted no time in duplicating the female bear's high-tier defensive talent. After successfully copying it, he didn't rush to integrate it, but entered the cave. I apologize, but I'd like your high-tier strength talents too. Since I can't copy it right now, I have no choice but to kill you both and keep your corpses to copy it in a month, Etienne mentally conveyed to the bears. Killing beasts didn't make him feel guilty. Humans were the real innocents here. Once living peacefully on Earth, they had their lives turned upside down overnight when spatial rifts appeared and unleashed countless ferocious beasts, killing untold numbers of humans. Over the past century, even more had died. Therefore, he felt no sympathy for the beasts. Kill. A one-sided battle ensued. The black armored bears were neither as strong nor as fast as Etienne. In a flash, Etienne pierced one's eye and shattered its brain, killing it instantly. Gazing at the corpses of the two black armored bears, Etienne stored them in his portable space. By now, his portable space had expanded once more with the advancement of his cultivation, reaching a capacity of 200 cubic meters. In addition, over these 2 months, Etienne had made several trips to the Wouge, selling many treasures. The space he carried with him had also been cleared up substantially, enough to accommodate the bodies of 2 black armored bears. After storing the bodies of the black armored bears, Etienne began to merge with the high-level defensive talent within the den of the bears. Merge. With a thought, a powerful force surged forth. In an instant, Etienne felt as if his skin had been torn apart countless times and then healed countless times, a sensation of excruciating pain. Merging the high-level defensive talent into top-level defensive talent was more painful than Etienne had imagined, but he could still bear it. After an indeterminate amount of time, Etienne felt the pain subside, leaving him in a state of extreme exhilaration. Phew, Tilda. Etienne exhaled a turbid breath and promptly checked the status of his talent. Defensive talent. Top-level. Seeing that his defensive talent had become top-level, Etienne grinned widely. His next goal was to elevate his strength talent from high-level to top-level. This aim was almost within reach, as he had already obtained the bodies of the black armored bears. In a month, he could replicate 2 more high-level strength talents, transforming his high-level strength talent into a top-level one, subsequently skyrocketing his own capabilities. With his defensive talent now top-level, breaking the skin refining limit would be the next test. I hope Typhoon King's guess was correct, Etienne hoped. Defensive talent. Etienne activated his defensive talent, and his defense instantly increased by 20-fold. Even most grandmasters wouldn't be able to breach his defenses easily. Begin practicing purple blood body refining technique. Etienne adopted a series of postures, drawing in massive amounts of worldly essence to temper his skin, a tingling sensation flooding his senses. This feeling. Etienne was immediately elated. This was tempering, yes. He felt his skin being tempered, and the effect was excellent. The skin, which had reached its tempering limit, was being tempered again, proving that Typhoon King's guess had been correct. Top-level talents could indeed help break bodily limits. This pace is too slow. At this rate, breaking the bodily limit would take at least 2 months, Etienne estimated. He then drank a mouthful of high-level ferocious beast blood and resumed practicing the purple blood body refining technique to temper his skin. Now, his cultivation speed had doubled, allowing him to break the skin refining limit within a month. 1 month is about right. I'll cultivate here for this month. My sister has grown. It's time for her to live independently. I can't take care of her forever. Having reached this conclusion, Etienne set his mind at ease and continued his cultivation. Day by day, he practiced, tempering his skin daily. With each passing day, Etienne could feel the transformation of his skin. Although his defensive strength didn't increase, the fundamental quality of his skin did, which was the most important aspect. On the 26th day of his practice, Etienne finally felt a certain invisible constraint within the realm of skin refining. After gulping down dozens of portions of high-level ferocious beast blood, Etienne desperately practiced the purple blood body refining technique, madly tempering his skin and challenging the invisible constraints. He didn't know how many times he had tried or how much time had passed. Suddenly, the constraint broke. Countless amounts of worldly essence flooded into Etienne's body, tempering his skin and completing the final step of transformation. At this moment, Yiqian realized that he had completely shattered the limit, elevating his skin, refining to a new level. Chapter 92. A 100-fold increase to the limit. Let's test the defensive capabilities. Yiqian tested it out and found that his defensive abilities hadn't changed much compared to before. However, without using his healing talents, his skin recovered much faster. Strange, could breaking through the skin-refining realm only improve my skin's recovery rate? Yiqian wondered aloud. Then he reactivated his defensive talent. At that moment, a unique sensation emerged. It seemed that his defensive talent was merging with his skin in some special way, as if being branded onto it. He had a feeling that if this merging continued, his top-level defensive talent would undergo massive changes, perhaps even an earth-shattering transformation. Typhoon King never mentioned this. Maybe it's because he never broke his own limits. He only knew that some people had broken the limits in terms of blood, making their blood much stronger, unlike that of ordinary people, as if it had been replaced. But he never broke any limits himself, so he's not aware of what happens after. It's all hearsay. Yiqian knew he couldn't rely on Typhoon King's experience and had to figure it out himself. But he had some inklings, wondering if his top-level defensive talent would break its own limits and ascend to a new level after the merging. For the many months he had been at the Demon Sea Base, he had heard about transcendental cultivation talents that were above top-level cultivation talents, but never of any transcendental special talents. Many even thought that top-level special talents were the limit. But Yiqian speculated that top-level special talents surely weren't the limit, although breaking that limit would undoubtedly be difficult. If it weren't difficult, it wouldn't be called a limit. Top-level strength talents could amplify one's strength by 20 times. If one were to break those limits, wouldn't the amplification be 50 times or even more? That would be insane. So the level above top-level special talents was incredibly hard to break through. Even among beasts, few possessed talents beyond top level. If a beast with a talent beyond top level were to appear, it could certainly kill enemies 2 major realms higher than itself. I wonder when my defensive talent will truly merge with my skin. Maybe only after I've built a perfect foundation will I know whether my talent can ascend. Yiqian stopped pondering the issue and instead focused on consolidating his newly transformed skin-refining realm before immersing himself in comprehending his sword intent. When he couldn't increase his cultivation or strength, understanding sword intent was his main task. Now, his sword intent had reached 10%. His sword intent could kill souls and even attack ordinary martial artists from hundreds of meters away, although it had little effect on peers. However, sword intent did amplify his sword skills, even intimidating enemies. Once integrated with sword intent, his sword skills became more versatile. Thus, he would not give up comprehending sword intent, especially since sword intent was key to understanding sword techniques. His bronze-level sword techniques were already perfected and required no further comprehension, but for silver-level sword techniques, he needed to reach 20% sword intent. To reach the minor mastery of silver-level sword techniques, 30% was required, for major mastery 40%, and for perfection 60%. Because his sword intent wasn't enough, Yiqian hadn't sought out silver-level sword techniques. Sword techniques must be cultivated. This special method that can be stacked with strength is terrifying. Without the amplification of sword techniques, I couldn't possibly have such great offensive power. Moreover, sword techniques and strength talents must be the only 2 means that can be stacked. I can't give it up. Yiqian continued to delve into sword intent, as various profundities about the sword gradually revealed themselves. In a blink, 4 days had passed. His sword intent had only slightly improved, reaching perhaps 11%. It's time to duplicate the strength talents. Yiqian took out the corpses of 2 black armored bears. The bodies, stored in his spatial ring, showed no signs of decay, just like before. Immediately afterward, Yiqian duplicated their high-level strength talents. Undergoing the talent fusion twice in a row, Yitan felt even more agony than before. The successive mergers of two talents had made Yitian's pain even more unbearable than before. Fortunately, after the pain, his talent for strength underwent a transformation. Strength talent. Top tier. Upon seeing that his talent for strength had become top tier, Yitian became genuinely excited. This was a direct means of increasing his attack power. Top-tier talent in strength can amplify my attack power by 20 times, while the King Feng Slash can amplify it by 6 times. If both the talent and the technique can be stacked, wouldn't that result in a 120-fold increase in attack power? The mere thought of this made Yitian's breathing quicken. A 120-fold increase in attack power, what a staggering concept. Let's try it. Yitian couldn't wait to begin his experiment. Outside the cave, activate top-tier talent in strength, King Feng Slash, with a thunderous boom. Yitian unleashed his sword, immediately creating a giant trench stretching for kilometers on the ground. Countless trees along its path were pulverized into dust. If someone were to pour water into the trench, it might even form a small river. Such destructive power was already astonishing, but Yitian's brow furrowed. It's not a 120-fold increase, just a 100-fold increase. It's as if some unseen limit prevents me from going beyond 100-fold. Could it be that 100-fold is the upper limit? Yitian didn't believe this was the ultimate limit. He simply hadn't broken through it yet. After all, he now knew that so-called limits could be broken. It all depended on whether you had the capability to do so. I can definitely break this limit. I just don't know how yet. Let's leave that aside for now and focus on building a perfect foundation. A 100-fold increase in attack power is already enough to revolutionize my abilities, Yitian said contentedly. He quickly calculated his attack power. His physical strength was the force of 1 elephant, augmented by elemental force to become 2 elephants, and after the stacking of his top-tier strength talent and sword technique, it could reach 200 elephants. The ultimate attack force of an ordinary Grandmaster was no more than 200 elephants, which meant Yitian's attack power had reached the limit of an ordinary Grandmaster. As it stands, I am equal to the pinnacle of an ordinary Grandmaster, and I'm even faster. Aside from those Grandmasters with special attack talents who are stronger than me, there's no need to fear Grandmasters now, Yitian declared with full confidence. Yitian hadn't forgotten the most important task. He still needed to break the limit of body refinement. Strength talent. Purple blood body refining technique. Boom! A massive influx of elemental energy flooded into Yitian's body, tempering his muscles once again, and that tingling sensation reappeared. He could still refine his physical realm, just like the skin-refining realm. Yitian estimated that, if he used the blood of high-level ferocious beasts to assist in his cultivation, he could probably break through the limit of body refinement in less than a month. Then let the insane cultivation begin. Yitian started his frenzied, relentless training. In the blink of an eye, 28 days had passed. Chapter 93. Temporary team and news of the Diamond Beast. Just like the last time when he faced the shackles of skin refinement, Yitian had now encountered the shackles of flesh refinement. Within a few hours, Yitian broke through these barriers, successfully surpassing the limitations of refining his flesh. Indeed, my strength talent is merging with my muscles, albeit slowly. I suppose I'll only know what's happening once I've fully established a perfect foundation. Yitian mused to himself. At present, his talents for strength and defense had reached the peak levels. He had also broken through the limitations of refining skin and flesh. Next, he aimed to find higher-level or peak-level bone talents. However, such talents were difficult to find because they were exceedingly rare. Only a handful of ferocious beasts possessed them. Among them was the Diamond Beast. Diamond Beasts usually live in groups. If I find a group of them, I can assimilate a top-tier diamond bone talent. However, finding such a group in the vast Cloud Sea, Yunhai, forest is difficult, especially considering the presence of king-level beings deep within. If the Diamond Beasts reside there, it's unlikely that I'll be able to acquire their bone talent. But there's still hope. Someone once captured a diamond beast in Yunhai Forest. Yiqian contemplated. Left with no other options, Yiqian had to pin his hopes on the diamond bone talent of the diamond beasts. He already possessed a high-level diamond bone talent. Duplicating it twice would achieve his goal, making it far easier than searching for another type of high-level bone talent. Next, Yiqian embarked on a journey to find the diamond beasts. However, on the third day, he ran into a group of people. The group comprised around 40 individuals, including 5 grandmasters and 35 peak martial artists. These 5 grandmasters were not ordinary. They were considerably more powerful than the ones Yiqian had killed last time. Within the group of 35 peak martial artists, a few displayed talents for offensive abilities, making them a formidable force. Nevertheless, Yiqian could sense disharmony among them, complete lack of discipline, and noticed that they seemed to be searching for something. Hoping to acquire information about the diamond beasts from them, Yiqian deliberately crossed paths with the group. "Halt!" a grandmaster shouted upon noticing Yiqian. "What is it?" "I'm busy searching for diamond beasts," Yiqian feigned, "searching for diamond beasts." Several grandmasters perked up, chuckling. "You, a peak martial artist, aim to tackle a diamond beast. They're incredibly hard to kill and have high-level diamond bone talent. One slap from them could reduce you to dust." "I have my methods," Yiqian confidently responded. "Really? Do you have any special talents? Our team is short of members. We're about to confront a formidable beast king. According to intelligence, this beast king has a few diamond beasts under it," one of the grandmasters said. "Is that true?" Yiqian inquired, skeptical. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to a peak martial artist like you? However, if your skills are lacking, you won't qualify to join us," another grandmaster added. Whoosh! Yiqian demonstrated his speed, although he only showed 18-fold acceleration, equivalent to an basic speed talent. Basic speed talent, not bad. "You're qualified to join us?" exclaimed the 5 grandmasters in unison. With such a talent, and being a peak martial artist, Yiqian was deemed capable enough to handle a plethora of high-level ferocious beasts. They were going to confront a beast king that commanded numerous high-level beasts, leaving the high-level beasts for the martial artists to tackle. Beast king? Could it be a king-level entity? Yiqian questioned. Of course, he was quite certain that the beast king they were talking about wasn't king-level. If it were, this group wouldn't dare to confront it and would have fled long ago. He had asked on purpose. How could it possibly be the Beast King? If it were the Beast King, all of us together would still be no match for him. Little guy, don't worry. The strength of the 5 of us grandmasters is more than enough to deal with the Beast King. You'll be safe, I assure you. Once this is over, we'll give you treasures worth 5 billion. Several grandmasters promised. 5 billion? For a great warrior, this was certainly a huge sum. Few would turn down such an amount. However, Yiqian didn't believe that these grandmasters would actually fork over 5 billion. He knew that the total cost for all these great warriors added up would be over 100 billion. Would the 5 grandmasters really be willing to spend that much? Any intelligent person could see through it. Yet the other great warriors dared not decline the offer. If I don't join, they won't be so polite. They might even attack me. Yiqian mused to himself with a cold smile. But his objective was the diamond beast. If this group could actually lead him to it, then joining them would be beneficial. Moreover, Yiqian had a hunch that the grandmasters were not entirely untruthful. The Beast King might indeed have a few diamond beasts under his command. "I'm willing to join," Yiqian nodded. "Congratulations on joining our temporary alliance. Keep up," the grandmasters said with smiles. The team moved on, searching for other warriors. Soon, 3 days had passed. The 5 grandmasters found another 5 peak-level great warriors, but had not recruited any more grandmasters. Whenever they encountered another grandmaster, they'd use their mental energy to warn them off, avoiding any meeting. Clearly, they didn't want to share the presence of the Beast King with any other grandmasters. "It's about time, let's move," one of the grandmasters declared. Immediately, the team headed deeper into the Cloud Sea Forest. After running for about a day, they finally arrived at a valley. Led by the 5 grandmasters, The other peak-level great warriors followed them into the valley. Boom! A horde of fierce beasts charged at them. Most were mid-level fierce beasts, and there were various kinds. These creatures would not normally live together. Clearly, a more powerful beast had united them. That powerful beast was the Beast King the Grandmasters intended to confront. "Take action," one of the Grandmasters ordered. Obviously, the 5 Grandmasters were not going to deal with these mid-level fierce beasts themselves. Swish, 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 the great warriors rushed in and quickly eliminated the mid-level beasts. Just then, a powerful aura spread. Behind it came the aura of many high-level fierce beasts. Clearly, the Beast King had arrived with his elite subordinates. In an instant, the Beast King appeared before them. Tian's talent for copying also enveloped an area of 600 meters, allowing him to assess the Beast King's abilities. Upon seeing them, he was utterly stunned. It's actually Chapter 94. A juvenile king beast species, swift dragon beast, bloodline talent, extraordinary, defensive talent, basic. Strength talent, basic. Speed talent, basic. Observing the talents of this Beast King, Tian finally understood the origins of the creature they were facing. It was undeniably a juvenile king beast before arriving. Tian had studied many types of ferocious beasts, including the swift dragon beast. This was a creature with an extraordinary level bloodline talent. Once it fully matured, there was a high probability it would become a king beast, comparable to human king-level fighters. The swift dragon beast they faced had only recently ascended to the pinnacle of fierce beasts, but with its basic-level talents in defense, strength, and speed, it wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Tian could handle the swift dragon beast himself, but the 5 Grandmasters would have to pay a certain price to deal with it. No wonder these 5 people have gathered so many martial artists. They probably can't afford to be distracted if they have to face the swift dragon beast. Moreover, the other high-level beasts are not weak. Some even possess special talents. If all attack them at once, they would be in trouble, Tian thought to himself. Boom! The 5 Grandmasters clashed with the swift dragon beast, and neither side gained an upper hand. The other martial artists fended off the remaining high-level beasts, while Tian fought one but chose not to kill it. 097 at this moment, Tian was looking for a diamond beast. There were no fewer than 100 high-level beasts. Quickly, Tian identified 3 diamond beasts from the talent information he'd replicated. These 3 were so formidable that they pushed back 3 martial artists who possessed special talents. The diamond beasts had incredibly durable bones. Even attacks comparable to a Grandmaster's could only pierce their flesh and couldn't penetrate their bodies. Their palms were also extremely hard, comparable to powerful elemental weapons, easily shattering the weapons of the martial artists. Such high-level diamond bone talent was terrifying indeed. Tian covertly copied the high-level diamond bone talent from 2 of the diamond beasts, and then lost interest in them. Before long, martial artists began to die off, dramatically reducing their numbers. These martial artists are doomed. Tian silently shook his head. However, the 5 Grandmasters didn't care about the lives of the martial artists. As long as they could kill the swift dragon beast in time, the other high-level beasts wouldn't pose a threat, and if all the martial artists died. That was exactly what they hoped for. They couldn't be happier. Quickly use that thing. These small fry can't hold on much longer. If they all die, we'll have to face a large number of high-level beasts, one of the Grandmasters transmitted through his consciousness. Another Grandmaster understood and quickly took out something resembling a syringe. In the next instant, he collided with the swift dragon beast, and at the cost of being knocked away, successfully injected the syringe into the creature, piercing its skin. The defense of the swift dragon beast was remarkably strong, endowed with basic defensive talent. However, the needle was made of a special metal and, amplified by elemental forces, had powerful penetrating ability, breaking through the beast's defenses. Inside the syringe was a very special anesthetic made from a mixture of numerous natural treasures. It could virtually anesthetize most high-level beasts unless they had a poison-resistant talent. "We did it!" the 5 grandmasters exclaimed in excitement. They had actually prepared several syringes, all carried by the grandmaster with low speed talent. They didn't expect to succeed on the first try, but the swift dragon beast had let down its guard and was successfully injected, not far away. Yitan witnessed the entire scene, a realization dawning on him. So they're not aiming to kill the swift dragon beast, but rather to capture it. Many grandmasters capture top-tier ferocious beasts to sell, and that's how the Demon Sea base gets a lot of its beasts. A young king beast is unimaginably valuable. No wonder they're here to capture it. If the capture of a young king beast were successful, sacrificing 100 or even 1,000 elite warriors would be worth it. Once they controlled this young king beast, they'd essentially hold the reins to a future king beast, sufficient to rejuvenate a major clan. Even Yitan might not be able to afford such a young king beast. However, Yitan had no interest in capturing the young king beast. First, he currently had no need for money, and second, capturing a young king beast would undoubtedly offend not only the young king beast itself, but also the true king beast behind it. Capturing a young king beast could easily provoke a swarm of beasts. It was said that 40 years ago, the capture of a young king beast enraged a terrifying king beast, which nearly led an army of king beasts and top-tier ferocious beasts to break through the Demon Sea base. That battle resulted in the death of Typhoon King and more than 5 other powerful king-level warriors, not to mention countless grandmasters. A swift dragon beast might be on the weaker side among king beasts, but angering one was not a good idea. He might sell the young king beast only to be betrayed later. If a swarm of beasts did emerge, he could be scapegoated. Therefore, even if he killed the young king beast, he couldn't take it back to the Demon Sea base. It had to be said, the 5 grandmasters were daring, willing to capture a young king beast. Maybe they planned to make their fortunes and then flee to other major bases. Soon enough, the swift dragon beast could no longer resist the effects of the anesthesia and collapsed. The 5 grandmasters were overjoyed. "Let's finish off the other ferocious beasts." They immediately began slaughtering the remaining high-level beasts. In a short time, nearly all were killed, with only a few managing to escape. "We survived," a one-handed elite warrior rejoiced. But before he could catch his breath, a sword slit his throat. In his dying moments, he saw a familiar figure, one of the 5 grandmasters. Alas, he was dead and had no chance to ask why they had killed him. The remaining elite warriors were terrified, already guessing what was to come. "I'll give up the 50 billion, just let me go. I'm from the Hong family of Demon Sea base. You'll not get away with killing me. I don't want to die, I'll serve you, please let me go." No matter how the few elite warriors begged, threatened, or compromised, they couldn't change the decision of the 5 grandmasters. "Doesn't matter who you are, our business with the swift dragon beast must remain a secret. You all must die," one grandmaster spoke somberly. In an instant, the remaining elite warriors tried to flee in different directions. However, a grandmaster with a low-speed talent easily and swiftly killed them. Finally, only Yitan remained. "Kid, you have a basic speed talent. You might have a slim chance of escaping. Why aren't you running?" The 5 grandmasters curiously looked at Yitan. Yitan opened his mouth, revealing his pearly white teeth, and said innocently, "Because I can kill you all." Chapter 95. The dragon beast's blood is stolen. Kill us. The 5 grandmasters burst into derisive laughter upon hearing this. Had the young man before them gone mad? A mere great warrior thinking he could kill 5 grandmasters. It was important to note that they were not weak grandmasters. Even Yun Feng, the top fighting genius of the Demon Sea base, couldn't kill them. Encountering them meant that escape was hardly an option. On what grounds could Yitan kill them? A deranged fool. Who will go and kill him? One of the grandmasters asked. Whoosh, another grandmaster struck out, delivering a punch all of a sudden. The grandmaster's body froze, and he was cut in half, his corpse falling to the ground. He killed Tai Lin with one slash. The 4 remaining grandmasters mumbled in disbelief. This wasn't an ordinary warrior. This was a strong grandmaster. Even a great warrior wielding a source weapon couldn't inflict much harm on a grandmaster, yet Yi Tian had instantly killed one with a single slash. "Damn it, let's go, kill him!" The four grandmasters roared in anger. However, for Yi Tian, it made no difference whether it was one grandmaster or four. Shadow kill? Yi Tian exhibited speed at 120 times the speed of sound and slashed quickly. Under the state of 120 times the speed of sound, the four grandmasters seemed as slow as crawling infants. Thump, 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 one slash per grandmaster. 4 slashes killed the four grandmasters. These four didn't even register their deaths before Yi Tian severed their brains, killing them instantly. Having killed the 5 grandmasters, Yi Tian took the storage bags from their bodies. This swift dragon beast. Yi Tian pondered for a moment, then with a single slash killed the swift dragon beast. Next, Yi Tian collected its blood. This was top-grade ferocious beast blood, and it was from a young king beast. The quality of its blood was much better than other top-grade ferocious beasts, ideal for body refinement and quite a harvest. 1,000 portions of top-grade ferocious beast blood. A good haul. Yi Tian expressed satisfaction. As for the corpse, he didn't bother to take it. After all, the body of a top-grade beast wasn't worth much, and this swift dragon beast didn't have any special talents. Keeping the corpse, which was more than 30 meters long, would only occupy space in his storage bag. Thus, Yi Tian abandoned the corpse of the swift dragon beast and walked away. 3 hours after Yi Tian left, a terrifying swift dragon beast, measuring up to 100 meters long, arrived in the valley. It was a king-level swift dragon beast. Upon seeing the corpse of the young swift dragon beast, it immediately went berserk. Roar. An aura of terrifying ferocity enveloped the area for hundreds of miles. Find the humans, kill them. The king-level swift dragon beast issued orders to numerous ferocious beasts. Yi Tian, who had already traveled far, sensed the change in the atmosphere of the Yunhai forest. A suffocating aura loomed over the area. It must be because of the swift dragon beast. I should leave the Yunhai forest to avoid trouble. Yi Tian made a snap decision and quickly left the Yunhai forest. That day, many human warriors in the Yunhai forest were attacked by ferocious beasts, and the king-level swift dragon beast personally took action, killing quite a few grandmasters. In the end, a king-level expert from the Sea of Demons base had personally arrived and engaged in a fierce battle with the swift dragon beast. The conflict concluded with the retreat of the swift dragon beast. As for a beast tide, it never happened. After all, the swift dragon beast's influence in the Cloud Sea Forest was too minor. It didn't have the authority to initiate a beast tide, only the capability to hunt humans within the forest. Leaving the Cloud Sea Forest, Yi Tian found a mountain peak and carved out a temporary cave dwelling there. Inside the dwelling, he began to merge 2 higher-level diamond bone talents. Merge, merge. One after another, Yi Tian integrated the 2 replicated higher-level diamond bone talents into himself. Boom! It felt as if his bones were being torn apart countless times. Anyone else would have fainted from the pain, but Yi Tian, having experienced numerous talent mergers, forcibly endured it. About half an hour passed. The merging was complete, and Yi Tian was thoroughly soaked in sweat. Check. Data about his talents appeared on Yi Tian's retina. As he expected, his diamond bone talent had undergone a transformation. Diamond bone talent, top tier. Finally, I've elevated my diamond bone talent to top tier. Now I'm only missing a top-tier bloodline talent. Yi Tian sighed in relief. Originally, he was worried about whether he could collect top-tier talents related to defense, strength, bones, and bloodlines in a short period. Now that he had completed 3, he naturally stopped worrying, one step closer to perfecting his foundation. I won't rush the bloodline talent for now. First, let's break the bone refining limit, Yi Tian planned. After resting for half a day and fully recovering his strength, Yi Tian began practicing the purple blood bone-forming technique. However, just as he was about to take out the swift dragon beast's blood to assist in his practice, he was utterly dumbfounded. Where is my swift dragon beast's blood? Yi Tian searched through his personal space repeatedly, but found no trace of the swift dragon beast's blood. The bottle that had contained it was mysteriously empty. This can't be. Even if the bottle cap had accidentally come off, the blood would have spilled onto the floor of my personal space. It wouldn't have disappeared, Yi Tian puzzled. This situation was too strange. If he didn't resolve it, how could he dare to keep treasures in his personal space? After scanning with his spiritual sense several times, Yi Tian finally focused his gaze on the dragon egg. This dragon egg's vitality has greatly increased, and its golden color is much richer. Could it be? Yi Tian considered a possibility. His 1,000 portions of swift dragon beast's blood were consumed by the dragon egg. I understand now. Yi Tian had an epiphany. Since the swift dragon beast had dragon in its name, perhaps it had dragon blood, and the war blood sky dragon egg, which hadn't hatched yet, might need dragon power. The swift dragon beast's blood had precisely that power, and was therefore consumed by the war blood sky dragon egg. Suddenly, Yi Tian thought of a possibility. If he continuously fed the egg blood from fierce beasts with dragon bloodlines, could he hatch the war blood sky dragon? The war blood sky dragon possesses 10 special talents, one of which seems to be a bloodline talent, Yi Tian thought. To confirm, he checked once more using his talent replication skill, devouring blood talent. Since the war blood sky dragon had not been born yet, the level of its devouring blood talent remained unknown. What if it were a top-tier talent? In that case, he wouldn't need to search for the war blood sky dragon. He could directly replicate its devouring blood talent. With that, all 4 top-tier talents would be gathered. Chapter 96. Slaughtering the Dragon Serpent Beast Horde? We could give it a try. Beasts with dragon bloodlines aren't rare, it's just that the dragon bloodline in them is diluted. I recall reading that not too far from the Demon Sea Base, there's a group of high-level beasts with dragon bloodlines. If we eliminate that group and use their blood to nourish the war blood sky dragon egg, it should be able to hatch, Yi Tian speculated. Accordingly, he planned to locate this group of high-level beasts after breaking through the bone refining limit. For the next month, Yi Tian stayed put in his temporary cave dwelling, focusing on practicing the purple blood bone forging technique and pondering over blade intent. After expending a significant amount of high-level beast blood and nearly 29 days of time, Yi Tian finally broke through the bone refining limit. His entire skeleton seemed to come to life, and his diamond bone talent slowly began to merge with all the bones in his body. Skin refining, flesh refining, bone refining. He broke through the limits in all 3 aspects of his body. Now all that remained was to break through the blood refining limit and reach the blood replacement transformation stage to complete the most crucial foundation of the 950 system. Then, all that would be left would be to break the limits of his 5 internal organs and 6 hollow organs. It's time to find that group of high-level beasts imbued with dragon bloodlines, Yi Tian muttered to himself. In a canyon 8,000 kilometers west of the Demon Sea Base, lived a large group of beasts that had emerged from underground, known as dragon serpent beasts. These beasts possessed snake-like bodies and 4 claws, but lacked the so-called dragon head and dragon horns. However, their strength was formidable, earning them the designation of high-level beasts. Among them were some extremely rare top-level beasts, but their numbers were scarce, fewer than 20. Because dragon serpent beasts were relatively small, about 1 meter in size, they couldn't provide much blood, and their corpses were not highly valued. Hence, no powerful masters or king-level beings had bothered to exterminate them. That day, Yi Tian arrived at the canyon. As soon as he entered, about a dozen dragon serpent beasts discovered him and attacked. With a slight pinch, Yi Tian killed one of the dragon serpent beasts. Next, he took out the war blood sky dragon egg and dripped the dragon serpent beast's blood onto its shell. It has to work, Yi Tian hoped. Whoosh, a golden light flashed, and the dragon serpent beast's blood on the eggshell was absorbed. It really worked. Yi Tian was thrilled. Immediately, he put away the war-blood-sky dragon egg and began to frenziedly hunt the dragon-serpent beasts. Kill, kill, kill. With each kill, Yi Tian collected the blood and stored it in his portable space. Eventually, there was no time to collect the blood anymore. So Yi Tian dug a pit in the canyon, throwing the corpses of the dragon-serpent beasts into it. A pool of blood formed. Top-level dragon-serpent beasts are coming, Yi Tian whispered to himself. Whoosh, 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 beams of light shot over, each carrying an overwhelming killing intent. Each beam represented a top-level beast, and there were more than 20 of them in total. In terms of strength, each top-level beast was stronger than an ordinary master, and 20 or so could match a powerful master. But Yi Tian was as strong as an extreme-level ordinary master. No matter how many top-level dragon-serpent beasts there were, all would die, boom. With his azure wind slash, Yi Tian mowed down the top-level dragon-serpent beasts like cutting grass, their corpses falling to the ground. For half a day, Yi Tian continued slaughtering the dragon-serpent beasts, until none were left in the canyon. Phew, thank goodness I have the medium-level endurance talent copied from Xiao Jin. Otherwise, I would have been drained by now, Yi Tian gasped for air. Subsequently, Yi Tian gathered the dragon-serpent beast blood into one massive pool. Go! He threw the war-blood-sky dragon egg into the pool. Whoosh! A whirlpool appeared in the pool, with the dragon-serpent beast's blood converging toward the center, precisely where the war-blood-sky dragon egg lay. The war-blood-sky dragon egg has an insane blood-absorbing ability. Could this be the effect of the blood-devouring talent? Yi Tian speculated. Originally, the pool was filled with dragon-serpent beast's blood, but in less than 10 minutes, the war-blood-sky dragon egg had absorbed it all. At this point, the egg emanated a powerful dragon aura. Compared to its previously mundane appearance, it now truly resembled a dragon egg. If the Martial Pavilion had auctioned off an egg like this, they might never have offered it in the first place. Even if they had, I couldn't have afforded it. Perhaps only king-level experts would have had the chance to bid, Yi Tian mused gratefully. Having absorbed a massive amount of dragon-serpent beast's blood, the war-blood-sky dragon egg seemed to genuinely begin incubating. Yi Tian could distinctly sense that the life force within the egg was slowly rising. Previously, although there had been signs of life force, there had been no increase. But now, as the life force was rising, it indicated that the egg had truly come alive and was capable of birthing life. It shouldn't be too long before this egg can incubate a war-blood-sky dragon, Yi Tian estimated. However, there was still an issue to be resolved. How to control this war-blood-sky dragon? After all, this would be a real dragon. If he couldn't control it after it was born, and it ran away, wouldn't that be a loss? According to Yi Tian's plans, making the war-blood-sky dragon his pet would be the safest bet. Monsters are sold at the Demon Sea base. Many are not easily tamed and don't fear threats, yet people still keep them as pets. There must be a way to do so, not like how I had to threaten Xiao Jin and Xiao Zai into acknowledging me as their master. Yi Tian planned to return to the Demon Sea base first and ask Yu Ling for advice. Perhaps Yu Ling would have better ways to tame monsters. Months later, Yi Tian returned to the Demon Sea base. The moment he arrived home, Xiao Jin, one of his pets, eagerly greeted him. Master, I've advanced to become a top-tier monster, Xiao Jin boasted excitedly. Not bad. Yi Tian nodded. Advancing to a top-tier monster in a few months was not a difficult feat, especially with abundant resources. Why are you still a grand martial artist? Xiao Jin asked, puzzled. Do you think you could beat me? Yi Tian stared at Xiao Jin. Master, I would never dare to fight you. I'm still no match for you. Xiao Jin immediately admitted defeat. He knew how terrifying his master was. Defeating opponents of higher levels was as easy as eating and drinking for him. Even though Xiao Jin had become a top-tier monster, he was absolutely no match for his master. By evening, Yu returned. Months ago, Yu had been a mid-level martial artist, and now he had reached the late stage, just one step away from becoming an elite martial artist. That night, Yitian gave Yu a storage bag filled with medium-tier and some high-tier monster blood, then let him go off to cultivate on his own. At this point, apart from providing some resources, he couldn't assist Yu in any other way. The next day, Yitian contacted Yu Ling via communicator and arranged to meet at a grand restaurant. As agreed, Yu Ling arrived. Chapter 97, Morning Star Level Cultivation Talent. The two met face to face. Yitian, it's been months since I last saw you. What brings you here all of a sudden? Yu Ling feigned annoyance. I've been out in the wilderness hunting ferocious beasts these past few months. Yitian said, slightly embarrassed. Yu Ling was well aware that Yitian had left the Demon Sea base. She was merely teasing him. What did you want to talk about? Yu Ling inquired. Getting straight to the point, Yitian responded, I wanted to ask if you know of any way to tame a ferocious beast. Yu Ling looked at him curiously. I thought you already had 2 pets. Why are you asking me? Cough, those 2 beasts were subdued through threats. I actually have no idea how to tame a beast, Yitian confessed. Threats? Yu Ling's eyes widened. A beast intelligent enough to be threatened and acknowledge a master must be highly intelligent. Such intelligence suggested a beast would understand the importance of self-preservation and would thus submit. You are really lucky, Yu Ling said, enviously. Addressing Yitian's question, she answered sincerely. There are several ways to tame a beast. The first method is like you did, through threats, although the success rate is very low. The second involves having a king-level individual extract the soul light from the beast, allowing others to absorb it, and thus complete the taming. The third involves martial artists with a beast control talent who can directly control the beast. Most beasts in the Demon Sea base were tamed by individuals with this talent. They use beast control cards, which, once refined, can be used to control the beast. If you wish to tame a difficult beast, you can hire a talented individual, with the fees varying based on the beast's level. It's not like you're short on money. Beast control talent, such a talent exists. Yitian was astonished. With this knowledge, he no longer had to worry. He could just replicate a beast control talent himself without seeking help. Thank you, Yitian expressed his gratitude. Ha, we're friends, so don't mention it. But if you had contacted me later, I'd be in closed-door cultivation, Yu Ling added nonchalantly. Are you planning to break through to the Grandmaster realm? Yitian guessed. Exactly, Yu Ling nodded. As a top-level cultivator, my success rate is 100%. Next time you see me, I'll be a Grandmaster. You've also reached the limit of a great martial artist. You should aim for the Grandmaster realm as well. Only then will you have a lifespan of 200 years and access to even greater mysteries. There's no point lingering at a lower level. I understand, Yitian said, smiling softly without disputing Yu Ling. Whether or not she knew about forming a perfect foundation was irrelevant. For the vast majority of martial artists, achieving a perfect foundation was merely a pipe dream. Thus, he didn't mention it or encourage Yu Ling to aim for it. He knew very well that it was impossible for her. After having dinner together, they parted ways. Instead of going home, Yitian headed toward the headquarters of the Beast Pavilion. The Beast Pavilion was a powerful organization that specialized in selling ferocious beasts. They had many branches within the Demon Sea base. He had previously replicated a high-level diamond bone talent from one of their branches. This time, he went straight to their headquarters, believing that someone with a beast control talent must be there. Once he located that person, he could easily replicate the talent. As he entered the Beast Pavilion, a beautiful junior staff member enthusiastically introduced various beasts to him. Yitian was distracted, only half listening as he focused on replicating the talent. Whoa, whoa. Within a 600-meter radius, everything fell under Yitian's perception. The aptitudes of each ferocious beast and each warrior were clearly discerned by him. What a pleasant surprise! Yitian's face lit up with joy. Not only had he discovered someone with a beast control talent, but he also found an individual with an extraordinary cultivation talent, human. Lai Pei cultivation talent, top-level beast control talent, high-level human, Zhao Qi cultivation talent, extraordinary fire blade talent, mid. Zhao Qi seems to be the head of the Beast Hall. He should be at the king level and also possesses a mid-tier fire blade talent. He's quite impressive. I guess among the king-level individuals, he is one of the stronger ones, Yiqian thought to himself. Without further ado, extraordinary cultivation talent. Copy. He had successfully copied 2 extraordinary cultivation talents before. Now, all he needed was to copy 1 more extraordinary cultivation talent to ascend to a level above extraordinary. Originally, he wasn't in a rush to enhance his cultivation talent. His primary goal was to forge a perfect foundation. However, upon encountering such an extraordinary cultivation talent, not copying it would be foolish. After copying the extraordinary cultivation talent, Yiqian still had 1 more talent to copy. So he copied the beast control talent of the aforementioned individual. Having used up both copying opportunities, Yiqian naturally wouldn't linger in the beast hall any longer. "Little sister, I apologize. I have some matters to attend to. I'll come back to buy beasts another time." Ignoring the young salesgirl's pitiful eyes, Yiqian decisively left the beast hall. Upon returning home, he couldn't wait to start integrating the beast control talent and the extraordinary talent. The first to be integrated was the high-level beast control talent, which he successfully melded with ease, breaking only a mild sweat. Half an hour later, Yiqian began the integration of the extraordinary cultivation talent. "It's going to hurt a lot, isn't it?" Yiqian speculated. This was the process of ascending an extraordinary cultivation talent to an even higher level. The pain it would bring was bound to surpass any previous experiences. Taking a deep breath, Yiqian initiated the integration with a thought. Pain, excruciating pain. 10 or even 100 times more painful than childbirth. Had Yiqian's willpower not been extraordinary, he might have passed out from the agony. In Yiqian's consciousness, each second seemed longer than a century. After an unknown amount of time, Yiqian finally emerged from the pain. "It hurts so much. I really don't want to go through that again," Yiqian said, though his heart contradicted his words. If given another such opportunity, even if the pain were doubled, he'd willingly bear it. "Let's see how the talents are now." Yiqian checked his talents using the copy talent ability. At that moment, he saw a brand new level of talent, cultivation talent. Morning Star. Is Morning Star a level above extraordinary in cultivation talents? Yiqian was filled with anticipation toward this new level of cultivation talent. Chapter 98. Dawn-level bloodline talent? I've reached the peak of a grand warrior now, so I can't test how much faster the Morning Star-level cultivation talent enhances my cultivation speed compared to the extraordinary levels. I'll have to wait until I break through to the Grandmaster realm. Yiqian suppressed his excitement over the Morning Star-level cultivation talent, and immediately began studying the beast control talent. Through the beast control talent, Yiqian astonishingly discovered that he could sever the master-subordinate relationship with Xiao Jin and Xiao Zai at any time. This was because the beast control talent allowed him to extract and separate the light of the soul. Yiqian tested it on Xiao Zai and found that establishing the master-subordinate relationship was as easy as before. However, when he tried to forcibly make Xiao Jin his subordinate, he failed. Left with no other option, he allowed Xiao Jin to voluntarily become his subordinate. After multiple tests, Yiqian reached a conclusion. The beast control talent must be related to the soul. I'm only at the peak of the Grand Warrior level, while Xiao Jin has already reached the top tier of beasts. In terms of realm and soul strength, Xiao Jin is superior to me, so I can't forcibly make him my subordinate. Yiqian concluded insightfully. Overall, the advanced beast control talent was still quite powerful. As long as the War-Blood Sky Dragon's realm wasn't higher than his, he could forcibly establish the master-subordinate relationship. Yiqian then took out the War-Blood Sky Dragon egg again, and noticed that the vitality within the egg had grown even stronger, as if it were about to burst forth. It's close now. In less than 10 days it should hatch, Yiqian speculated. 10 days wasn't long, he could wait. So for the next 10 days, Yiqian focused solely on comprehending the sword intent and temporarily set aside other cultivation practices. In a blink, 10 days passed. That day, Yi Tian felt the space around him quivering and immediately understood that the War-Blood Sky Dragon was about to be born. He took out the War-Blood Sky Dragon egg and activated the villa's soundproofing and aura-concealing formations. Beside him, Xiao Jin stared wide-eyed at the War-Blood Sky Dragon egg. It was familiar with this egg since its master often took it out to observe. Previously, it hadn't thought much of this egg, but now the pressure emanating from it made Xiao Jin feel very uneasy. Soon, the pressure grew stronger. This was not the suppression of strength, but that of bloodline. Beasts value their bloodlines and grow entirely through them. Xiao Jin, for instance, had top-level bloodline talents, allowing it to grow into a top-tier beast even without consuming treasures or the flesh of other beasts. That was the advantage of having top-level bloodline talents, but now, even with its top-level bloodline talents, it felt suppressed. Could the Egg Master brought back be that of some royal beast? Xiao Jin thought, stunned. For some reason, it felt that once this egg hatched, it would lose its favored status. It must be an illusion, Xiao Jin comforted itself internally. However, it was not mistaken at all. It was indeed about to lose its favored status because Yi Tian was planning to make it the pet of Yi Yu. One could have a limited number of beast companions due to the limitations of soul endurance. To control the War-Blood Sky Dragon, Yi Tian had already severed the master-subordinate relationship with Xiao Zai and made Xiao Zai subordinate to Yi Yu. Soon, Xiao Jin would also be made subordinate to Yi Yu. So, Xiao Jin's worries were not unfounded. On the ground, the War-Blood Sky Dragon egg shook violently. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The indestructible shell, which even a grandmaster would find hard to break, developed a crack. As time passed, more cracks appeared. After about half an hour, a huge opening emerged in the War-Blood Sky Dragon egg, and a small skull poked out. The skull resembled a dragon's head. Yi Tian had never seen a dragon. This was based purely on legends from his previous life. After the head emerged, the body also broke free from the shell. Soon, a little dragon more than a meter long appeared, its body blood-red. It had no wings. It wasn't a Western dragon, but an Eastern one. Check. Yi Tian immediately used his duplication talent to inspect the War-Blood Sky Dragon's talents. His heart filled with anticipation. Yi Tian immediately used his copy talent to examine the innate abilities of the War-Blood Dragon, his heart brimming with anticipation. Type: War-Blood. Dragon Bloodline Talent, Dawn Level, Strength Talent, Top Tier. Defense Talent, Top Tier. Speed Talent, Mid Tier. Blood Draining Talent, Top Tier. Flight Talent, High Tier. Dragon Flame Talent, High Tier. Healing Talent, Mid Tier. Dragon Roar Talent, High Tier. Blood and Bone Talent, Mid Tier. Dragon Soul Talent, Mid Tier. With these 10 special talents, the dragon was almost on par with Yi Tian's own abilities. Of course, if Yi Tian wanted to copy even more talents, it would be effortless. However, to blindly duplicate useless talents would be purely wasteful. He had stringent requirements for each talent he chose to copy. If a talent were of no use to him, he wouldn't bother copying it. The talents of the War-Blood Dragon are indeed extraordinary, but it's a pity there are only 3 top-tier ones, Yi Tian muttered, slightly dissatisfied. If the War-Blood Dragon knew what Yi Tian was thinking, it would surely curse him. Why don't you find a beast with better talents than mine? Quickly, Yi Tian shifted his focus away from the dragon's 10 special talents and honed in on its bloodline talent, Dawn Level. Dawn Level should surpass Morning Star Level talents, but I wonder by how many levels, Yi Tian thought to himself. Almost immediately, he felt a sense of regret. He walked the path of cultivation, not that of beasts' bloodlines. So even if the War-Blood Dragon's bloodline talent was extraordinarily powerful, he dared not copy it. If he did, he was unsure what side effects he would experience. He knew well that from then on, he could no longer cultivate like a human but would have to advance like a beast. It seemed favorable, but what would happen once he reached the War-Blood Dragon's limitations? How would he progress? He couldn't copy a stronger beast, as bloodline conflicts were not to be taken lightly. He would be restricted to copying higher-level talents within the War-Blood Dragon. But what if the dragon's dawn level was the pinnacle, leaving him no room for advancement? Faced with the choice between a difficult path, where his copy talent would become useless, and a glorious path with infinite growth, Yitian naturally knew how to choose. Dawn-level talent is just that. There must be humans with something equivalent, Yitian concluded. First, let's tame the Warblood dragon using the beast control talent. Yitian hurriedly applied his beast control talent to the dragon. Although the Warblood dragon was of Dawn-level bloodline talent, it was only a mid-tier beast at the moment and not difficult to control. Moreover, the Warblood dragon had just been born. The first being it saw was Yitian, so it was highly reliant on him. As a result, Yitian easily completed the beast control taming, successfully subduing the Warblood dragon. "Hungry, eat," a thought from the Warblood dragon conveyed. The next moment, the dragon scuttled over to its birth eggshell and began to slowly chew. The indestructible shell melted as soon as it entered the dragon's mouth, integrating into its body. Yitian was astounded to find that the dragon's aura grew increasingly powerful as it ate the shell. After it finished eating, its aura surged, propelling it into the level of a high-tier beast. Additionally, its blood-red scales became even more durable, shimmering brightly. "This talent is against the heavens. Its growth rate is too fast," Yitian exclaimed. Fortunately, he had tamed the Warblood dragon just in time. If he had waited any longer and the dragon reached the top-tier beast level, he would be in deep trouble. Copy talent is still on cooldown. Once it's over, I'll copy the Warblood dragon's blood-draining talent, Yitian planned. Chapter 99. Blood-draining talent and the replenishment of vitality. Yitian's cloning talent was about 20 days away from its cooldown period, leaving him plenty of time. During this period, he spent his days either contemplating swordsmanship or nurturing his relationship with the Warblood Sky Dragon. The Warblood Sky Dragon had just been born, and its intelligence was still not fully developed, much like a human infant, requiring time to grow. Moreover, Yitian made a discovery. The dragon was particularly fond of consuming Qiang beast blood. Even if the blood did not carry the dragon lineage, the creature would still consume it. To the Warblood Sky Dragon, Qiang beast blood was akin to milk, facilitating its growth. Seeing the Warblood Sky Dragon grow day by day, getting bigger even as it consumed large quantities of Qiang beast blood, Yitian was overjoyed. However, with both him and the Warblood Sky Dragon being large consumers of blood, the amount of Qiang beast blood needed for future cultivation would be enormous. Fortunately, he had a significant stockpile of Qiang beast blood, but he suspected he would need to frequently venture into the wilderness in the future to meet their needs. A few days later, Yitian made a decision. He released Xiao Jin from his ownership, allowing the creature to become Yiyu's beast companion. Xiao Jin grumbled for a while, but eventually accepted the new arrangement obediently. In truth, becoming Yiyu's beast companion was not a demeaning thing. Yiyu had consumed the soul flower Yitian gave her, and her cultivation talent had undergone a radical transformation. She was certain to become a grandmaster in the future, and there was even a glimmer of hope that she would reach the king level. Thus, Xiao Jin quickly came to terms with becoming Yiyu's beast companion. A day before the cooldown for his cloning talent ended, Yitian withdrew from his contemplation of sword intent, and sighed, murmuring, "Finally, my understanding of sword intent has reached 19%. These past few months of arduous cultivation and contemplation have not been in vain." 19% sword intent meant that with just a bit more effort, he could achieve 20%, which was the threshold for practicing silver-level sword techniques. Yitian was highly anticipatory, as many silver-level sword techniques were said to possess special effects beyond merely increasing combat power. Another day passed. The cooldown for his cloning talent ended, granting Yitian 2 more opportunities to clone talents. The first opportunity he gave to the blood-draining talent, a top-tier talent in blood manipulation and precisely what he needed. Once successfully cloned, he would be able to truly break the limits of blood refinement, allowing his skin, flesh, bone, and blood to reach unprecedented levels. He could then attempt the final step, breaking the limits of his internal organs to establish a perfect foundation. Merge, the blood-draining talent integrated into Yi Tian's body. The transformation began. 10 minutes later, Yi Tian successfully fused with the blood-draining talent and quickly understood its true utility. Consume blood to replenish vitality. Yi Tian immediately grasped the heaven-defying nature of this talent. This was even more potent than the healing talent. While the healing talent could mend injuries, it could not replenish vitality, which was linked to one's life force and beyond the scope of simple healing. For example, if Yi Tian had used some forbidden techniques that consumed his life force, the healing talent wouldn't be able to restore it. But now, with the blood-draining talent, he could consume large amounts of Qiang beast blood to draw vitality from it and replenish his own. This was utterly groundbreaking. I've hit the jackpot. A big jackpot? Yi Tian was ecstatic. Armed with both the top-tier blood-draining talent and the top-tier healing talent, any future injuries or severe side effects would pose no challenge. He would be able to recover swiftly. Having acquired the blood-draining talent, Yi Tian immediately began practicing purple blood refinement technique at that moment. Yi Tian astonishingly discovered that his blood-draining talent could perfectly synergize with the purple blood refining technique. The blood-draining talent allowed him to instantly absorb large amounts of high-level beast blood and store it deep within his veins. The purple blood refining technique could then draw out the power stored deep in the blood to refine the blood throughout his body. As a result, when he cultivated the purple blood refining technique while activating his blood-draining talent, his rate of progress soared. Based on this pace, Yi Tian was confident that he could break through the blood refining limit within 10 days. This would be much quicker than breaking through the limits of refining skin, flesh, and bones. It was an unexpected delight. However, rapid progress meant that he consumed more beast blood. In just a few days, Yi Tian had depleted all the beast blood he had stored. Regardless, he spent several billion to purchase a large amount of additional beast blood to compensate for the high consumption of high-level beast blood. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yi Tian finally sensed that he had reached the limit of blood refining. Break. Harnessing both his blood-draining talent and the purple blood refining technique, he amassed a huge amount of energy and instantly broke through the blood refining limit, stepping into a whole new realm. At this moment, a tremendous change occurred in Yi Tian's blood. His blood became like mercury, even emanating a faint golden glow. By then, his blood had already surpassed that of ordinary people and was moving toward an even higher level. Still, for the moment, even after breaking the blood refining limit, he could no longer elevate his blood to a higher tier. The next step is to break the limits of the internal organs. The internal organs are too complicated. Relying solely on talents will be almost impossible. I can only rely on a gravity array to crush and then reshape the internal organs in order to break the limits, Yi Tian planned. For ordinary people, such an undertaking would be unthinkable. Even if they dared to attempt it, they would need a massive amount of high-grade healing potions and a lot of time to recover from their injuries. But Yi Tian was different. I possess top-level healing talent and can completely heal quickly. As long as the internal organs are not completely shattered, I can recover quickly. Basically, as long as I heal in time, unless something goes wrong with my brain, I'll be able to recover. Yi Tian confidently thought, certain that he could break the limits of his internal organs. At this point, he needed to find a gravity array with enough force to assist him in cultivation. Otherwise, there was basically no way to break through the limit of the internal organs. A gravity array. I remember that the Demon Sea Base has a cultivation tower funded by several big families, Yi Tian recalled. That cultivation tower had a variety of elemental arrays, gravity arrays, and arrays that aided in speeding up cultivation, reaction time, and combat strength. However, the cost of training there was quite high, basically affordable only for the wealthy. Off to the cultivation tower, Yitian left his house and headed straight for the cultivation tower. Demon Sea Base, Central Area, Demon Sea Cultivation Tower. The entire tower stood at 500 meters, with 50 floors, each 10 meters high, each housing numerous cultivation rooms. At the entrance of the first floor of the cultivation tower, there was a specialized person collecting fees. Yitian took out his identification card and asked, "How much for the highest level gravity room for a day?" "Highest level?" the staff member replied. "The highest level is the king-level gravity room, which is for king-level cultivators. There are only 3, and all are currently reserved by 3 king-level individuals. The next tier, the heavenly-level gravity room, is more than enough for top masters. You are just a martial artist. There's no need for such a high-level gravity room." "Then give me a heavenly-level gravity room," Yitian said without hesitation. "All right, 50 million for a day." The staff member said, "Chapter 100, Mystical Talent. I'll pay for 1 month in advance," Yitian announced. 1 month is 1.5 billion. The staff member looked at Yitian with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. He couldn't fathom that Yitian, a master martial artist, was willing to spend 1.5 billion to train in the heavenly-level gravity training room for a whole month. This was sheer extravagance. Even some grandmasters dared not train in the heavenly-level gravity training room for a month, limiting their sessions to just a few days. The true purpose of the gravity training room was for breaking through bottlenecks. With the aid of energy, it was easier to break through the physical constraints and ascend to new levels. The Kai training room was far more popular. Training inside could accelerate one's progress considerably. Yitian promptly paid the 1.5 billion and received the key to the heavenly-level gravity training room. The heavenly-level gravity training room is on the 8th floor. Any room whose entrance array isn't activated is available for use, the staff member explained. Yitian nodded in understanding and took the elevator powered by elemental force to the 8th floor of the training tower. He found an unoccupied gravity training room, and after entering, activated both the defensive and soundproofing arrays so that nobody would disturb him. The density of elemental Kai here is at least 3 times greater than outside, Yitian muttered, after sensing the surroundings. This was still in gravity training room, not a Kai training room, so one could only imagine how much more concentrated the elemental Kai would be in a Kai training room. However, training exclusively in a Kai training room was something not everyone could afford, as it was even more expensive than the gravity training room. If I knew how to set up arrays, I could create my own Kai training room. That would speed up my training considerably, much faster than grinding it out the hard way, Yitian mused. But this was not an immediate concern. He would try it after reaching the Grandmaster realm. What was most important for now was to break through the limits of his internal organs and establish a perfect foundation. Yitian inspected the gravity levels. There was a book inside the room specifically detailing how to use the gravity. The sky-level gravity training room offered a range of 1 to 1,000 times the usual gravity level. For master martial artists, the suitable range was between 1 to 5 times, elite masters between 5 to 20 times, and grandmasters from 100 to 1,000 times. Being a first-time user of the gravity training room, Yitian didn't want to overreach and initiated the setting at 100 times the usual gravity level. Boom! A massive wave of pressure hit him, and Yitian instantly felt his internal organs shake, sustaining injuries. Technically, given his current level, he should have been able to withstand 100 times the gravity. But it was his first time in such an environment, and his internal organs were not yet accustomed to such high levels of gravity, leading to injury. Yitian activated his healing talent, and his wounds swiftly healed. About 10 minutes passed, and Yitian had fully acclimated to the 100 times gravity level. 100 times the gravity is the limit that a master martial artist can endure. I need to withstand even higher gravity levels to have a chance of breaking through the limits of my internal organs, Yitian estimated. So, he increased the gravity level, 101 times, 102 times, 103 times. Yitian incremented it gradually. His flesh and bones were fine, but his internal organs struggled to bear the stress. They were slightly cracking, but he constantly activated his top-grade healing talent, ensuring that his injuries healed instantly and that there was no threat to his life. Time passed day by day, and Yi Tian's endurance limit gradually increased. Half a month later, Yi Tian could withstand a gravity level of 108 times, but he still hadn't reached the limits of his internal organs. 110 times, 115 times, 120 times. Yi Tian kept increasing the gravity level, and a month quickly passed. Resigned, Yi Tian extended his training for another month in the gravity training room. Breaking the limits of the internal organs proved to be more challenging than any other type of breakthrough. Yi Tian understood this. After all, he was attempting to break through the limits of his internal organs without relying on a corresponding talent. But he was fully aware that this approach was feasible. Multiplied by 124, Yi Tian exhaled deeply. By this point, he had spent 50 days in the cultivation tower, and he had already withstood a force 124 times greater than usual. As he progressed further, increasing the force became increasingly difficult. He also sensed a certain constraint, a sort of limit. Perhaps 125 times will break this limit, Yi Tian hypothesized. So, after a long period of rest and returning to his peak condition, he initiated a 125-fold increase in force. Crack, crack, crack. His internal organs were shattering, but fortunately, Yi Tian's top-tier healing talent was rapidly healing him. Break, repair, break again. This was a cyclical process, and the pain he endured was unimaginable. But for the sake of forging a perfect foundation, Yi Tian was all in. Hours passed. Finally, at a certain moment, the invisible constraints were completely shattered by Yi Tian. Boom! Countless streams of natural energy from the universe surged into his internal organs, making them increasingly robust. They effortlessly withstood the 125-fold force and even emitted a faint, radiant light. "I've succeeded." Yi Tian was ecstatic. Just as he was celebrating, the real transformation began. Skin, muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs all resonated, and a mysterious energy permeated into Yi Tian's body, instigating an inexplicable metamorphosis. Numerous impurities deep within his body were expelled. These impurities were almost black and emitted a foul smell, consisting of various toxins and wastes that normally couldn't be purged. But now they were forced out. This transformation lasted for an entire hour. How foul? Yi Tian looked at the impurities on his body and frowned. The 8th floor had a dedicated area for bathing, and Yi Tian quickly went to clean himself before returning to the force chamber. "I should have a perfect foundation now, and I feel that my defensive, strength, Vajra bone, and blood-sucking talents have all begun to integrate with various parts of my body," Yi Tian sensed. Maybe the talents have changed. Yi Tian speculated. Subconsciously, he checked his own talent status. What? Yi Tian was somewhat stunned. His talents had undergone significant changes. The talents that had changed were defensive, strength, Vajra bone, and blood draining, defensive talent, mystical fake, strength talent, mystical fake, Vajra bone talent, mystical fake, blood draining talent, mystical fake. These 4 talents were no longer top tier. They had transformed into mystical talents, albeit labeled fake. So the level above a special top-tier talent is mystical talent, which is different from cultivation talents. I thought they were going to upgrade to extraordinary talents, Yi Tian murmured to himself. Curious about these suddenly emerging mystical talents, he rented testing equipment in the cultivation tower to test the amplification effects of these mystical talents.